Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
What's up, you gorgeous gamers, and welcome back into the studio here in Poland. I'm Chris Puckett, hosting the show once again, and this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today, we have our final 8 European teams battling for the title of Best in EU. Who is going to claim that title? Well, we still have a few more matches before we find that out. Lock in and get ready, because here comes the party.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
It's the Snapdragon Pro Series featuring Call of Duty Mobile, and today it's all about Europe. Welcome back in, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and I am joined by the best brains in all of Call of Duty Mobile, starting with the lady on my left. We got Beef Mommy, joined by Bobby Plays, and I Hold Shift. I want to start with you, though, Beef. We are coming into day 5 here for Europe competition. Who are the best teams in Europe right now? Who are you looking at coming into this day?
I can't believe that we're almost at the tail end of the competition, but we are looking at the top 2 players because they are going to represent the team for EU here in the world stage. I'm looking at Animus and 117 Not Found. So far, picture-perfect series for them.
Bobby, what are you looking forward to today?
I mean, no question. I think I and anybody else that's watching that's been following the competition, 117 going up against Kings, the undefeated team who hasn't really been tested, up against a team that a lot of people expected to be #1 in Europe, but did find that loss up against Animus, a chance at redemption for them.
Shift, I am a Slayer super fan, right? Every time I'm watching COD Mobile, I want to see the guy dropping the biggest bombs. We were watching NA just 2 days ago, and Ban dropped the first 40 bomb, the only 40 bomb on a day full of 3-0s. Who from Europe has that potential tonight?
I think to start off the day, you look at players like Raid. He's been unbelievable. He's been all over the map, but I'm also keeping my eye on Shark, who very well may be EU's MVP so far this stage. So, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of options for us here, Chris. You've got some interesting matches today.
I'm pumped for it, and I'm told to lock in and get ready for a lot of big bombs coming out from these stars. We're going to have some great series coming your way, and we want you to chime in on social media throughout the show. If you haven't already, drop a follow on all 3 of these. We are on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram with ESL Mobile. And it's not just on social. We also got Discord up and rolling. Join the community and get in on all of the action. It's been a fun party so far. We have seen 4 days of competition here in EU. But if you're just joining us for the first time, welcome. Here's how the format all breaks down. We started in stage 1 where it was open format. Anyone in rank could get in. We whittled that down to the top 128 teams. And after that was all said and done, we have our final 8 to represent Europe. They're in group stages. They've already played 4 matches each. Tonight is their 5th match, and you're running out of time if you want to lock in one of the 2 spots going into that stage 5 with the $1 million prize pool.
Yeah, and it's really a toss-up outside those top 3. I think we have a pretty definitive top 3, but exclusive up at the top of the rest of the group, but at only 2 and 2, there's absolutely a possibility where the rest of those 1 and 3 teams, and there's a lot of them, have a chance to make their way into that playoff stage of the competition.
Let's talk about the money that's on the line here, Beef Mommy. $2,250. You got some positions, though, in stage 5 that I think a lot of people are excited for. We've got, I think, 5 teams capable of finishing in your top 3. Animus, 117. Who else do you think sneaks in?
There are 3 other teams that are trying to vie for that 4th spot. Obviously, Exclusive is going to be in that spot, but they shouldn't be comfortable because, like what I mentioned, you got Zidium, you got Mont, you got 31 are trying to get that spot, and they have 3 days to do so. So you shouldn't be very comfortable if I was you in the top 4 spot.
That's a look at the race so far, and of course, the matches are going to be continuing here in just a little bit. But before we get to the live games, let's look back at what went down last week. Animus starting behind against Mont. with an epic comeback here on Summit. That set up one of their mini 3-0s. This team has been on fire, Shift.
They've been on fire, and it's definitely the team that we're looking at to be on top of EU for the moment, but I'm not sleeping on this Mont team at 1-3 in the leaderboard to potentially make a run and have a chance to make it to playoffs. They played super, super tight against this Animus squad. Like you mentioned, they were up in the first 2 maps, just could not quite close it out. So missed opportunities hurting Mont in that matchup.
Exclusive faced off against Zidium. What did you take away from this series, Bob?
It was just that Exclusive are once again a phenomenal team, and I think outside of the times they've gone against those top 3, they have looked very, very consistent. It's really just a question of if they're going to be able to step up and continue to perform at that level. I've got a feeling that they will, and I'm fully expecting this team to end up in the playoffs.
And of course, the Kings were back in action coming into the tournament. Everyone said this is the best squad. Currently, they have the 2nd best record. They ran into Animus a little bit earlier than they hoped, but they looked clean against 31er.
They are so good when it comes to playing their SMGs, and this is what Shift always says, probably one of the best SMG lineup that you've seen here for EU. So it is definitely going to be essential up against here in day number 5. That 117 not found is going to be their opponent. They need to play it smart because, like what Zim mentioned, they're not going to commit the same mistakes up against Animus the 2nd time around.
Now, 117 hasn't had the toughest road, but they are sitting perfect on top of the leaderboard. What have you seen from this squad so far?
I think the thing about it is they've done their job to this point. They've taken care of the teams that they need to take care of to essentially guarantee themselves a playoff spot. But now we're going to start to find out how good this team actually is when they're playing up against the other teams that currently find themselves the top 3 in the leaderboard.
4 matches in the books for all of our squads, and at the end of it, here's how our leaderboard has shaken out. 117 above Animus with that map win rate. You got Kings right behind them. Their only loss coming to the number 2 team. And then it gets messy. Exclusive with the 500 record, but Zidium, Mont, 31er. One of them's walking away with at least a dub tonight, and Panic, you're 0-4. You're not out of climbing up this leaderboard yet, but I don't think we're going to see you in stage 5.
Yeah, it would take a miracle, I think, in regards to the standing. Just so many upsets would have to happen. It would take basically everybody finishing at 4-3 and 3-4 for them to have any type of a chance.
And they're 0-4 right now, so it's impossible. Sorry, Panic.
Yeah,
we're not even going to live that hypothetical situation much longer. Okay, we got our first game loading up, though, and that is what I'm excited about. Let's talk about this initial battle on the day here, Beef Mommy, because these are the big dogs fighting first. 117 taking on King.
I mean, we've already been hyping up these 2 squads, and I feel like for our casters, they set it up perfectly for 117 not found and needing to step it up, and this is the first real competition that they had. They kind of had a taste of it in day number 3 up against Exclusive, but able to just run out the show really scot-free up against that team. But Kings, on the other hand, want that redemption arc up against day number 3 as well, up against Animus. So I have no idea what's going to come out here, but I'm excited for it.
And that second match, Exclusive, will they improve to 3-2, or is it going to be 31 or climbing up the leaderboard with a 2-3 record at the end of the night? A lot still to figure out as our matches are just about ready to go. Let's talk about this first battle, though. 117 taking on Kings. And Bob, I want to know, who is the most dangerous player in this lobby when you're looking at the 2 squads? There's a lot of hype in the chat right now.
I mean, no question, all eyes are going to be on Raid specifically as the rookie for Kings. I think there's a lot of pressure on him, and we've seen in past years, some of the rookies, even despite the skill level that they've displayed in earlier stages, sometimes let that pressure get to them, and it's not something that we've necessarily seen on a consistent basis out of Raid, but I don't think he's been at the top of his game on every single map that we've seen out of him, so I'm going to be looking for him to step up if they're going to be able to take down 117.
Let's take a look at this King squad here, Shift, as we roll out some of the highlights. These guys were dropping bombs, they're going on streaks, they're lighting up their opposition. Outside of that Animus match, it looks like the ball has consistently been on their side of the court. How are they getting the job done?
Yeah, they're doing a lot through the respawn, in particular because, like Bobby mentioned, it's just they've got so much kill potential on this roster. Every single one of them have an opportunity to take over any point in time. And I will say, even though they did lose to Animus, it was a really tight series. We're talking 220 pluses to 250 losses on the hard points, and then I think a 7-5 on the search and destroy. So, I mean, it doesn't get much closer than what we saw versus these 2 powerhouses. And even though Kings falter, I still consider them to be a top 2 team in this region. And even though 117 on the other side technically statistically has some favor built into who they've played, it has not been at the same level of this Kings team. So this is going to be a totally different test for this 117 roster because, like Bobby had mentioned, Raid has been dominating. He's averaging nearly 35 kills a hard point. That is stupid.
I was asking who's going to drop a 40 bomb. He is my pick for game number 1. If you're averaging 35 and some of those games were blowouts, imagine what he can do in a tight game, another 200 to 200 battle. Raid is going to be our guy to watch from Kings. The whole squad, though, if you're looking at the rest of the lineup here, Beef Mommy, any other stars on this squad that we should be shining a light on?
Easy, Inferno. He is such a good anchor for his team. He sets it up early rotations, and that allows Slayers like Raid to actually get a lot of these kills when it comes to those rotational gunfights. He was one of the reasons why they actually won that Hacienda game up against Animus, so my eyes are on him as well.
There is the full lineup. We will see who is going to be in the starting 5 tonight, but I think these are still going to be our keys to success regardless of who they put in that lineup. Finesse your hardpoint vetoes, and of course, get Tunisia back in the map pool. 117 hard vetoes express, so it's likely we get a chance to see it today, Bobby.
Yeah, and the Search and Destroy has looked very, very solid across the board for Kings, with the exception of that Slums map. But we talked to Zim, and he felt like they did everything that they needed to. There were just a couple of outplays that they saw from Animus that they weren't quite prepared for and didn't make enough adjustments in the middle of the game to be able to counter there. So I've got a feeling that regardless of the map, they can take one of these Search and Destroys at the very least, if not 2, if it does come down to the final map. Like we said, a 7-0 in Tunisia up against Zidium. Not that Zidium's the best competition they've gone against, but that's a pretty dominant
spanking. Let's be honest. That is just slapping your opponent around a little bit. We got to talk about their opponent tonight, though, because it's the #1 team on the leaderboard. You're playing 117 Not Found, a squad that has 0 losses in that column. So perfect so far. Tonight is your biggest opposition yet, though. And if you're looking at this lineup, who do we like on this screen shift?
Yeah, I think Karma has been a really solid option when it comes to flexibility for this squad, which has been one of the main reasons why we've seen them kind of dominate their opponents to this point. The thing about it is the group stage essentially starts now for 117. Having not played Animus, not played Kings yet, those are the 2 that we're really looking to see how they match up against one another. And on the same part of it, I'm looking at this team to stay as a full 5-man focus, not just necessarily looking to one player to try to take over, which they've been able to do in the past because of the weaker caliber of opponents. And with that in mind, the maps that I'm particularly looking at for 117 to get into the map pool are ones where they need to have good full team focus. Seeing the Arsenal hardpoint and likely the Crossroads for the control, those are going to be 2 pivotal maps, pending, of course, they get into the map pool.
If Mommy, I see you got the Samsung Galaxy up in front of you. You're going through all of the numbers. Let's break down the maps and modes. What do you want to see from both of these teams, and who do you think is going to have the advantage after seeing our picks and bans?
Ooh, that is a really interesting question, because when it comes to the map picks, it's going to be very essential here, whoever is going to be taking this map. Like what Shift already mentioned, 117 Not Found is having a really good run when it comes to their Arsenal matchup. Kings, on the other hand, need to have Tunisia in their Search and Destroy, but the swing map, the swing mode will be that control every single time, where with Kings, they don't have much of a good shot here for this control game mode, but 117 Not Found looking perfect here so far in Crossroads Strike.
And production's got it up for us right now. Here's a look at our hard points. Bobby plays. Do we like what we're seeing so far?
I think we definitely expected to see Summit in the rotation. Both teams have looked solid there. Obviously, we did have that one Summit loss to Animus, but incredibly close, and a couple kills go a different direction, and that could have been a win for them. Takeoff's definitely an interesting one, though, as we haven't seen it a ton for either squad. Oh. I don't think we've seen it at all for 117 Not Found, and that was actually one of the maps that Kings found up against Exclusive, who's once again looking like a top 4 team. So that could very well go the way of Kings.
Raid is going to be our swing game 3. I think it could all come down to that. Are we going to a game 5, Beef Mommy?
Definitely. I definitely think we could, but like we mentioned already, 117 Not Found needs to take Express in order to bring it to a game number 4, where we see Standoff. I mean, it's going to be Takeoff rather, but I feel like that Raid control, I think that Kings might want redemption because they did lose this 0-3 up against Exclusive. So I feel like they probably have changed some of their gameplay there.
True or false, if 117 wins this match, they are locked into one of the top 2 spots with the 5-0 record.
They have to be.
Well, they're then to stage 5, not a guarantee, because I think playoffs changes a lot of how the standings are. But if they win this matchup, they're for sure, obviously, in playoffs. You start 5-0, you're going to be fine. And I will say for 117, kind of to piggyback on your question, they did a great job in the vetoes to make this map pool come to life. Thinking about what we were going to see for the control, both teams had like Crossroads, like Beef Mommy said. Raid was not comfortable for Kings last time, so they're good on them to get that into the pool, and they also vetoed out the Tunisia. So it looks like 117 did their job here when it came to doing their homework for this map pool. They can win this series.
Shout out to the decision making for the picks and bans, and shout out to our 2 first casters on the day. We got Bobby Plays and I Hold Shift making their way over to the desk. And while you do it, your first caster challenge of the day is to do the alphabet backwards.
Not doing it.
You need to trade people once you get to the letter J.
Not doing it. Just not. Z, Y, X,
Z, Y, X, W, V, U.
V, is it U, Q? Y, Puckett, Y. You're an agent of chaos.
Shout out to that one guy on Twitter that asked me to walk to the desk like a normal person.
I saw that.
Do no such thing.
Good for you.
Not happening. Will not give in to peer pressure. I will absolutely have a blast casting this game, though. Kings versus 117. Big opportunity for 117. Like you said, they delivered on the vetoes.
I think they did. The only thing they're missing out on is the Arsenal, but I think that was kind of be a stretch to see them actually get into the pool, because you know Kings are going to do their homework as well. So I think the hard points, Summit and Takeoff, are going to split pretty evenly for both these 2 squads, but I really think that Kings kind of missed out on the search and destroy, not getting their Tunisia in the mix. And we also asked the question, who would be the starting 5 here for 117? Derek's played last week. Says is back, though, so that kind of gives us the insinuation that maybe 117 gave Derek's a shot just to play up against the poor Panic team. But let's get into it. Summit Hardpoint, map number 1. A chance to possibly find herself on top of the EU region. Bobby Plays, let's get it on.
Spy, strong start right there, gets pushed up through the smoke, able to take down 2, and that secures early hardpoint control for Kings. No surprises so far. Marvel rocking the R9. That's one that we've seen more and more. He gets stuck by a nade, unfortunately. Couple kills go through for 117, but not enough to break through the hard point. Saturns is there on the bottom side, gets shut down as well, and any type of push that we've seen out of 117 so far has been immediately answered by Kings.
Beautiful start here from Grizz, just finessing his life perfectly, went on a 5 spree to open up on his first life. 117 do have a chance to kind of break through with numbers finally to get into the hard point, but 33 seconds of time already earned by Kings. Magnificent job on the opening hard point. Now a chance to fight for the P2 control. If they could get up towards topside PC, that would be great. And well, Caesar has other designs in mind. Eventually shut down by Inferno, but 117 collect all of the back 23 seconds. Very well done to get them back into the game early.
Yep, they've got Kings have a solid setup on that far side toward green. Couple players on the inside of the objective, smokes galore, but 117 get the better of the gunfights, and just like that, they're in prime position as Kings spawn all the way across the map. One player actually back on that green side. That's going to be Spy looking to lock in spawns toward that direction. A little bit wonky right now, but there's a big flank coming through for Karma, and he's going to see if he can break down those Phylon players on the backside. Kings or Grizz there looking to contest, and he finds that big kill.
Yeah, great utility usage here for 117. They're missing out on hardpoint time, but they take the long route. The route man gets paid. They flip the hardpoint spawns back to their name, but problem is Kings are starting to still find convincing kills on the hill itself, and now a chance to start to push forward. 20 seconds left. Caesar there to meet it. He takes down all 3 players on the exit. Saturn shuts things down on the opposite side of the map, and 117 have a chance to again play for scrap and send numbers on rotation.
Battle of the shotguns. Marvels is stronger on that one. Looking to fight for the spawns. Doesn't realize Karma is pushed all the way back. And now they're going to have their SMGs looking to go up against a Holger right here as they're trying to lock in the spawns. That is a huge early setup for 117. And once again, do a phenomenal job of mitigating any damage done there on P2. They're set up for a beauty of a P3 here.
Opening operators coming out for both sides. Caesar's going to have the Sparrow, whereas Marvel, Spy, they will have Annihilators and War Machines out. Spy can't quite catch Lucky, though, so eventually he gets down, but it's only a single kill that comes through. Saturn's with the Purifier, trying to make sure no one sneaks around the back, but Kings have found a way to at least cause some nuisance pressure around the backside of Silo. Eventually cleaned up by 117. Hold still looking pretty solid. Next hit coming through mid. Spy, Grizz working their way forward. The first 2 kills are good, but there's still a player in the back, and the lockdown from Says allows 117 to hold on for the spawns, but from the front, the hard point being contested, just not significantly enough. 117 are back in.
Kings have done a good job of at least forcing out a couple instances where 117 weren't able to quite get that full 60, but still a very solid hold. And now the pressure on to Kings to fire back with a hold of their own. Inferno, that is just a rough gunfight, but to be honest, probably best case scenario for him to lose that one. Yeah. He's now going to spawn out as 117 players now going to be forced to run all the way across the map. A couple of these R9 gunfights not looking the prettiest. And it looks like the setup should be solid, at least off the initial hold for Kings. Big gunfights for Grizz, and he can't win it.
Look at this flank, though, from Inferno. He has a perfect timing on the pinch. Tries to get the claw out. Doesn't actually need it. 117, though, with Karma cleaning up some space over towards the side staircase. He's going to block spawns, but Kings will find the kills they need to recover. Kills from the front also allow them to get back into the hard point, and 117 need to take a pause here and stack up.
Beautifully played by Kings. Don't allow those anchor spawns to get flipped out. Saturn's looking to push on through, but he's not going to be able to connect on the initial fight. Does still get the kill. Lucky pushing. Wow. And 3 straight go through for 117 as they find a way to break through once again. Nice little rotation kill for Says to make sure they lock in some additional hard point time right here, and he's sitting on 3 in a row.
Yep, there's a reason why Says is in the starting roster. We may have had a question mark after last week's game, but here's the exclamation point. Says gets 15 in the first rotation. Also got the full streaks at one point in time, so he's in takeover mode right now, and 117 will be up right around 40 points as we try to rotate back over towards main computer. Saturn's up top, able to find one, but Kings have the numbers to open up the hard point to their name.
Saturn's looking to control the top side, hopping down, R9 in hand. One gonna drop, but trades are there. Kings, not a whole lot of reinforcements on the hard point. Raid's got to do a lot of the work himself. He gets shut down, but trades through once again as the R9s make their way back on through. Some operator investment for Spy, but he's gonna get spotted out from the top side. And now an opportunity once again for 117 to find the break.
Yeah, I don't love that war machine right there from Spy. You're using it to try to break a very open hard point instead of using the war machine to block a choke point for the next entry. And 117 don't just turn away the war machine, they also find convincing kills to follow up. So once more, the lead back to 40 points plus. Still 15 seconds to fight for on the hill. Grizz try to challenge, Fennec in hand, but can only get one. Inferno also trying to follow up, but again, the kills are just not convincing enough here for Kings. A chance to get some of the scrap time, but 117 are allowing this to happen as they start to focus on rotation.
Marvel has done a phenomenal job of getting those objective kills with the R9, but there's just not enough reinforcement from the rest of this King squad. And time and time again, they are losing out on crucial gunfights. Right now, looking to anchor their spawns towards green once again, but you can't just sit here and allow them
Grizz
to pick up more hardpoint time. Grizz finally finds a big kill off that one, and Kings do find the break on in, but it is about to be absolute chaos with players all up above and below for both squads.
Yeah, Raid has had a bit of a slower start than we're used to seeing, but Marvel and Grizz are picking up nicely. May not look like it with Grizz only got 16 kills, but the kills that he's finding are massive. Raid able to get the Switchblade in play. Sparrow now at the ready if he wants it. Pressure from 117 largely coming from the inside. Caesar, Saturn's trying to work together. Pinstripe kill feed comes through, but Kings still survive on the objective while 117 are trying to win the left side of the minimap for the next set of spawns.
Grizz is going to get some information off that Pred as well as taking down Caesar. Now slides on into the hard point. He's still sitting on 7. They're picking up scrap time right here, but players have got to clear out that one player on the backside of spawns. It's Carmel once again, able to find one, but players pushed on through. Marvel, you've got to win this gunfight. They're getting picked apart, and every single player from Kings drops as it's once again a perfect setup for P3 for 117.
This is some beautiful Call of Duty being played by 117, finessing their lives, knowing exactly how the anchor has to come through, and as they start to win spawns, their execution on specialists, maybe until that point, had been pretty solid, but Saturn still follows up with the damage dealt by the Claw. Caesar also clearing out mid-map with the Sparrow. Grizz shuts him down for a chance at a mid-round break here towards P3. Long-range shots from Karma, doing well to anchor. Kings would have to hit this from the front. Saturn's is there, melted everything with the Purifier. Mercy, 183, 138, 117 looking good for this back 30 as well.
Raid's going to be able to win one from the front side, but you got to deal with Saturns if you're going to have any type of chance of finding a break, and it looks like they're not even going to fight for it. One player there looking for the contest. That's going to be Marvel. He's shut down. And Kings run away, licking their wounds once again, but Say's rotated out really early right here. And crucial gunfights is more than likely everybody that dies here going to be spawning across the map. Could be a big one as right now Kings desperately trying to find a way back to the hard point. They're in a rough spot. Saturn's still being a nuisance on that opposite side as well, but Inferno breaks through, not enough to earn them spawns.
Karma has been unbelievable. At range, this AR has been melting players, and now he's got an Annihilator trying to lock down these spawns and possibly influence the hard point, but Grizz still surviving on the inside with the Purifier at the ready. Trades go back and forth. Says also in the mix with the War Machine. Can't quite find a way to enter in, though, and Kings have stayed alive through a lot of this. 117 are still spawning close, though, and a chance to now break as Grizz is the last one left. Spy takes himself out of the picture, but ultimately speaking, 117 doing nicely here to flip the spawns run and still contest the hard point.
I don't know if Saturn's entirely knows where these players are, but he's going to be able to find one. Marvel is there. His R9's going to do more damage, and now Kings an opportunity to pick up scrap time, but they've got to find a way to close this gap, and there have not been enough convincing holds for them to get close in this one. Another huge feed goes through for 117, and once again, they find themselves getting a nice chunk of time in a place where they didn't really have any business doing so, and only 18 seconds away from closing out map 1.
And put a pin in that statement that no convincing holds, because that will likely be what ends up dictating who wins this map. We'll revisit that point later, though, as Kings will find a way to start fighting over towards P1 once again. 234 to 170. Kings kind of desperately trying to hold on to this hard point. Trades are looking decent. Karma, Caesar, the only ones that could contest here for 117, but Caesar's got the Sparrow out. He's finding a lot of damage, but Inferno still survives through it. Karma from the high ground jumps on in. He's able to take down a couple, and once again, the hard point goes contested. Lucky with the claw out, shut down. Kings a chance to possibly flip this back through, but numbers good for 117, and now they can win the game right here.
Time and time again, their operators have just gotten so much more value than Kings, who at this point are just scrambling, trying to find a way in, but there's no type of strategy to what they're throwing at it. And 117 outplay them on so many of those hard points, even the ones where Kings get the early setups. And wow, that was not the gap that I expected to see on map 1.
Karma, Karma, Karma. Every single time that he was set up behind P3, way back by the ski lift, he shut down 1v3s multiple times to hold on to spawns every single time he went to that third hard point. Whereas on the opposite side of things, going back over towards the P4 side of the map, like you mentioned, Kings were there first often, but 117 were finding ways to contest time on the hill and also still flip out the spawns around the back. So, I mean, it's a masterclass. And like you said, there is never a moment where Kings put together a convincing hold. And if you're not able to do that on Summit, you're likely not going to win the map. And that's, of course, the case here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that did come down to the usage of the operators. I think especially around a P4, there were so many times where you saw a triple, a quad come out of 117, and they either find the break or at least find a way to clear off Kings, and that was a big difference maker. But like you said, Karma, so many crucial gunfights on those backside rotations toward P3, and ultimately that was probably the biggest game changer.
That, and you know, we took a lot of our pre-show to highlight Raid, and he was not really an influential part of that map for the side of Kings. Ended up going 23 and 33, only 23 seconds of hard point time. So we said that he was averaging 35 or so kills a hard point. Not so much there. So overall for Kings, slow start for them, but that said, not the worst map in the pool when it comes to 117 on hardpoint. And this was going to be one of those maps that I think both teams are going to be fine seeing in the pool. So for it to go one way or the other doesn't necessarily give us a, oh, 117 won this map, so now they win the series. Like, we don't have that as our kind of overarching thought at the moment. But the search and destroy now all of a sudden becomes a very different setup for Kings, knowing that all of a sudden you go down 0-2, you're going into a not necessarily great control map. So it almost makes the pressure feel almost more imminent that you have to win this map 2 search and destroy to extend this series a little bit longer.
Yeah, and there have been some instances where there have been close search and destroys for this 117 pound, despite the competition they were going up against, the Meltdown, the Standoff.
Yeah.
Both fairly close despite who they were playing. So I think if you're Kings, you got to capitalize. You got to take the searches. I don't think the searches are necessarily must win. I know they're capable of winning a hard point against this 117 squad as well, but life just became immensely more difficult.
100%. It just kind of throws the onus onto you to have to play cleaner here immediately. Because again, if you drop 0-2, the series looks really negative when it comes to trying to put together a reverse sweep. Good opening, however, though, from the Fenix of Kings. First 2 kills right over towards the B side as they're on the offense to start. And the bomb is actually still kind of leaning towards this mid street, and no one's going to know that Saturn's is here. Pops up, takes care of Marvel. You should know that Spy's on the corner. He does get the second before being traded out. So we go to a 2v3.
Got Inferno still alive, sniper in hand. He's going to continue to play very, very deep in that top market area. The 2 remaining players for 117 going to back all the way up into spawn. 1 player might be able to catch them on rotation. That's going to be Grizz, in perfect spot for him. He's going to be able to find the first, and Karma plays a little too slow. No trigger discipline there either. And with that information given away, should be the perfect setup for Kings to get the bomb down here and force him to try to 1v3 retake.
Man, I thought for sure Caesar had the read of his life right there, sliding across the corner, bottom grandmas, but not going to happen. And the snipe from top hotel window from Inferno locks it up. So good aggression here from Kings to start things off right down Main Street. And with those opening eliminations, the 5v3 just became too much to overcome for 117. But what's the next option here for Kings? If it's going to continue to be mid-map pressure, you have to assume that Caesar will be looking for it through the sniper rifle. Lucky also on the other side will bring a second scope to play again, as 117 will hard focus their defense over towards the safe side of the map.
If I remember correctly, this is absolutely one of Marvel's best sniping maps. I think we saw him draw close to a 20 bomb, if not actually hitting that 20 bomb on Standoff up against Exclusive. So I think a lot of pressure on him, but the fact that they're able to win the opening round with him not doing anything is definitely huge. And there's Inferno once again. He's gonna find the first blood. Caesar fires back. So it's still a 4v4 right here. The bomb's made its way up pretty close to that A side, but Spy has got to get some help. That is not an easy head glitch to try to take somebody off of.
And says it's a bold slide through, kind of keeps this offense a bit more pressed through the middle of the map, knowing that there could be an immediate flank on the way, but Kings will survive the play and now back up into the front lawns of Hotel. Raid looking to make sure no one hits through Cafe. Spy going to go ahead and try to get the plant off. Caesar rotating back, has the scope on the cross. Does not find an opportunity to make contact, though. So with that, we go to a post-plant 4v4. And Caesar's not going to get a chance to hit anything else as everyone's already backed off the site.
Grizz has picked up a sniper as well. It's going to be shots around the corner, but not enough to get the kill onto Grizz, and that should be teammates there to hold off the push for 117. Saturn's now without a real angle to be able to take a gunfight here with players top grandmas, but Karma obliterates Grizz. Kings fire back, and now it's all down to Caesar. 13 seconds left as he's looking to make a 1v3 happen right here. He's got to go quick, get spotted out, and just a little bit too fast on that push.
Yeah, Kings once again just really manipulated in the middle of the map perfectly. And I will say after the first blood, I love the idea of 117's defense, and Says in particular, to still make the bold call to slide on towards the bomb site at A, and then make sure that nobody can continue to push through mid. The problem is, once you lose that first sniper over the top of mid-map, it's very difficult to reclaim it. And how about this timing from Grizz? This runs on forward, and then Raid follows up. Saturns is able to tally one back, but again, in the opening 15 seconds, Kings dealing a ton of damage through mid-map.
Very heavy defense over toward the B side, but Kings able to make him pay. You still got Caesar to be dealt with, and he spots out Spy.
Nice shot.
Beauty of a shot right there to equalize into a 3v3. Backs up as well. Still going to deal with Marvel, but not looking to peek that angle anytime soon. And now with the bomb down over on A, seems like 117 should have an idea of its location. They can sit back and let Caesar do the work.
Look how much Kings are still putting focus through mid-map. A late frag made sure that no one was still pulling up close by the fence line, but Caesar's jump peek takes down Grizz just as soon as Kings were starting to threaten their next hit. Saturns tries to feel things out timing-wise and all, as he gets punished in the same regard on the opposite side as we go back and forth. Marvel, though, now the last one left for the 1v2. He has collected the bomb and still has plenty of time to work with.
We've seen him clutch these before. They nearly line up for a collab, but he can't see through the flashbang. Somehow gets away with his life, but an aggressive push for the remaining 117 players. And that's easy to clean up, barring a miracle from the man himself. Marvel, rough spot right there. They definitely need him to continue to step up. A 117 find their first round.
And how big is Caesar in that round? After the first blood comes through again, Caesar's the only defender at 8, and he gets 3 kills in the round, I believe. The most important being the first one, just to stop Kings from getting a quick approach over towards A. This time the defense going to set up a bit of a crossfire here with Caesar trying to get the snipe out, but no, this is a chance on to Grizz. Frag is being cooked, and Grizz will actually just push through that, find first blood again, and Kings will enjoy another early 5v4.
Looking to see if they can capitalize. Marvel pushing up to that tank area. He loves to play, and that looked like it was served up on a silver platter. Not going to be able to connect, and Saturn's able to shut down Grizz, so they're one roaming Slayer taken out of the equation, and just like that, 117 feeling comfortable enough to sit back and play their defensive setup.
That's what's been different so far from the first 2 rounds to these last 2, is that 117 are just trusted that their sniper rifles will keep the initial plays safe. Now, granted, they haven't necessarily been successful in that, but they have found very quick and safe trade backs, as now Lucky gets a look at Spy's shoulder through Statue. Saturn's is the one to connect, though, onto Raid. Front side, Hotel saves in the cubby. Yeah, good help from Karma nearby. They will both double down, and now it's all onto Inferno for a 1v4.
I think a lot of this coming down to Marvel missing shots that we're just not accustomed to seeing him miss. Those are kills that could absolutely turn the tide of a couple of these rounds, and definitely in need of him to get going if they're going to be able to dominantly take this search and destroy. Obviously not out of their reach by any means, but a couple rounds in a row do go the way of 117. And right now, things looking a little bit more shaky for Kings.
Yeah, I think for Kings, this round is the round that you need to just hard, heavy hit something off the rip. You're finding a lot of good opening first bloods, but it turns into this passive follow-up setup to where the sniper rifles for 117 are just picking you apart. Now this time, Says gets some freedom through mid-map. It did look like Kings wanted to go quick towards A. Inferno still allows the play to potentially still keep that same tempo, but things are all of a sudden paused out, and late nades have to come through to try to clear up this A side as the bomb makes its way on.
117 boys have pushed all the way toward the backside of A, so plant ready to be given.
Smart.
Players set up for the retake right here as you got one player already making the move toward back alley. Gas station push. Oh my gosh, Saturn's picking them apart. Inferno doing everything he can to fire back, but it's 2 snipers remaining and a whole lot of firepower on the opposition, but Marvel finally stepping up, gets traded out, but now it's all down to Inferno, and he's spotted out right there by Saturn's. The defuse nice and easy for Lucky.
Dude, that is an unreal win from Saturn's. He comes in by himself, no flashes, no nades, snaps onto the player in cubby, finesses around Tractor to get the second, and then he pushes forward to make sure that the post-plant snipers never feel comfortable to look over the top of the bomb. That is an unbelievable play for Saturn's, and it gives a huge advantage now all of a sudden to 117 in the last round of the half. Marvel gets a nice first blood. Spy follows up, but Karma makes sure there's no further push through the back alley. And this Kings offense now all of a sudden is a bit stuck just in front of the B site.
See if they look to commit here. Spy looking to find something with the nade. Nobody there in Delhi. Once again, lurking out. Now looking across mid. And once again, Caesar's the guy that you've got to deal with. He has been phenomenal with that sniper in hand, especially holding that cross on the back B side. Right now, not going to have any angles to work with, and 3 players have made their way toward back Delhi for Kings.
Yeah, I would say this all feels a little bit too timid for Kings. They will get a chance to push this, but who's going to be the first one to go? Everyone just looks really nervy on this play. Inferno is able to get across and earn the angle, but no one's interested in taking the fight. So we drop under 60 seconds. Long-range shots from Karma in the back of his spawn will use that broken wall to scout out the play. But still, Marvel answers back, and we keep numbers for Kings in this 3v2 as they adjust back over to the A site.
Took a little bit to get heated up, but finally finding some of those big kills. Caesar still in that back barrel position, and Marvel's rotated on back toward tank. So Raid, the one lurking up. We see that rotation coming through from the 117 boys. They're going to wrap the back side. And now a question of whether or not the information's been given off the audio cues. Spy's going to go ahead and get the plant right here. Caesar staying at home on blue. And we got a lot of pressure on that big backside gunfight. Huge flank, but he's flanked to the flanker.
I think Raid knows he's somewhere back. Well, maybe not. He has an idea that someone may have gotten through, but not fully. And Karma has a chance, but Raid makes the play safe. Now it's just down to Caesar for the 1v3. Marvel playing Tractor side. He'll be the first one to see him. And yeah, 3-3 the half. That is a good getaway, though, for Kings, considering how those last 4 rounds were looking. And the thing about it is now that they swapped the defense, if they're going to still play with this aggressive SMG pressure, I would love to see them just take over one side of the map. Don't just get the kill and back off. Dominate map control from the get-go, especially with how successful they've been in first blood battles.
And I'm expecting Grizz to just full send on toward gas station every time. He goes in, knows there's nobody there, so they know they've got some map control toward that side. 117 sitting back, very passive approach for them. One player push up into Grandma's, and Grizz still looking for that first kill. Karma going to be forced back. And now Lucky
good
all
stuff.
alone over toward boxes, looking to find a first blood.
Yeah, Lucky does get the information, though, off of that flash that there is somebody over towards the A site. He just doesn't know exactly where. That frag is not necessarily going to flush out number 2 in orange, which is Raid. And here finally comes the play around the back. Inferno was seen, though. So now he's a bit isolated. And if you're 117, you need to find a way to get this kill and get it quickly. But Inferno creates an exit. And now the number is still looking decent here for the Kings defense with still a minute 5 on the clock.
And King's doing a really good job of forcing these 117 players away from the back alley area. Lucky's still looking for something, but the players over here, they've been staying at home so well. Spy nearly spotted out for the wall bang, but Lucky's still not able to connect in time. Starting to become more and more of a factor as Grizz continues to be a nuisance toward back alley. Big shots right there, but you've got to commit and find that kill.
It's only the damage. Everything resets in Lucky. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself. That should have been a kill. But he does transmit the information that Grizz is still pulling up in towards hotel lobby. The trade eventually comes through, but the problem here is that Lucky has the bomb. And there's not a free exit for him to get back over towards B. Surely Spy saw that. It was a full wrap around. Inferno and Cafe gets pressured out. 13 seconds on the clock, though. Lucky has to commit for this. Karma on the latest flank ever in the history of Call of Duty Mobile is going to find a way to isolate, help his teammates out. Raid provides a trade. And we go 2v2.
Inferno goes top blue. Pressure applied. Raid looking to get pushed up, and they're both looking to play grandmas right now. One broken wall, and Lucky can continue to play the waiting game. Big gunfight coming, though. Raid has got to make a push right here. Such a wide wrap. Where are we going?
Bro.
Inferno's not in position to find a kill right here, and they may have waited too long.
They haven't pressured the bomb. They haven't even pressured the post plant setup in any form. And as Lucky gets the kill on a Raid, there will not be enough time likely for Inferno to do this. And no, Saves is just going to wait out the clock, take the pre-fire, and then give him the left hook. It just took too long.
I'm not gonna lie, that was an ugly round on both sides of the bomb. So many missed shots, so many engagements that should have secured a kill, but 117 capitalize on the incredibly slow play for Kings, and they were just far too cautious on that retake. 117 able to capitalize. Now Say is getting pushed up a little bit more aggressively right here, but a big first blood for Grizz.
And Says is in trouble here. He needs a little bit of help. But look at Karma. On the opposite side, he says, all right, if Grizz wants to play aggressive into the front side of B, I'll do the same thing up top into Grandma's house. But, oh, does get shut down. Saturn's with a long-range Renetti. Provides the trade, and then Says finally flushes out the offense, or maybe the defenders that are playing in front of B. And this should be a 5th round for 117 unless Inferno goes viral right here in this next one. Trying to play on the back, and now he's missed his chance on the Lucky.
Bomb goes down, and Say's gonna expose himself a little bit right there. Still an opportunity for the 1v3 to happen, but he's put himself between a rock and a hard place, and getting spotted out right there should be a free kill for 117. That it is, as Saturn spots him out. And now 117 extend out to one of the bigger leads that we've seen so far in this one, 5-3. And right now, Kings in desperate need of a response.
And we need to see something from like a default here for Kings. I mean, the aggression that we've seen defensively around the back through alley didn't work out the first round. That time through hotel, they get a first blood. It's the exact same run-up that we have here. But look at 117. They're in a perfect spot to at least isolate, if not get a full read on this. Inferno, scouted out, has to back off. Grizz trying to wrap back over towards Cafe. Lucky to be alive, if I'm being honest. And the last player to stay up front defensively is going to be Spied, who's kind of lurking into the front of B.
Ooh, nice positioning right there. One player around the corner. It's about to go down over by that broken wall angle. Marvel's going to be able to find one onto Lucky. The head-to-head gunfight. Seems like both players seem to have an idea where the other is. Not going to take the engagement, though. Big opportunity for Grizz right here, but he gets shut down.
Saturn's over the middle. Spy again stuck, trying to get out of there. Saturn's could just light up this van if he wanted to, but he will opt instead just to make sure he can keep this position up front towards Tank. So we'll survive into a 4v4, 55 seconds on the clock. Saturn's the bomb carrier, also likely the instigator for this round offensively, but it's Inferno with the late peek through Cafe, who scouts him out. And now 117 have to play recovery in a major way.
Bomb is retrievable, but two players looking over top toward it. It's Marvel and Raid. Raid holding the inside angle of Cubby right there. Inferno watching toward Statue. And Says with such a tough task, but he takes the right route to be able to make the push through, but Marvel somehow hits the shot right there. Karma there for the trade, but he's the only one left standing. He gets spotted out. The information is given, and Spy will find the kill to take the round as Kings find a much-needed one.
Big time. And I will say, these rounds have been really scrappy. It's a lot of these ideas of, I'm an individual, and I'm going to go make a rogue play. And sometimes it works out. Other times it puts your kind of shoe on the opposite foot, so to speak. And this time, how about this from Kings? Heavy utility sent over towards gas station. 117 nowhere nearby, though. So they're going to have to vacate the premise and allow Kings to use this gas station as a defensive point of contact. But the focus on the opposite side towards A does find a chance for Saturns to get in, find a kill, and he should plant here. But instead, 117 are going to back up and try to isolate this flank.
I think he got hit by the nade and was worried there was going to be a push through. But Kings content to sit back. One player on the inside of Grandma's, and Inferno finds a huge kill onto Lucky. Now up a man, actually up two, as Saturn's Karma looking to make a play, but Inferno shut down, and Saturn's once again making the big plays with 13 on the board.
This is really smart from Spy. Just no reason to challenge anything. Exactly. Wait for a rotation or flank a post plant towards A. And now Karma, once again, kind of stuck by his lonesome. Spy there to meet him, and we're going to tie things up at 5 apiece. And I think for 117, you just have to commit. I don't know if Karma didn't know how many players pushed through gas, but once you realize you have no ability offensively to play through that back alley gas station spot, and you find kills over towards A, you have to commit for a plant there and trust your teammates have your back.
Absolutely. Now getting a little bit more aggressive on the A side. Two players pushed up. Once again, Grizz checking the backside, but Raid connects for first blood. And now 117 forced back into their spawn a little bit more, as that is probably the heaviest A side setup that we've seen. Two players going to get pushed up right there, but no angles given, and a big gunfight that Spy comes out on top of, and he takes down both.
How big has Spy been in these last couple of rounds? Gets a double there. Karma, the one responsible for watching the flank, now has to get involved. Back over towards the A site. He does get a kill towards mid-map. That nade's not going to land, as it just drops over the fence line. Spy will still back up and just play his life safely, and honestly, this is going to have to either be Lucky hitting a shot or Karma getting really proactive and opening up space around back through likely Cafe or Grandma's, and well, now the shoe is definitely not looking all that great. Yep, 100%. Kings take the lead, 6-5, chance to put this map in their back pocket.
Love the adjustments out of Kings. 3 straight rounds go through right there. And they're now 1 round away from tying up the series. A little bit shaker than I think they would have liked, but you take what you can get wherever you can find it. This time they're going to look to counter Grizz on the aggressive push through. He gets the information right there. Flashbang goes over top, but not looking to take the engagement so far. He's content with the info, but the nade connects, and he's there for the follow-up.
Yeah, and then you've also got sniper rifles watching these crosses, so it's just absolutely picture perfect for Kings defensively speaking. 5v2. Says Lucky, last 2 left alive. Not what you want, but you do have a lot of time here. Bomb was never picked up off the rip, so likely Lucky will eventually collect this. But heads up here from Kings just to hold their ground and just play the map in a 5v2. Just don't give anything away.
Inferno's going to stay there as long as he possibly can.
100%.
Bomb way back in spawn. And 117 still not opting to pick it up. I don't know what you have to lose at this point. Like, you haven't had the bomb all round, so there's no way that they actually have any idea where it even is, but they're trying to sniff out something right here, and Kings can just afford to sit back and play the waiting game, as one of these players has got to make a god-tier play. Lucky shut down, and now it's on to Says for the 1v5 attempt.
Does get the first through gas station, but man, this would be hard-pressed, especially with a 2-man flank coming through the backside of Warehouse now. And the map is completely flipped. Says is thinking there are players in front of him, but the entire Kings defense is behind him. Does pick up one through statue side. Marvel next in his line of fire, but again, that flank on the backside not predicted, and Kings will survive through the search and destroy after a pretty sloppy start. I mean, the first 2 rounds looked great, and then it all of a sudden just became a problem they didn't have an answer for it until we eventually swapped the sides where they took over.
It just didn't look confident, I think, especially on that B retake, the one that we saw. Just no type of assertiveness. They try to hit a wide flank that would have left them with maybe 5 seconds to find a defuse. They get picked apart anyway, and love the changes that they made toward the end of that game. Just beautiful counter to the game plan of 117. I think you got to give a lot of credit to Grizz for keeping players pushed back for the entirety of that defensive side.
Yep.
He was not easy to deal with over toward gas station.
And that was, I think, a mental chess game that 117 could never actually commit to getting over. It's like a bad ex-girlfriend that's just lived with them for too long. They just kept realizing that Grizz is going to take over too much of the map. And the thing is like, if you're not going to want to play against him and spend more resources to flush him out of that spot, take your 5v3 somewhere else on the map. You may lose a couple of members, but you have to know if Grizz and company is still going to continue to play forward, let them live back there. It's difficult to put a retake together from that position. So a little bit of anxiety, I think, built in thanks to Grizz, who does drop 7 in the map overall. And like we needed, Kings come back. They take map number 2, and it kind of resets this series almost completely all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I think this is where you get a little bit of that big brother, little brother mentality where it just seems like there is a mental edge. It's kind of what we saw with Tribe and Luminosity for so much of last year. Like, talent-wise, we know they can go toe-to-toe, but just when you've lost so many maps so many times to a team, sometimes it just gets tough to push all the way through, and I think we saw that a little bit there for 117.
I agree, but now we take the conversation into a 1-1 map count and raid for the control. And we were kind of going back and forth, like, what did we think this map pool was going to look like? And there were really 2 questions on our mind. Neither of these 2 teams prefer to play standoff, but who would get the first veto? Knowing that both teams don't like to play standoff, that turns how this map could come into play, because both teams had looked good on Crossroads, but seeing raid be the map, Kings did not look particularly great here when they were playing up against exclusive, whereas for 117, they have been clean. They had a 3-0 last time they were here. So it would lead me to believe that 117 came out on top of the vetoes to get this map into play. But we'll see if Kings have found a way to kind of adjust, adapt, and learn from their mistakes, as they will be on the opening offense. Marvel getting the first. Karma smoked out from money window. Lots of damage, but he does get taken down. Grizz following up with not just 1, but maybe more. And how about this? Kings all immediately onto the A zone.
Huge mid-map control, and he's going to be able to cut off that sniper window, spy on the inside of the objective. Only has to deal with Says. Will drop, but he gets traded out by Inferno. Just a little bit too late on that one, but still the bulk of the kills going the way of Kings. Nice little flank from Caesar. They can't quite find the 2-piece raid with the Ego Chow right there, but Says from the high ground able to take him down.
In the same breath, Saturns does reclaim money window, but the second tick of progress is going to get locked in here on the A zone. Spy pushing forward also takes away an opportunity for the defense to hit from the front, but Lucky just sneaks down through poolside stairs for a double. Saves back towards money window, gets another. Last one to find is Raid, and as he's traded away, this third tick of progress will be depleted, and 117 defensively will hold a 3-life lead.
That's a massive feed for 117 as they wipe Kings completely off the board, and now full reset. You got to find a way to make your way over toward A, but obviously 117 are going to have the read on it. A couple big kills come through for them once again. Trades back in 4th. And right now, Caesar, a big task to take down Marvel. Will he look to contest? Yes, he does. Now the question, which angle do you want to peek? Marvel on the top side should be able to spot him out, but 2 kills in the mid-map should allow some reinforcements for Kings.
Yeah, Says has to give up this laundry play to get forward. Just a touch and all. What a chow from Raid. Slides right into the action. Takes down Says. Karma there for 1 response, but the second tick of progress looks good here on B, and the life lead has flipped to the offensive side of Kings. 117, look like they want to give this a go. It's all coming from the front. Caesar down low. He's able to take down another. 1 more over the top of the rocks. And Spy, who does not quite take care of the final 2. And once again, the third tick of progress gets depleted.
But that's a lot of pressure that's forced over toward the B side for 117. Now 3 players have been able to get pushed up toward A to try to lock in that final tick of progression through the smoke. Caesar connects. King's still getting the better of the gunfights though. His Spy is there, and that should be enough to capture this A objective. Not a lot of time for Caesar, and the sticky nade not going to detonate in time, but does get a crucial kill as the lives are very, very close right now.
117 aren't in a great position at the moment to control forward through B. They don't have art control. They don't even have pillars control. Kings are in a spot here to still be able to approach this B zone and finish this off if they can find the kills. But key wins for 117 do give them control of mid-map, and while all that was happening, Lucky, Saturn's, Karma do get into some good spots around ring.
Inferno somehow wins 1 HP up against Says, and that at least gives them some type of control over toward the pool side. Lucky sees 1 cross right there. Information given, waiting for the push from that driveway side as well. And he's going to see them underneath. Should be able to find one. Timing goes his way. Marvel's 1 HP up toward the top. Should be another one, but he ends up paying for it. Trades back and forth, and now a 4v4.
It will be Kings jumping on in. Last 3 lives defensively, though, are going to be flipping into this point. Says from the mid. He's got his war machine out, and it lands on the Raid. 3v2 situation! Says blows him out of the map! What a call! The early operator usage pays off dividends, and 117 steal away a defense.
I can't believe the 2 players pushed up after they saw their teammate die to a war machine in that exact same spot. 117, now a heavy opening push over toward B. Marvel forced back off the mid control, and a big opening kill for Grizz. Say's there to fire back.
Bro, Says is just taking over right now. He does get traded out by Spy's War Machine, but that's still huge efficiency for 117 as they've already locked in the first tick. Second looks to be free, if not the entirety of the B zone. Kings are going to concede and set themselves up down through bedroom side, where this setup will be pretty darn nasty. Grizz even looking for more over towards the spawn, but this is enough, and they will draw the line in the sand, front side bedroom stairs.
They're going to look to push through mid. One player set up there. It's going to be Raid. And now 117 looking for an exit strategy, but he's still got Inferno who's top laundry as well. He gets sniffed out, so now King's going to be forced to respond. One player spawning the back side. Marvel's going to opt to use the Annihilator here, and he's going to need to go big. Interesting timing on that call, especially not knowing where many 117 players are.
Says is going to call the Predator missile. This should get a couple over towards the backside of the site. Follow up on the way. And here comes the hit. Just down to can they flush out Marvel. Does well to stay alive and keep Tiki control. Says mid-map. Well won versus Grizz. So now you've got some kitchen control here if you're 117. Just comes down to can you actually break down Marvel from the front doors.
Saturn's firing through the smoke, not able to connect there. Gonna be able to spot out Spy. Huge kill and a half is he able to take down one, and his teammates do the rest. Raid, big pressure on the top side, needs to win this gunfight. Right now, the 117 players making their way on the objective, and Kings have got to respond.
Oh, Inferno gets shut down on the flank, so Kings have to now all of a sudden hit this from the front. Caesar playing a crossfire position, but does get traded. Saturn's Purifier out, trying to connect over towards Money Window, but doesn't quite finish off Raid. Sliding forward, nearly gets Spy, but Kings will recover the zone, and they're gonna hold a life lead. Huge double for Marvel to keep this clock on ticking.
Oh, what a kill right there. LMG versus SMG in the close range, but the 3-tap potential comes out on top. 117 doing everything they can to force their way through that money room, but not going to be able to find access to the objective, but Lucky just forces his way through the front side. Caesar wins a big gunfight on the top side, and right now Kings going to have to invest some lives to get this flushed out.
Oh, Grizz is able to catch one with an 8 out, though. Maybe leads to an opportunity for the rest of Kings to flood on forward, but the third tick of progress is still being made, and Raid cannot quite get down the rock slide to get in and contest this zone. Not that I know if it would have mattered much. There were still plenty of 117 members there to flush him out, find the kill, and it's a 2-0 advantage early for 117 heading back to the defense.
Man, oh man, 2 rounds that once again could have gone the way of Kings, but a couple outplays from 117. They fire back both times, and right now pressure on to Kings as they're on the brink of getting 3-0'd in a map that Zim seemed to think was one of their best, if not their best, control map. They just have not looked confident on this one. They lose the majority of the opening gunfights as Marvel able to find one, but once again, it's 117 leading early in the lives.
I think the difference here is not that 117 is playing the map exquisitely better than Kings are. It just feels like the challenges and key moments are a little bit too individual for Kings. Not quite the communication of, hey, wait, hey, let's bait and switch this, let's double shell this. And it's allowed in critical moments 117 to come out on top of the kill feed. Plus, of course, we've had some heroics by way of operators as well from 117. So small advantages have led to this 2-0, but 117 have controlled all time and space this far on this defense. Karma influencing even further down driveway with the Annihilator. And even though Kings will have a chance to stop the clock and get progress done here at A, they are down in lives and still looking for a bit of a lifeline here to extend this map a little further.
Well, Grizz is going to invest the Purifier. He's made his way into money. So anybody that wants to look to clear off A is going to have to go through him. Big flank from the top side right, though. Caesar goes big for 2.
This bedroom control is just Not something you want to fight against if you're Kings. So this is going to have to be a B hit. Say's just hiding in a bush over towards kitchen side. Surprises Grizz. And there's just not a lot of space to work with here if you're Kings. One smoke will allow Spy to stop the clock at 20 seconds and start getting some progress done here at B. But what a gunfight from Karma. He was low on health. Still found a way to win it. Marvel, though, follows up. The Annihilator keeps the play relatively alive. Say's gonna get shut down with the War Machine out, and that will be a second tick of progress, if not the full zone here. You got to be careful if you're 117 not giving away too many lives here, as we're gonna get another extra 60 seconds on the clock.
I was gonna say the lives starting to get back in control for Kings, but once again, a huge feed goes through for 117. Raid got to deal with the players on the objective right here. Saturns is still there, able to find one and do the damage on the second, and B is still yet to be captured. So Kings have got to play their lives so very carefully right now. They get things locked in, but they only have one wave to try to push through here onto A. They've got to win every single one of these gunfights to have a chance.
Remember that decision, though, for 117? They tried to win it over towards B, and now they're giving up space on the A zone. The third tick of progress is on the way. 117 are trying to flood this from the front and the side, and Kings are coming away with the kills. Last one to find is Says. He will drop, and the decision from 117 to commit and spend everything to try to win the map at B bites him in the butt, and Kings stay alive for another round.
You've got to give credit to those King players just winning every single gunfight on the objective to give themselves a chance. And this one's not over yet. 117 on the offense now looking to push through. Grizz blinded. He's going to be able to find his way through, though. Says looking to lock in to take a progression right here, and nobody really there to counter. Looks like they will be able to get that first tick locked early.
Yeah, Marvel getting shut down through pillars will commit to now all of the focus for Kings to try to rotate back over towards mid. They will likely have to give up this B zone in full. There are 3 members right around, if not in the zone itself. And yeah, heads up play here from Spy, just trying to flush out some exit kills. Get your defense set up. Caesar down low, tagged but not finished. Follow up from Raid, long range shots. Looks like it will work out for Kings in the end. 26 will play 24. And Saturns is already trying to create some problems here at A.
The defense does not look convincing at all for Kings, as they only find, what, 2 of the however many kills they need on the opening right there. Getting shut down on a few. Spies there should be able to wipe off the progress. And that should alleviate some of the pressure for Kings. Pred missile from above. Spy's going to get some information as well, and even though it won't find the kill because of the trophy system, they now get the positioning of those 117 players and the ability to respond.
Yeah, nice timing here from Spy. Just make sure he can play through poolside stairs. Caesar, they know he's still somewhere into mid rocks. Claw out at range does not work out, as Saturns will get the shutdown. Raid still playing frontside kitchen, double hit on the way in. He gets immediately taken out, and Grizz will follow. Oh my goodness, how good has Caesar been so far? Marvel still unable to contest through the money side of the window, but yeah, 117, just too many numbers. They break through, but Spy off the plate through bedroom, shuts down an Annihilator, and Raid will clear out the front, so the first tick doesn't come through. And Kings defensively will only be down 3 lives, still very winnable for him.
Crucial response. Raid knows there's a Purifier forced back onto that Heady, so he's trying to clear it off. But the reinforcements arrive for Kings, so now it's coming down heavily to the lives. 117 finding a big lead right here. Spy's going to invest the operator. Needs to go big. Knows there's players pushing through the smoke. The 117 player is going to be forced back, but still a minute to work with. Not a lot of pressure on them, but they need to find a way to finesse some mid-map control right here. Opts to pop the Purifier, forced back right here.
So smart.
And a huge double kill out of him.
That is a beautiful baton pass between the EMP coming out to make sure that anyone on 117 on the A zone couldn't pop anything, and then you follow up with operators of your own. This puts a lot of pressure on 117. 38 seconds on the clock, just a 1 life lead, but they do not have a lot of ground to work with here as they work on mid. Potentially more to follow up in towards kitchen. You've got explosives out. Caesar with the Sparrow. War Machine as well for Says. Initial shutdown is there. Follow-up Sparrow on the way in from Raid. Huge win for Raid. Saturn's last one left on the zone. Trying to get a little bit of assistance from Karma, but he gets flashed down and Kings will hold.
That was dicey. It looked like he might find a way to stay alive. Marvel's going to pop the Annihilator here. But only 3 players remain for Kings, and 117, they know the operator's out. You got to make a push right here. Marvel's got to win the opening gunfights. Inferno's just going to spam that wall. They get the information. They're going to flood through from top money.
So good. How about that? Inferno makes the contact and says, Marvel, can you bring your Annihilator to party? He says, sure, sounds good. What a save by Kings. And it all, for me, goes back to the timing of the EMP, followed up by the explosive operators. Demands the space, pushes 117 back, and all of a sudden Kings are working on a quote-unquote mini reverse sweep here on the control with the last 2 rounds in a row.
Oh, this is, I feel like this has got to be the best control that we've seen in Stage 4 so far. This has been an absolute clinic by both teams. Beautiful response from Kings. They get flooded onto A early. Right now, 117 have got to respond, but nobody pushing through mid-steps. Inferno's going to be able to get pushed up right here. Big gunfight on the top side. He gets shut down, but Karma has got to find a way to clear off these players.
You can feel the momentum starting to shift over towards Kings' direction. Karma looking to retake, shut down. Marvel over the top, getting a double. Is following in. That will allow Kings to stay on the A zone. And 117 have to make a decision right here. Do you concede this zone and set up a convincing defensive setup around B? Or are you all 5 going to try to go for it? It looks like they're going to do the latter. Kings finding the kills though. Every single kill going their way. Punching gloves out for Grizz. Caesar does get a double, but you have to go up the A zone, and Kings will exit with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock and a massive life lead.
And now that next 2 minutes becomes so much easier for you, trying to make a push over toward the B side. Lucky gets pushed up. Big gunfight to be able to clear out driveway. And the push is going to be reset for the most part for Kings, as Spy's going to get shut down right there. And now it's all down to Marvel. No, he's back to spawn as well. Gets that information from the Pred, and once again, that should give them a little bit more confidence on this push up.
It's just so tough to fight from this top art position. Kings are looking to reclaim it, but Saturn's locks everything down through driveway side. Smoke will allow Kings to start to make their way forward, forcing out very close quarters gunfights. Saturn's finessing backside van, and how about the bounce back from 117? They were down 9 lives, now just down 1. And there's an opportunity here to continue to keep this pressure through driveway. Look at Saturn's. He is all the way through gym and in backside offensive garage, and Kings have no idea.
Kings have looked so rushed on this, despite the fact that they had 2 minutes to make a push over toward the B side. You've still got to deal with Saturn's through garage. And they just have not been able to find that information. Hunter Killer's not going to be able to connect as he makes his way on over to Modern, but it still leaves Kings second-guessing every move that they're making right now. Inferno's finally going to find one to open, and Spy's going to invest the War Machine right here. Grizz finds another, and now finally an opportunity to make their way onto B, but they've still got to deal with Karma and Top Laundry.
Yeah, there's plenty of time here for 117 to just kind of allow your reinforcements to come out, and how about Lucky? Catches timing, backside ring, clears out the B zone completely, keeping the life lead in favor of the defense, and now Saturn's is trying to push forward the Purifier. Oh, it's such good control, but he gets shut down by Grizz. Still a chance for Kings to set something up and hit. Say's likely looking for a pinch. Keep your eye on when he wants to hit through Zig.
This is likely the final wave right here. Marvel's going to pop the Annihilator, but Caesar there to respond. He's got a Sparrow, able to shut down one, make it 2. Karma finds another, and there's Lucky for the 3rd. Heavy investment on the operators for 117. All 4 come out right here with only 4 lives. It's looking a bit hopeless for Kings.
Not much ground to work with, not much time to work with. A couple of kills are there, but no one's gonna touch. Or do they? Wait, he's on! He's contesting! Spy at 0 seconds on the clock, just trying to keep his life. Boxing gloves out! He's trying to slide into Saturn's, but it's not gonna work. Oh, what a control it was, but 117 take a massive swing map in this series. I don't know how he got there in time, but whoa, did Spy keep us on our seat of our pants.
Oh, that was a straight up heavyweight boxing match through that one. 117 strike first. Kings fire back, and even in the final round, so back and forth. But the defensive hold over on the B side as perfect as it could have possibly been for 117. And they find a way to avoid the mini reverse sweep.
And the thing about it is, and we'll likely see it in the replays when we eventually get to round number 3, 117 should have won this map in 3. It should have been a 3-0 round count. But the late decision to try to commit to the final defense over at B. Doesn't work out. They spend, I think, an operator, maybe even 2 to try to reclaim it. They lose the 60 seconds, and then they have no setup at all over towards A. I mean, it's a bold call. It's right around here, right here. Everyone still commits to try to defend against this B hit with not a lot of lives remaining, but look at the setup. Nobody from the side of 117 can get forward over towards A, and it allowed Kings a lifeline, and they took good use of it, nearly still finding a way to get back through 5 rounds.
Man, I mean, that was one of the strongest B-side holds I've seen. I think partially attributed to the fact that it gives more predictability now that the A-side is locked in, but Kings just could not find the gunfights on that rotation back, in 117 play that to an absolute T. As it is going to be Caesar 32 and 20, quite a performance out of him.
I'll say.
And they find a crucial win. Marvel doing everything he can, 39 and 24, but not quite enough.
Yeah, he was unbelievable as the solo defender towards Tiki as well. There were a couple of great moments with an AR in hand that he was just watching an opening angle, getting a couple of kills, and then someone would smoke him. He would just live, sneak around in the smoke, find a way to keep that defense alive, but not enough ultimately. So now we all of a sudden have the swing map going to 117. We have Takeoff coming up next, which, to be fair, is going to be pretty good news, I would say, for Kings. 117, they have yet to play this map, so there's going to be a little bit of us to learn how they exactly want to go about it, but assume that we're likely going to have to keep our eyes here on Marvel, who's been great with the ARs, and he's likely going to have to be an X factor coming into this map number 4 if 117 were to want to take down Kings right here, right now.
And Kings have taken down Exclusive on this same map. We talked about it before. I often think of this as the Zim special. This is a map that the teams that he coaches always play phenomenally. And I've got a feeling that those P3 to P4 rotations are going to be a deal breaker on this one. Obviously, Marvel holding down those higher angles with the AR in hand can play a big role once again here.
Let's see. On the opposite side, your eyes are going to be on Karma and Saturn to see if they can kind of match up against him. As 117 get off to the races early with Says, finding a key kill to stay on the hard point, and with that also soak up some early time. Focus for Kings, though, still trying to surround this hard point and then work their way into it, and as they do, kills go their way. Last one to really deal with is Lucky up top, and he finds the perfect timing. 117 will collect the kills to hold on to the left side of the map for their spawns.
Ooh, Grizz turns onto Caesar right there. Huge kill. Still a battle for the hard point on the inside right here. Karma, clean shots. He's going to be able to take down Grizz, and once again, 117 picking up some of this initial time, but big time priority given to that top side control. Raid drops down, clears out the hard point, and clears out the mid map as well.
Yeah, great route there from Raid. He gets scaffold control. He watches the reinforcements come into the hard point. But to be fair, doesn't make a lot of progress towards trying to move around the spawns much. Very sticky for this opening hard point, but as we start to get over to P2, definitely a chance that he would have had to possibly block. So 23 for 117, 18 for Kings on the first hill. And look, wait, hold on a second. Kings get around with a couple of members. I think they spawned here. So now as the second hard point opens up, all of a sudden Kings are spawning in, and they're finding the kills behind it. 117 completely bamboozled by it. Now the focus for Kings towards the hard point, they do kind of voluntarily give up the spawns in order to play for the hill. And well, things will start to stabilize just a touch.
And now Marvel's going to be able to set up on that bottom side. Heady, Spy takes one off the objective as well. And solid setup as they now have the read on the 117 spawn. Spy blinded, but still finds the kill. Make it 2 right there. Can he find the third? Caesar finally there to trade. Raid locking to the top side. Time. Karma's going to be an absolute menace in that window position. And 117 fire back once again as they find a break. And a nice setup right here as Kings likely to start moving on over toward P3.
Yeah, not bad at all, I would say, from either side. This is going to end up being about a 35-25 exchange in terms of total score is concerned. But 117 did get a little bit blessed that Kings were so focused on playing through mid-map that they continually spawned in the back. So it'll be 49-42. Over towards P3 we go. Kings will have the setup that they want. And it's going to be down to how much can Marvel actually dupe through mid-map here. He's got a good look at a lot of this hit, but only finds a single kill. But the line in the sand is drawn very far in front of this hard point, and Kings are going to get a lot of free hill time because of it.
And Caesar's got to go big on this backside push. He's shut down by Marvel. Inferno still to be dealt with from that top side. And once again, the Kings going the bulk of the way toward, or the kills going the bulk of the way toward Kings. And Grizz gonna be a nightmare to deal with on this objective right now. Says, operator gonna pop, looking to go big right here. Able to find one, but spawns directly behind. in a dicey spot for him as he's trying to find the kill, but a big one goes through for Spy.
Yeah, this is just Kings did not recognize that they lost spawns until it was too late. They will repossess them and have a chance to break back in, and they will, but 117, a decent effort when it comes to trying to work their way through. Karma's just going to go into a 1v3 with the Annihilator, nearly gets everything. Spy will put him to rest, and with that, Kings will grow their lead to right around 15 points or so. Rotating over to P4, top side of the map, control for 117, except for Karma, who spawns out. He's gonna watch this cross through mid-map.
117 do a phenomenal job of denying the chain for Kings. Shut down the front side. Inferno still to be dealt with, but the rest of the gunfights are going their way. Inferno not in a position to make any type of a push through, and now Raid left all alone, but the pinch is through. Players on the back side. Purifier's there, but he gets shut down, and Raid's got one more kill to find, but he can't make it happen against Saze.
Yeah, really good recovery here for 117. Saturn's, like you mentioned, was completely blindsided by a good timing pinch from Kings, but the follow-up absolutely miraculous as 117 will now be in with numbers. Raid try to change that, sliding forward with Spy. Trades go back and forth, saves off the reload, has Marvel in front of him. No need to overshell this, brother, and it looks like both players will try to back out, but again, Karma just getting to work from the high ground. Saze getting his way back in to help out Caesar, and the scrap time should be good for 117, and on top of that, they're gonna hold on to the left side of the map as they exit back over to P1.
And the teamwork just looks so good on the holds for 117. Every type of throw that we've seen out of this King squad has just not been effective, and now Marvel in the top side is gonna get shut down by Caesar. That secures them the map control and free entry onto the hard point for Saze. Inferno looking to push from the opposite side. Interesting War Machine commit right here. And Saze gonna get spotted out, but still gets a lot of value in spite of that.
Marvel, he takes a little bit of a route here with the Annihilator. This will flip spawns around. 117 taking so much focus of fighting in the front, they lose track of the play around the back. And now all of a sudden, Kings are in a good position around the hard point and to still actually spawn favorably with still 30 seconds to fight for. So if Kings could chip their way back into this game, find a way to get close to 100 points, they should be able to string this into some P2 control, pending, of course, nothing changes in the next 20 seconds. Saze spawns behind.
Huge kills from the low ground. That's just Takeoff spawns.
Takeoff, yeah.
That's just how it goes, but big kills out of Saze. He's going to be able to find two, push on to the objective. Kings do a good job of closing the gap on this one, and Inferno's still got to be dealt with, and not going to get spotted out quite yet. Caesar, oh my gosh, obliterated by Grizz right there. Say's going to be forced back, and it's only players on low ground, but Karma, cheeky angle to be able to find one. Huge trade from Raid, but 117 fire back once again.
Thing is, Kings are still going to spawn up in place here. No operators out at the moment, but there is an advantage for 117 if they need to react with some of their own, but everyone just gets completely blindsided from behind. Lucky the last one standing. Steps away, has Saturn's look. This would be a great time for a claw, but no, Great beats him to the punch. The Sparrow comes out, finds two, and with that, Kings start to bump forward past the hard point with a chance to really get themselves back, not just in this game, but also in the lead, unless Karma, again, just goes 1v everybody with the Annihilator. How good has Karma been?
Nice little bounce from Inferno to get that Annihilator cleared off. Caesar, big double kill with the nade. And now Raid left to deal with two players, but the claw shots don't connect right there. Lucky getting pushed up, but flashbangs galore, and he's not going to be able to deal with it. So Kings, there to lock in the scrap time, but once again opens an opportunity for 117 this time to have the early rotations toward P3.
Karma has just been a lifeline in every single map for 117. The three with the Annihilator allowed the SMGs to push forward and get more time than I think anyone would have figured for 117 in that scrap. Grizz, operator out, tagged up pretty heavily off the regen, as Kings will have an opportunity to actually fight back here. How about it? 117 had the setup, but a good purifier from Grizz allows a lot of concentration for Kings to still push forward, and they're going to have the early time here.
Saze opts to pop the War Machine right here, finds one, has the angle onto Inferno. That's two cleared out on the back side. Here's Marvel rotating, but not going to be able to spot him out. Players for Kings still on the objective, and the rest of those shots not going to be able to connect where it counts. 117 find a break on through, but Kings immediately fire back once again, and Marvel cutting off that entry point, going to be able to find one, but can't make it two, and once again, the teamwork for 117 so clean.
Yeah, Saze gets the full streaks as well off of that War Machine play, while also spawning the rest of his teammates behind the hill. So the scrap time will go the way of 117, but Kings will have numbers on rotation. Caesar breaks an ankle. Inferno, just not a chance in the gunfight. And now there's only 3 Kings members remaining over towards P4. Numbers here for 117, but look at the kill feed. Kings go 3 straight eliminations. Nice pinch set up from Raid. And all of a sudden, 117, who looked primed to get the early time break, gets shut down, and Kings will maintain their lead.
Marvel's going to be an absolute menace in top P4 until he's dealt with, but Saturn's pops the Purifier, takes down 1, make it 2 right there, and they find the breakthrough initially. Inferno on the low ground has to be dealt with, but the Purifier is still chugging along. Grizz finally able to get that cleared out. Lucky there to contest. Grizz can't win the gunfight, but the reinforcements are there once again, and Inferno still got the claw in hand.
Yeah, Kings did a really nice job here, just making sure they didn't really get completely destroyed by the Purifier around the hard point. And then their response with the operators of their own comes through massively as Raid's going to be on 3 in a row. Back to the CBR for his 4th. And now he can just sit here and control window, not allowing Karma a chance to break back through. 10 seconds to fight for, but look at the rotation on the minimap. Kings already trying to get some scaffolding control as they're happy with what they've found so far. And now it's about trying to get over to P1 and get some extra time here on Fountain.
Raids earned a hunter killer. Marvel still set up in the top side, but he gets dealt with by Karma. Another crucial kill out of him. Lucky not going to look to take high ground control, but instead trying to be pesky toward those spawns. Hunter killer can't connect for Kings. Marvel there to make the plays once again. Big shots out of Grizz, and he's able to get the objective cleared off once again. And Kings continue to lock in that hard point time. Right now, so much pressure onto 117 to get some of this map control, but Inferno has been an absolute nightmare for them to deal with.
Yeah, he gets a call off from a teammate that I'm not spawning in. He turns his attention from the top side of the map on the cross to the favorite spawns and comes away with 2. And now Marvel gets to work playing around the outside with the Annihilator, but ultimately only gets a single kill with it. So Kings are still in the hard point for now, but 117, whoa! A little Mario jump there from Inferno goes right over the top of Lucky. Still keeps his life. Back and forth kill feed, but Kings are still in a really good spot with only 10 seconds remaining to put themselves in position for P2. But look at this route coming out of 117. 3 members try to fight through this top floor really quickly off the rotation.
And Inferno has just been putting in work at every position possible. The timing of the pop for the Purifier for Grizz shuts down Lucky, and now they're going to earn topside control as well. Karma looking to clear one out, but he's spotted out, trying to check all the angles. It's going to be Caesar from the low ground, but still the Purifier yet to be dealt with, and Grizz finds another turn. The Pred should give him information at the very least. Karma with the push up on the backside, and somehow 117 find the break out of it.
Yeah, they just hold on to spawns the entire time. The problem is they're just not getting set up in any way. This is becoming a bit expensive though for Kings. They've used a ton of their operators. Grizz off the pins, trying to come around the back here, and doesn't even necessarily need to do too much. 117 will no longer spawn in. 25 seconds left in this hard point. Kings can still win here. 117 on the hit through scaffold.
Marvel hasn't had his best game, but he's on the objective right now. Gets cleared off. Grizz from the bottom side, just bobbing and weaving, finding any kills that he can, and once again gets cleared off. A huge kill through the flashbang as well, and that might be enough to take the map for Kings. One last push from Karma on the bottom side. He's able to find one, but can't make it quite enough, and Marvel's there for the final kill. Kings force map 5.
Wow. I mean, that is going to be a painful one for Marvel. I think he drops like 45 or something for the L. But I think the thing about it here is Kings so much more aware of when someone was spawning out, what that meant for their opponents on the other side, where exactly 117 are spawning. I think in particular, most impressed by Inferno late in that map. He's on P1 side, playing up top in the left corner of the minimap. His teammate calls out, I'm not spawning in, and he turns his attention to find a couple of key kills. It recovers things for Kings. And the play between, I think, P2 to P3 and 3 to 4, awareness-wise, was absolutely perfect from Kings. And that's where the advantages, in my mind, started to live, on top of a couple of key operator battles back and forth between both sides.
And neither team having any type of success chaining P3 and P4 together, but phenomenal holds at every turn, with the exception of that one early rotation. It looked like 117 was going to have the position, and Kings find the early break on in. Seemed like that was one of the turning points in this one. Is, man, Karma 45 and 34. But on the flip side, you got 2 guys dropping 40 bombs for Kings. Grizz and Inferno, both so crucial on that map.
And they do it in opposite roles, right? I mean, Inferno is nowhere near the hard point. He's just playing that anchor role. He only gets 22 seconds of hard point time and gets to 45, whereas for Grizz, he's kind of like the second guy into the hard point. He's following up on information from players like Spy perfectly. On top of that, Spy gets nearly 3 minutes of hill time. Goodness gracious. So, wow. Okay. Back and forth we've gone. Hard points have been good. Search and Destroy was solid. Obviously, the control was tight. And now we go to Express for map number 5. Neither team has played this map yet. So, again, it's kind of a blank slate. Who comes in better prepared?
I don't know what to expect right now.
Me neither.
It really feels like a 50-50 coming into this one. And we've seen so many of these Express matches go sideways so quickly that it could end up being a 7-2. It could fully go all the distance and go to overtime. Tough to predict. Like you said, nobody's played it yet, so not really sure what to expect.
Well, it will be 1-1-7 on the offense. I think the only thing we can expect is that Kings are going to try to get aggressive with these SMGs, just like they did on Standoff. So will that be an issue for 1-1-7, or will they be able to find a way to kind of turn it around into their favor? And how about this? Quick hit right through mid lane. Nobody from Kings will get a read on this, so it's full ticket control for 1-1-7, and they actually get a good read on the Grizz. Lucky we'll see Inferno just can't quite get an angle to hit a body part, so he'll just sit here and watch him, but as a challenge comes out, Inferno will get one in response, but he's going to have to wait for help here from Raid and Marvel on the cross, and he's not going to get a chance to stay alive.
I'm a little bit surprised 1-1-7 tried to challenge him there, knowing exactly where that sniper was positioned. Marvel's going to spot out Caesar right there. Spots out Karma and hits the flank too. Just like that, an opportunity for Kings to get the push toward that bomb. Lucky on the backside, going to be forced back, looking to find an angle, but he's still got Marvel to deal with. Pushes way up to the top side, but still hasn't been spotted out. And from the top rope, Marvel strikes. Say's the one left to defend, but Marvel gets shut down.
Oh my, dude, Marvel hit that snipe midair, I think.
Oh my God, I want to see that POV.
Yeah. Big heads up play though, I'll say. Out of the Marvel miraculous near 1v4 essentially, Says gets a perfect read on where the rotation is coming from, and then very wisely waits to make sure he can get a nade down to stop any early plants, and then use the clock for the 1v2. Good discipline from Says, getting 3 in the round. 1-1-7 with the opener. Focus now, all of a sudden for Kings, heavily invested towards middle, knowing that they just got beat their last round through. And they take down Saves for first blood, but there's a lot of space in and around the A site. Just comes down to Caesar feel comfortable enough trying to slide on, knowing that Kings will have an opportunity to try to stop this with nades.
Spy's going to give away his location to clear out that trophy system. Saturn's still set up in the top side, but Raid's been able to get through right here. And he can be pesky if they make the push on through. Grizz in the backside, still playing the waiting game, and Spy yet to be dealt with over on the A-bomb, and Marvel there with the opener on to Saturns.
Kings has everything they could possibly want for this defense as far as positions are concerned. So no reason to over-peak anything. Spy is getting a little flirtatious with the front side of lockers, but Caesar just does not have the ability to peak this, knowing that Marvel is likely playing up top on the overpass. So for the rest of 1-1-7, this is about trying to likely clear out train side. That's your only angle of approach. Raid, good timing, finds the kill. No trade nearby. And yeah, there's just nowhere for 1-1-7 to go. This is a perfect defense for Kings.
Lucky's going to be able to take out Marvel, but still 4 left to deal with. Grizz gets the information, and he's likely going to sit in that corner and pray for a miracle, but don't expect it anytime soon. Inferno spots him out. Kings take round number 2. We're tied up right here, but a hot start for Marvel.
And the chess game right now is immediately being focused through mid-map. 1-1-7's opening offense was heavy-handed. They rushed through. They got the ticket. Kings get a read on it. They adjust. They adapt, and they do this. They send members right here off the rip with nades to make sure that there is no further push through, but they are giving up defensive pressure on the A site. So 1-1-7 are going to send all 5 members to the right side of the mini-map. And this is going to force Kings to have to win this back through mid-map, which is not the easiest thing to do.
You got one player way deep in Karma. He's been the flank watch for the most part. A little bit of utility goes out. Trophy down over on the bomb. And once again, Spy's made the wrap back toward A. And he's going to continue to be pesky on the backside of this pillar. No information. Caesar may have spotted him right there, but that's going to give the cue. He's spotted out, and that's the bomb down.
Thing is, look at Says, number 1 in yellow. He's in a good spot over through the middle at trains. And he can get behind this play really quickly. He just has not committed to it fully yet. And he's going to kind of just halt right here where Inferno on rotation will scout him out. I think that's just too slow. Says is in a great spot to get behind that defensive setup and allow Caesar to get the plant off, but it's all gone wrong. And now Karma finds himself by himself, stuck up a creek without a paddle. Inferno will find the final kill. Kings will take 2 in a row.
Starting to wonder if this is maybe like an ace up King's sleeve. They look very, very confident right here with the plays that they're making, and maybe something they wanted to wait until some of their toughest competition. Convincing couple of rounds right there is Inferno on 5, 4 for Marvel as well. And once again, the aggressive push. Saturn's going to do the damage. 117 get the better of the trades, but Kings fire back once again.
Yeah, the smoke play through mid does allow 117 to get forward. Ooh, sloppy gunfight on both sides. That saves nearly comes on top of what?
Huh?
Yeah, whoops. 2v1 situation. Inferno's got saves, well, in his sights, but not dead to rights. Bob's still down. And Inferno is going to have a chance to get up to mid towards Ticket. It's not a fun position to be in with a sniper rifle, but he's taken away the opportunity of getting isolated and pinched up by Karma for the time being, and he's actually created an exit in towards top overpass. This is going to work out pretty nice for him to kind of keep his life and force 117 to have to make the play.
He gets the information on the bomb pickup, and right now it just leaves 117 guessing. They thought that they had the information on where he was going to, but now going to be forced to commit one direction or another. And he gets set up in the top side. If they look to push up for the plant over here on the B side, might get spotted out, but he second guesses it, forced back, and that should open up an easy plant for 117, and that makes the retake that much more difficult.
And if you're looking at saves and Karma here, you put one player elevator side and you hold one right on top of this staircase and just play each other's crossfires. There's no way that Inferno should be able to get both of these if you play this post plant correctly. Positionally, they are in a good spot here. Just a double stack. They're leaving their backside a bit open, but Inferno is hitting from the front. He's able to pick up an R9. Tries to predict somebody in towards overpass stairs, not going to work out. Tries to clear out the other side of this, does get tagged up, keeps his life, 12 seconds on the clock, first shots will land, saves, does get seen, timing, not cold there. And a good response for 117 to get us tied up at 2.
Whew. Very nearly a 1v2 for him. And honestly, the timing, probably the difference there is it seemed he had the read on the B hit for the plant, but doesn't go his way, and once again, very similar look. And actually, maybe a little more heavy toward the B side for Kings right here, is only one left once again to deal over on the A side. Couple opening kills for both sides. And it is going to be Marvel deep in spawn right now, waiting for this push once again.
I like this little patience approach here for 117. They're focused towards A. I will say, as good as Kings have been on the A side, 117 have yet to give themselves a smoke plant opportunity with a trophy system down. So if they're not committing to using their smoke in that way, try to bait out the defense. Yeah, I like this a lot as far as a tempo adjustment is concerned for 117 over towards A. They will still have to have a problem here as Marvel's watching the cross, and you've got number 5 and Spy playing up close and personal. If Marvel hits this first one, expect the Spy to slide out. There's the first shot to land. Spy trying to make his move. It's a late smoke, but the Kings have control again of A.
Lucky's watching top cross, but not going to be able to find the kill right there. And now 117 forced back once again. 2 players now inhabiting the A site for Kings. And the bomb now looking to wrap back toward that spawn side. Still Karma waiting in spawn. On job for the flank watch right here. And Marvel has gotten pushed up very deep. Might be able to get the audio cues, and he's going to be able to take down Says. Karma's there for the trade, but still, that should be the information that Kings are looking for.
Oh, Raid is going to blow this play wide open if he stays here in front of trains. There's no way you predict this. Shots don't land initially, and the trade is out now to the 1v1. Karma on one side, Spy the other. The trade blocks the angle.
Oh my gosh.
That delays everything. So Spy will have to rewrap all the way deep, and the bomb will get planted. Hunter Killer Drone will give a little bit of information on how Spy is going to try to hit this. And it's just taken over the map now. All of a sudden, Karma down low, and is that the Hunter Killer Drone that eventually comes back?
Yeah, I don't know why he wasn't watching it. Because the thing about the Hunter Killer Drone, you can shoot it out of the sky, but he was so dead set on finding that kill. He was only seconds away. But even then, if the Hunter Killer takes you down, you need the defuse. And a huge missed opportunity for Kings.
Wow. Lucky will open this round up with the first blood as well. Last round of the offensive half for 117. Early 5v4, but again, Spy is allowed to not just get on top of A. He's going to get into tower. And if he could just find 2 kills, trade out his life 1 for 2, even 1 for 1, would not be the worst case scenario, since 117 may not know necessarily where that second sniper rifle has rotated to yet.
Karma feels a little bit more comfortable getting pushed up right here, but Spy spots out 2, does damage onto another Caesar. That's a freebie if I've ever seen one. Saturn's on the low ground looking to play his life, and the flashbang goes across and should connect for another, but I think he actually hits himself right there, finds the kill anyway, but somehow 117 are able to keep the lives even.
Spy is a problem on this A site, and 117 do not want to try to find a solution for him. They're going to rotate back. That is an unbelievable solo defense from Spy. Inferno will now watch through overpass to give him a little bit of help. Grizz, knowing that there could be a play towards B, is trying to scout things out very patiently, very cautiously. Spy will clear deep through A, so the defense should be able to start to rotate back over. Grizz timing here, finds the kill, but does get traded out. Inferno's in position, though, knowing the bomb is down over towards B. Huge advantage for Kings, with a long ramp also coming through from Spy deep.
And the bomb picked up, gives them information once again. Inferno, so patient right here, is ready for the fake and spots out the foot. Lucky's there for the trade. Now a 1v1 Spy on the bottom side. He's been crucial for them so far. Spots out Lucky, and he finds the kill right there. Some body shots for emphasis as well. And Kings tie things up as we get ready to flip sides.
Spy saves 2 different defensive rounds. I mean, not just because of the 1v1 there. He's the whole reason that that 117 are forced to rotate back to the opposite site. He's solo defending. I mean, that's just unreal stuff. Inferno also drops 9 on the first half, becoming a major problem with the sniper rifle, whereas Saturn's is on 0. Not sure which team is on which side here. Okay, 117 will be onto the defense, of course. But boy, they need a little bit of help from Saturn's.
Big trade out for Marvel as he's able to take down Says. Inferno gets up into this mid position. Caesar's on the backside. He's going to be able to spot him out right there. Doesn't take the shots. Beautiful trigger discipline. Has the information. It could end up backfiring right here, but it's actually going to turn into 2, and he goes big for Kings once again.
Karma mid-map does not have the ability to contest this bomb plant. So huge advantage here for Kings. 3v2 post-plant setup around the entirety of the map. I mean, Grizz causes noise to happen over through train side. Spy still just kind of playing ahead. He got top of the stairs. Lucky and Karma will try to split this retake up, and Karma does catch Grizz through mid-map. And there's an opportunity here, depending on what Spy looks at what timing, he could get caught. So he's going to stay just a little bit more passive over the top of the heady. Karma, tough gunfight, doesn't quite take it. Lucky connects, now to the 1v1 again. Inferno down low on TV. He gives a peek. Lucky maybe sees this, but the shot doesn't connect. Time becoming an issue, and Lucky misses. Has to stick. Inferno will not give him a chance. And how about it? 4 rounds go up for Kings.
Oh, Inferno just playing mind games with this entire squad. The patience to find not only 1, but 2 kills to open things up. And then just constantly throwing shoulders, not giving Lucky an opportunity to get the kill. And now Kings find the lead in this one. Karma send nades over top of mid, but it's a heavy B push and a big commit right here. But opening kills for 117, gonna shut down the push, and the bomb does drop.
Raid is still in a really good spot to potentially still blow this up. They have to clear ticket. And Saturn's is still focused on clearing off the staircase. Raid gets 1, turns, has Saturn's in his sight, but oh, what a win for the R9. Trades continue to go back and forth. They're hopping on for the defuse, and Marvel will not be able to stop this from happening. And we'll be tied up again at 4. I love the tempo change, though, for 117.
Whew. That was not the look I was expecting out of Kings, and 117 didn't really have the initial defense, but the delayed push onto the bomb site allowed them to win those gunfights. And once again, a very similar look as Kings make their way on over to that B side. Caesar working the heady up against Inferno. Haven't seen him miss a whole lot of those, and that's going to be Kings now opening things up.
And there's just not a route here for 117 to get an easy look at this contest nor retake. So they're going to have to chew this apart with only 45 seconds to do it. Spy this time in front of Ticket. Good nade. Does not quite connect, though. Saturn's will at least reclaim. Has Grizz in his sight. No, not going to happen.
Finish the mission.
Good kills from Kings. Puts Lucky by himself for what would have to be a 1v5. Just not a lot of time and not a lot of space to work with. Kings get to 5.
For the next round.
The gap between these top 3 teams in Europe is so tiny. It's just unbelievable how well matched they are between Kings, 117, and Animus. Once again, blow for blow between these two as Kings now take the lead once again. It's Karma once again on mid-watch right here. This time a little bit more of a passive approach, and this time also sending some players over toward the A side with an opportunity for Grizz to get pushed up right here, but no real avenue to look out.
Grizz is still has an exit here, and keep your eye on number 4 in blue. Inferno on the minimap. Oh, hold on, Saturn's just runs right into lockers. Would never have expected that child to come through. I was about to say Inferno can kind of sniff things out to see that no one's over towards B, so the bomb will be collected. And Raid should surely wrap this back. It's just down to, can Inferno get this back terminal control? If he hits a shot here, 117 are going to be in some major trouble when it comes to trying to rotate back to B.
Inferno gets some info. Beautiful flash check by Saturn's right there, even though he hasn't been what we would expect out of him, given the big performances we've seen from him today. That kill could be round saving for 117. He's on flank watch once again. One player make their way top side, but Inferno shut down. Lucky is there, makes the read. Now all down to Spy and Raid, trying to hold off a 2v5 retake. Spy's going to get wrapped up toward that top crossway, but doesn't spot out Lucky, and that might be the play that is the round. And right now he's got an opportunity, but 4 players there. 1 should be able to hop the bomb.
Yeah, Spy just needed to keep his life for as long as possible. Raid's flank timing was perfect to get behind the play and maybe find a couple lined up, but Spy dropping just forces Raid to have to play quickly, and that does not work out in a 2v5. So we get tied up again at 5. Back and forth we go. I mean, it's a straw between these two teams margin-wise.
They have the bomb.
117 gonna take a heavy, first time we've seen this, heavy defense from the bottom side of the B map. Karma's also flushed through mid. He sees Raid and also Marvel, but no kills come through, and instead it saves through stairs to get first blood for 117 defensively.
The train making its way through the mid-map kind of give 117 the info that they need on the defensive side.
What?
Caesar doesn't connect right there. Looked like it was perfectly lined up, but the flashes connect. Now Inferno knows exactly where to look on this bottom side, but will the timing go his way? Caesar slides out, Says is there on the mid-map push. Inferno missing once again. These are shots they were connecting on the first time through, but that leaves 2 players to deal with the 5 for 117.
Says has just been defensively a first blood master through this mid-map. The nade even lands, and then high. That is a full-on beatdown by Says. Holy smokes. And I was about to say, defensively speaking, these plays through topside stairs by Overpass have been absolutely meticulously handled by Says. He's been perfect in these opening engagements through mid, and that's been a huge advantage for 117. Kings looking to go aggressive once again. Trophy system gets down early. Raid looking to take away the cross, and there you go. If you want to beat Says, you have to beat him to the bomb site, and Raid provides. Even though Caesar does get 1 in response, we stay 4v4.
Feels like the difference on this back half has been the snipers for Kings haven't been able to connect, and so many opening kills afforded to 117. The bomb goes down onto B once again, but they haven't looked great on the retake. Fortunately, Marvel in position to watch that flank. He's going to find the opener and force even deeper back. Lucky, no angle to work with right here. Flashes go across, but not in a position where they're going to be able to connect, and Grizz pushed up into a nice spot where he's at least going to be able to relay information to his teammates.
Hold on.
Spy there with the sniper in hand, and now all down to Caesar. He's shut down, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to overtime.
And that's the thing, is like, and keep your eye on this. I know we're going to swap sides here, but eventually when 117 get the defense, that time Sace does not get the control through mid, and look how much easier the map plays for Kings offensively when that happens. So it's got to put a note in that. We'll see if it comes through again on the second round of this OT, but for Kings, heavy smoke through mid as 117 just push right on through. Long-range shots from Saturns of the R9 just get a little bit of chip damage that his teammates are able to follow up on. Raid still in the mix, though. Inferno trying to watch things down towards the bottom side of the map. Cannot do too much, and Raid will be flat out overwhelmed. Marvel for the 1v4.
Might get the audio cue on the plant right there. Caesar should be able to get it down. He's not going to opt to peek quite yet and should get spotted out right here. They've got the information, and now sniper in a 1v4 up against a shotgun, not going to go their way, and that is a dominant win and a big-time one for 117. Now on the brink of taking down Kings, a team that they had spoken of so highly in their interviews as well, would be a colossal win. And for Kings, you have got to find a way to make it happen here on the offensive side, and it's a wide open B site.
It's a different look here. Says does not want to get aggressive early through staircase. Kings send out a lot of their utility to try to stop a potential Says hit, but this is going to be a delayed retake on a little bit of a bounce back attempt for 117. The thing about this is Kings do not hesitate to get the bomb planted. And the focus through mid's going to get focused on the opposite side by Inferno. He sees one on the cross. Does he see more than that? Raid is playing close. Lucky hits the first shot. 117, they start to find their way on.
Whoa, another's gonna go through for Caesar. It's a push through for Sanders. He connects as well, and it's all down to Raid. He's not gonna be able to find the kill either. And Kings, the expected #1 seed, have now dropped 2 series as they're taken down by 117, not found. They had yet to be tested, but this one they passed.
Bro, that is a massive IQ play for Says to just sit there and say, look, we're getting a lot of engagements right through mid on these defenses. Let's let them throw everything and then hard hit it late. I love that call. I don't know who makes that IGL decision, but whoever does deserves a raise. Pay him triple, because that is beautifully executed for 117. What looked to be a very default and pretty predictable setup for them off of Says early contact. They seem to have made the adjustment and notion that, hey, if Says dies, our retake is empty. We just don't have the ability to get a second SMG forward if Saturn's is going to keep using an R9. So Says pulls off, and 117 just say, let's play retake. I love it.
It looked like it was an incredible setup for Kings as well, with Inferno getting information on the cross. But Lucky opens things up with a first blood, and just like that, things fall apart at the seams for Kings. And once again, they fall this time to 117, and now guaranteed they will not be a 1 seed heading in to the Stage 4 playoffs.
Incredible finish. Our first overtime Game 5 that I've been a part of, and what a finish this was, especially if you're a 117 fan. Look at these numbers. Says dropping 15, 11 from Karma, as he was a thorn in King's side all match long. Lucky, though, I think was the difference maker. If you compare his first Search and Destroy performance to this last one, his snipes were on in that final game of Express and helping lead his team to that #1 seed. Welcome back, everybody. It's Chris Puckett alongside Beef Mommy. We've got your casters, Bobby Plays, and I Hold Shift back in the studio. And gentlemen, are you tired? I'm tired just watching.
I'm ready to go. I want more. These two teams are going to continue to play like that against each other. Let's just make it a best of 15 and let them keep battling it out, because that was the tightest series we've had so far. And the COD that's being played is at such a high level. It's like an absolute analysis dream to try to break all that stuff down.
And I'm kind of wondering, how did either of these teams lose to Animus? They were playing like championship match form right there. Very impressive Call of Duty Mobile. Real quick, Beef Mommy, before I get your notes. This is what I wrote down. Inferno is the best S&D sniper I've seen. Says is scary up close, scarier with the War Machine, and Karma is the most annoying player since Damon Barlow, the original Karma, back in Black Ops 2. Go ahead.
I remember when we were watching this thing, we were just like throwing analysis, kind of like what Shift said. It's an analysis overload because of how good COD that we've seen over here. We expected a game #5. Things went close, but you really kind of saw in that Express gameplay is that you need to pull out everything if you are 117 not found, because it seemed like Kings wanted to win it early on, but that late push from Says, knowing very well that they're just going to be chucking all of that util, and that was just finesse.
Big brain, figure out what your opponent's going to do and work the opposite direction. Bob, though, what do you think is going to happen when these two teams meet up again? Because they're going to play in the playoffs, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of it's once again going to come down to the vetoes, and even though Zim seemed to indicate the Kings are a strong raid control team, the results have seemed very, very contrary to that. So I've got a feeling that's likely going to enter as one of their vetoes and maybe see a little bit more practice on the standoff control. But ultimately, just splitting hairs between these two teams, and between any one of them, Animus, 117, Kings, it could really go any direction come playoff time.
It's one of the best matches of 2023, and you all just witnessed it live. Congratulations. Here's a look at your leaderboard as we break down all 8 teams after the first match here. Officially now at the top spot is 117 Not Found. Anima still will play later tonight. But Kings now 3-2. And who's most excited about this news? The squad that is going to be playing next. Exclusive, currently 2-2, is taking on 31er, and they have a chance to tie them for a spot there at number 3. Plenty more games to go. That was match 1 of 4. So lock in and don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back, you gorgeous gamers. It's time for match number 2 of 4 on the day. We're back with EU's best teams playing Call of Duty Mobile. It's Stage 4, and they're all playing for a spot in the Stage 4 playoffs. Currently, we have a feeling who is going to be in our top 2 positions, but this is a big battle, especially for the team on the left. Exclusive, with a win here, would improve to 3-2 and move up to the number 3 spot in our leaderboard. But they got to get through 31er. Let's start here with the Exclusive squad. What's their road been like to this point here, and do you expect them to be the favorite in this battle?
I expect them to be the favorite, mostly due to the fact that their losses, even though they do find themselves at 2-2, were actually pretty close losses to both Kings and 117, the 2 teams that we just saw.
Right.
So this team still looks like they passed the eye test in terms of being a top 4 squad, but I would not sleep on how 31er could come into this series, because yes, Exclusive I think has been the more polished team,
right,
but this is a matchup that they should win, and we need to see a clear-cut definition between them and the bottom 4 teams for us to really solidify that take of them being a major contender.
All right, we've already seen some of the top contenders in Europe. Exclusive trying to prove they are a third to join that list. Bobby, looking at this roster, who are the stars that the fans need to pay attention to?
I mean, every single player here has been at the top of the combo competitive scene for Europe at one point or another. Obviously, a big theme has been Veer's Revenge Tour and him needing to step up in a big way to kind of redeem what happened last year for him. But Creed has been a phenomenal AR, and I think he's probably the player to watch on this squad, especially given what we saw out of him last match.
And we've got our path to victory. Let's take a look at it for our exclusive lineup. Edge out the respawns and get Standoff in the pool. There's 6 and 8 loss to Kings. Very close search and destroy there. And then another 7-5 over Zidium. So that could be a fun map to look out for throughout this series. And Standoff, we just saw it played a few minutes ago. That can get chaotic. The snipers can be the difference maker, but teamwork seems to be the key to success here. Let's talk about our other team in this battle, though. 31er is coming in with a 1-3 record. And Beef Mommy, I need you to tell me about this squad. They're not out of the running. You still have 3 more matches to play.
Definitely not. And when it comes to S&D, I feel like 31er could be a polished team because they were a team that was able to pull out an S&D map up against Animus, and that was in Slum. So if that map choice is going to come out again today, they might have a better chance at winning it. Needs to work on those respawns. But one game mode that I'm actually particularly looking at is that control game. You can see that Brixta and Lydiags could do a phenomenal job in those close quarters.
Looking forward to seeing what the ladies have in store for us. They have to improve on their hardpoint, though. They're number 7 ranked hardpoint team. And with that being 2 maps out of every best of 5, you can't afford to be at the bottom of the leaderboard. If 31er is going to clean up their game tonight, Bob, who do you think is going to be that player to lead them to a victory?
I mean, I think we've had eyes on Lydia and Brixta the entire time. I think especially Brixta has been stepping up big time for them. But like we said, the respawns have not looked pretty at all. The only respawns that they've been able to take were going up against Panic, who has looked absolutely abysmal, has not taken a single map for the entirety of Stage 4.
Whoops.
So on one of those fronts, you're going to have to step up for this one because at some point, you got to win a respawn if you're going to have a chance in the series.
Well, the players are ready to play, and they already sent in their map vetoes. So let's take a look at it. And I hold shift. I know you've been crunching some of the numbers. What do you think about our best of 5 that is coming up on screen right now?
I don't love that Takeoff got through. It's a very good map for exclusive. I could see why, though, 31er let it in because they've played it a handful of times. So there is some good rehearsal repetitions on it. It's just not a face-up matchup that I think you want if you're 31er. A lot of focus, I think, has to go towards the ARs. I'm looking at Zed, and I think to possibly be the player that needs to kind of stand out and shut down this exclusive team if there's going to be a chance. The Hacienda is kind of an open battleground, though. We really haven't seen either team play it until this point. So I'll be interested, I think, just to see the styles that both of these two teams decide to bring to that hard point in particular. But starting off the series on Takeoff is not great. The Slums is good news, though. I'm actually happy with the Search and Destroy map pool rather for 31er. I think they have a chance at winning both of these 2 maps, but like the path to victory said, they just have to find a way to win a respawn somewhere in order to get to map 5, I think.
So our squad got the standoff they wanted, but you have to get to that game 5 to play it. Let's take a look at the control. The swing game, as always, in game 3. We're going back to Raid. Was this what you were expecting, Beef Mommy?
Yeah, I mean, this is the best case scenario for control. If you are exclusive, beat Kings convincingly 3-0. Also Zidium as well, 3-0. So they're so prime here. But again, I'm just going to snowball off what Shift said. S&D is looking so good right now for 31er. Both of these maps, they're prime. And Gore needs to step it up because the last time they did play Slums, Gore was the one that kind of led their way when it comes to these S&Ds.
Chat, I'm going to go ahead and call it now. This is a 3-0. Exclusive is taking it. But if you disagree, let me know right now in the chat. Remember, we are live on Twitch and on YouTube across 3 different spots. So join us and make some noise. And if you haven't already, get on social media at ESL Mobile. For now, though, we got to send our casters over to the desk for this one. And Bobby plays. I need to find out what is the best way to start hardpoint here on our opening map. What do you want to see from our aggressive teams?
I think you should start the hard point by getting kills. I think that is the best opener that you can possibly have. In 31er, they've been a little bit lacking in that department just across the board when it comes to the hard point. So obviously, there's only so much that you can do strategy-wise if you're not winning gunfights. And that's been one of the biggest issues for them, especially the respawns.
They've been lacking in gunfire, and that's why hardpoint is such a hard game mode for them. They look to be like a more methodical team, and that's why they have an easier time when it comes to these S&Ds, and possibly if we do get into another S&D later on in game number 5. But they have to do it step by step, and they need to win their respawns. And looking like Takeoff, I think could be a good case for them. A wider map could be like a breather for them. But like what we saw a while ago in the performance, it could be close.
Yeah, I've got a feeling if there is a path to victory for 31er, it's probably going to be map 2, map 4, map 5. I think they're absolutely capable of taking the S&Ds. Realistically, I'm expecting this will probably be a 3-1 if I had to guess, but they're a phenomenal slum search and destroy team, so they're absolutely capable of winning that one. But the ARs have got to be huge for them if they're going to be able to win a takeoff.
And now we do see the ARs being Gore and Zed, and everyone else from the girl squad going to be those CBRs. So now, control so far for 31er. Gunfights being won from outside, rotation. Kind of lacking for exclusive right now, but we see Creed flushing out everyone from the hardpoint.
Those are nearly the first kills that exclusive had found all game. Creed still set up in the bottom side as exclusive make their way onto the hard point, but a very slow start for them. Zed in the high ground still yet to be dealt with, but Creed a nuisance back toward main stadium building, and now the kills starting to get a little bit more convincing for exclusive.
Now exclusive is having more map control at this point. You have to look at player number 2. That's Veer in a really good spot, and he knows someone's gonna go there. Such a good way to just be composed in that situation. Probably heard the footsteps down, but now 31er has a hold of that position as well, so it is a back and forth, and so far that battle in launch center base being won right now by exclusive, and you're going to be expecting that they'll have a more solid setup here as 31er have yet to go in there.
The SMG duo, Lydia and Brixton, doing what they can to keep things cleared right now, but all eyes on P2. And it's exclusive with the early setup in the top side. Legacy saw somebody, but opted to not shoot them. And as a result, exclusive continue to farm kills right here. Neil's going to be able to find another onto Zed. And once again, the gun skill just seeming to be lacking for this 31er squad. Finally able to get things cleared off. Brixton going to back up, let Zed make the push on in. And you got to get players on the objective. They get things cleared off right there, but don't make the push. Finally in position. Brixton's going to opt to use the war machine right here. Definitely a risky play. Flashes do connect. Not going to find the kills though, but nade from Creed finds 2.
Then Brixton from out of contestment still gets that kill. But now it's still going to be 31er all over again as they try to go in there for those points, the scrap points. But exclusive already trying to form a line there. Having that 2F control, that's going to be huge for them. But it's a good thing that Legacy is going to be winning that gunfight. Now, rotational gunfights being won by 31er, and whatever setup exclusive had in that exit from P2, they're losing a lot of the gunfights. And now they don't have any kind of spawn control.
They're going to continue to spawn close, but Champy's there to hold down the backside. Brixton looking to push on in. Creed pops the claw, able to take down Lydia. One kill goes through for 31er, but Zed shut down as well, and now trying to flash out the top side to enable a push from that backside spawn. Brixton in position, but absolutely obliterated by Neil, and exclusive do a phenomenal job of holding off the push.
Good. 31er just lacks the kind of numbers that tries to push in, and even though they had that set up a while ago to go in for the break, just not able to go up against exclusive's firepower inside of the spawn, and I mean inside of the objective rather. And even though exclusive not having that spawn control, they're still winning majority of the gunfights, and the disparity between these two when it comes to gun skills is just night and day.
Yeah, just a lot of these gunfights not looking confident for 31er. Legacy going to get spotted out of position by Creed, and once again, he has been crucial for this exclusive squad. Zed not going to win that one either. These are easy gunfights that 31er just have not been able to convert on, and Neil's going to find access to the hard point early once again. Legacy looking to clear out the front side and should find entry, but exclusive are going to watch that, and nobody's making their way through a war machine.
And now Brixton, it has a possibility to go in there for those kills in the left side spawn. She's still going to be alive, and that is going to possibly help them. 3 players flush in, but just going to be 2. The pinch finally comes along for 31er, but still going to be contested by exclusive. They have that 1 player upstairs. That's Veer. He's going to be really pesky here for everyone else from 31er that could spawn off to generator side.
Champy's going to be able to push through. Neil there to reinforce. Lydia from up top needs to get pushed down, but she's shut down as well. Time and time again, the gunfights have just looked stronger and more convincing for exclusive. Another solid feed as they cut off every 31er player looking to push through. And now Balance going to push all the way through to spawn to try to find a couple more. It's going to be Brixta doing some damage, but Exclusive getting the better of the gunfights. And right now, Zed, a big responsibility to take down some of these players looking to push into the objective.
I like the fact that the players from Exclusive actually rotated, going into left side spawn, knowing very well that they are very well set up for next. And that is the type of situation you need to put yourself if you're 31er, to have that three-dimensional play, because so far they're just trying to go into this game head on, and they're not going to be winning that just exclusively from gunfights, knowing very well that mechanically you're just not going to be there. So far though, 31er trying to contest the point.
Brix is going to be able to win the opener, still has to deal with Champy. She gets shut down. Nobody on the objective. Lydia looking to hop on. Gore there for the trades. And Creed gonna find the headshots and find the kill right there. Brixta gonna get boxed out. Another kill for Creed, and he continues to farm here. It seems like 31 are just constantly trying to play catch up, and no solid holds on any of these hard points as we time and time again see those 5-man feeds for Exclusive. The lead building quickly and convincingly.
Slowly though, 31 are winning a lot of these gunfights into that rotation into P2, but Legacy just drops, and that could have been a big kill for him. And now Exclusive still has a hold here of P2 and the more favorable spawns, as Veer is going to be anchoring down that spawn.
Felt like in the last match we watched for 31er, Zed was finally starting to step up, but he is lagging behind big time. Only 9 kills on the board right now. Veer pushed way, way back, and the flashbangs give some big value for Lydia. She's going to be able to find 2, but might find herself a little over-aggressive right here, able to get 1, but Neil on the flank from the backside. Brix has got to go big with the War Machine, but she's only able to find 1, and Exclusive find the breakthrough once again.
31er just needs to find a way to anchor down spawns, because you know that they can go in there aggressively, especially with Lydiax with a really good control, but unfortunately for them, they just spawned so far away into generators, and Legacy gets a kill with a flashbang.
Oh, it looked like he was gonna make something out of it, but unfortunately not meant to be. Exclusive now built to a 100-point lead. The respawns continue to be the thorn in the sides of 31, or just getting outgunned at every point. Nice early rotation right here, but you've got to win these gunfights if you want a chance at the hold. Creed continues to farm, 27 kills on the board for him. 3 operators ready to go for 31er. They need a full 60 hold out of this, and once again, the kills looking more convincing for Exclusive.
Gunfights being lost right now from Exclusive at generator side, but Creed tries to flush in sneakily, but unfortunately for him, there's going to be 2 players right behind him, and then 31 could actually go in there full force as Gore brings out the Annihilator down, pushes up, and that is going to be size of 5, but Veer goes in there big with a 2K and allows from the rest of Exclusive to go rotate.
Even with 3 in the feed, Exclusive don't find the initial break. Now Lydia looking to contest, shuts down Neil right there. Creed 1 HP on the backside, not going to be able to chow, and she looks like she might be able to make it all happen herself. Somehow staying alive, but Veer there for the trade finally. And even with what has been their best hardpoint hold of the game so far, Exclusive still doing a great job of picking up some of the hardpoint time, and they will gladly take 30 for 30 hardpoints the rest of the game until they find the win.
Veer pulls out an essential Preddy that just allows them to spawn on the left side of the map, a little bit easy access, and also providing that pinch for this next hill. P4 gonna have a little bit more contest time here as 31 to go in there for that early rotation, winning their gunfight. So far, so good. They got a little bit of time here in P3. Now they're set up for P4, but when it comes to the spawn control, yet again, they still don't have that.
Zed, Sparrow in hand, lots of shots go out, he finds 2. The clear for 31er as they get players on once again, but the holds seem to never last more than 5 seconds. They get cleared off. Lydia pushes all the way through, Purifier in hand. 1 player left on the low ground, doesn't have the range to find Champy, and he finds 3 in the feed as once again, the gun's just a little bit hotter for Exclusive. And now with Veer holding down the long angles, tough for 31er to find a break on through. Not successful once again. And that could be the final blow, as right now it looks like Exclusive going to be able to win things on the rotation back to P1.
Now we see Veer having top side control here by scaffolding, having eagle eyes, giving that information to his team. And now, majority of the points go down into the form of Exclusive later on. But now for 31er, you need to find a way to play perfect hardpoint, because it's only just 10 seconds left for Exclusive exclusive to take, and they have no map control whatsoever. 31er just struggles, and especially knowing that the Claw is going to be out for the side of exclusive, there is just no chance for them to go in touch. But it's a good thing that 31er still sustains it. But with Creed flushing down with a Claw, is probably able to get those 5 last points.
Oh, he's farming once again. Nice little 40 bomb for him. An exclusive lock in the win. Map number 1 goes about how we expected. We figured there's very, very little chance that this 31er squad's going to take a hardpoint map. They've got a Hacienda that they are hoping to make it to, but right now the search and destroy has been the only real strong point for them.
And it's interesting how they'll play Slums this time around, because it is no joke beating Animus in a map like this, knowing very well that they're pretty balanced when it comes to either the attack or defensive side. So I'm looking like, okay, this is a solid map choice for 31er. But with exclusive, they're not doing a pretty good job when it comes to that S&Ds as well, only having 60%. But taking a look at what we have so far here for our replay, I mean, there's really not much to talk about because exclusive is just winning it in every single level.
Yeah, I mean, as expected, Creed was their best player last week, and he continues to be that, especially on a map like Takeoff. Your ARs are going to thrive if you're going to have a chance at winning, and nice little feed at the end right there to farm a few more. 40 and 25. And, I mean, when you got nobody going positive, there's not much hope that you can have, especially when you got one of your ARs at double negative, no objective time. 31er just haven't really seemed to be able to improve in the hard point.
And it just really goes to show that with 31er, you need to improve when it comes to those respawns. And so far, we haven't seen any kind of improvements yet whatsoever. The only respawn that they won, the only hard point was up against a Panic team, and they're right now in the 8th seed. So not looking super good in those respawns, but again, they can take their breath here into Search and Destroy and use whatever strategy they used in the past and apply it here, and maybe even pull up more tricks up their sleeve.
And this was the case last time up against Animus. Like, they get straight rolled, and we were anticipating, okay, they're going to get rolled throughout the series. They still find a way to bounce back in that Slums S&D. So this has got to be where they're feeling most confident. We got a lot of eyes on Gore. He had some crazy snipes in that Slums, and he definitely played a big role for this squad. But obviously, everybody's got to do their part if they're going to have a chance at taking this map and at least making it on over to map 4. On the flip side, Veer, Neil, snipers in hand. If I remember correctly, Bricksta going to be sniping as well. She had a phenomenal game last time around versus Animus too.
And now let's see whose first blood is going to take that advantage. And Neil opening things up for them. And what we've seen here so far in Slums, whoever gets the first blood is most likely to take the round. And now for him, still goes true. And he was the reason why they were doing such an amazing job here beforehand. Legacy gets a piece though, so it is going to be a 3v5 situation in favor of exclusive.
31er looking for the retake. Risky angle for Legacy. He peeks it anyway. Both players shut down. And that is exactly what exclusive we're looking for round 1. No real response. The aggressive hit over toward the A side has got to get countered by 31er if you want to have a chance. And or over on the B side, and if not that, at least some mid-map pressure to not allow them to get the plant down that quickly.
And now we do get to see 2 players pushed off from 31er. And it is going to be exclusive going in for a more passive approach. And 31er is actually taking up a lot of space. Good first opening pick coming in from Zed. Possibility to get that second, but shut down again with the same gun by Creed. And now we are going in for a little bit of map control for 31er. They do have a good control, but Balance just gets that kill off of Bricks. That's going to be huge.
Oh, and another by Veer. Takes out Gore. Legacy fires back, but Lydia spotted out in the mid-map, and now all down to Legacy. Sniper in hand. Risky play for Veer. Doesn't pay off. 1v3 still very much possible, especially picking up that sniper, but would have liked to have the shots on to Champy. He makes him pay once again, and now exclusive take the opening lead.
Now 31er, that was a good push. Like, the defense was good. They took up a lot of the space, and they also were able to get the shotgun kill. But unfortunately for them, they just left Arches a little bit too open, and that kind of just gave exclusive a little bit of leeway to go inside through mid. And now for 31er, doing the same case here, sending those 2 players. No, 3 players up top. And now let's see with Zed trying to go in there for those kills, but unfortunately it's still exclusive time and time again.
Oh, they got cooked right there. That was just not pretty at all. Bricks are gonna find one, but Champy ready for the peak. And another round for exclusive as my my hope for 31er is decreasing round by round. Only 3 players yet to pick up kills, and trying to get aggressive on the defense, just getting hard countered by exclusive. They actually forget the bomb that time, and that'll likely force them to take a slower approach on this one. 31 are going to sit back as well, but Balance pushed up early in the mid-map. Might be able to sniff out one. Brixta should have some audio cues. They've got 1 player watching the cross. Neil has been phenomenal finding those first bloods for exclusive.
Balance goes down, and Champy gets a piece, so they're going to be evened out. And so far, a 1-2-2 split, a 1-1-2 split rather, coming in from 31er, and everyone else from exclusive just being patient, knowing very well that they don't have to push, especially for Neil. We'll get that information down in Alpha. So far, no one's going to be right there. Brixta gets a pick as well, so that evens things out.
The bomb has been planted.
And now the bomb is going to be planted, and looking like 31 are looking super solid in this game so far.
Oh my gosh, Neil is on his A game right now. Beautiful 2-piece right there. Brixta is still yet to be dealt with right outside that doorway and probably going to be spotted. Not pretty at all as Neil wins the gunfight with the Elcar, and now all down to Gore trying to make the 1v2 happen. Champy right on top of the bomb. Gore working top statue, hoping to find an angle, but he's not going to find it. Shots don't connect, and it's Champy coming out on top once again. As 31 are still yet to find a round.
And if you're Gore, it's just so hard to approach that angle with a sniper, knowing very well you're going up against a CVR. And now exclusive up 4. 31er have still yet to catch up when that round was supposed to be theirs, but Neil just turned it up, and it's going to be hard when that guy is popping off. And now, still on the defensive side, you have 2 more chances on the defense if you're 31er, and so far they're just not doing a good job, but Lydiax gets that first frag.
Well, Champy's gotten way pushed up. I don't know that Zed realizes, but Legacy's going to be able to spot him out. Shots for Veer don't quite connect. Legacy trying to sniff one out, but he gets shut down. That's going to leave the B side open once again. Gore ends up paying for that one big time. Right now, Veer getting the bomb down, but Zed in perfect position. Could have had a 2-piece, but he's not going to find any, and now all down to Veer to defend. Lydia, Brixta, find a couple of crucial kills right there. Veer with a shotgun in hand, not going to have a ton of viability, but sniper to work with as well. And he's going to look to play this backside. Brixta reads it, but not going to find the opening kill, and now time of the essence. She's looking to hit a flank with sniper in hand. Will the timing go her way? Veer spotted out. Shoot him. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I was going to say,
okay.
Veer was in the wrong position to going for that post-plant defense. So, I mean, either it could be Big Brain knowing very well that, okay, maybe he's going to be on the left side of the map, but it's a good thing that Brixta brought that out. Could have won it with the sniper, but she wanted to finesse it just up close. Could have lost that gunfight, though.
I mean, it's not like he was like going side to side. You're worried about missing the shot. Like he was just laying completely still. Oh, and she weapon swapped, which would have made an audio cue as well. But fortunately, he did not hear it in time. 31er, the tiniest glimmer of hope. Zed gets pushed up early, spotted out by Balance, the mid-map. Win goes the way of exclusive once again, and Balance in a cheeky spot gets sniffed out, but exclusive get the better of the trades once again, but 31 are able to bring it to a 2v2.
Trades come along for both of these teams. Bomb's going to be planted, and now for 31er, need to find a way to go in for the pinch, and now the timing needs to come through. Gore has a good spot. Legacy gets that first pick, 1v2 situation, and Gore now with the GS tries to go in for the kills, but Neil gets those shots down. But Legacy with the Switchblade wins another round for 31er. Now that's going to be signs of life for them.
It's really the time we want to be body shooting?
Bomb defused.
I mean, you know, you take 2 rounds in a row, you'll take all the confidence that you can get. We're switching sides right here. I can't remember what was the strong side for 31 or when they were going up against Animus. If it's the offensive side, then this is looking great for them, because if you're able to take 2 on your weaker side, then you got to be feeling good heading into this one.
It was the defensive side.
Well, okay, well.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on their strength right now, but able to get 2 in a row, so that could be a momentum shifter for them. But how we're going to indicate that here in this attacking win so far, Neil having that 9 kills, essential for that first blood. Gore, though, speaking of, gets rid of Veer.
No, they didn't lose an attacking round. They were 3 for 3 on the attack. This is where they want to be.
Oh, yeah. You're
Neil's
right.
going to
It is
miss one right there. Would have liked to have that back. 3v3.
has the bomb.
Bomb is in hand for 31er, and Lydia's opted to switch back to the HVK. Creed, nice shots onto Legacy, and once again, it's exclusive finding the man advantage. Lydia waiting for the flank, but it looks like exclusive are going to stay home right here. With the bomb in hand, they're going to hit a wrap back toward that A side right now. The dynamic duo hoping to find something, had the angle, but the timing was not there. And now the flanks starting to engage from both sides. And I don't know 31 are going to see this coming.
Yeah, this is looking dangerous for 31. They're going to be surrounded right now in all 3 lanes. And so far, we need to see a pick off of Brickstein. And there you go. It's just not going to happen. We see that exclusive just wins those gunfights up close and personal. 31er, though, on the attack, having the hard time. And like what you mentioned, is better on the attacking side. 3 for 3 for Slums the last time they were here. And now exclusive, ball is in their court. And being on the defense right now, seems like it'll be splitting off. Not too aggressively, though. And now, speaking of, Veer, unfortunately for him, timing not going to be on his side as Gore again gets that first pick.
Ooh, another shot there from Gore. And that's 2 openers for 31er. Creed left to deal with things over on the A side. Neil gonna give away some information, hit with the flashbang as well, and Bricks just starting to heat up. DLQ in hand as Champy fires back to take down Lydia. Creed doesn't have the timing to find Zed off of that one. Both players gonna end up disengaging, and once again, it seems like there's been a lot of situations where the weaker link has been an issue for 31 or Zed, both in the hard point and now in the S&D, not looking like he's on his A game.
Now 31 needs to worry about that one player off of that B side. That's Champy with the CBR4. That's a perfect weapon to go and play with if you don't want to go in for that defense. Zed, though, with the R9 in hand, tries to check into the right side of the map. Doesn't really quite spot them, and there you go. Champy goes big with a double. A 1v2 situation where 31er absolutely had every sort of advantage in the smoke, just not going into their favor.
How do you not check behind the bomb?
That was their own smoke too, right?
Yeah, that was their game plan. They just didn't check behind the bomb, and it ends up being a god-tier play for Champy as now 31er. Rather, Brixton specifically going to be forced to 1v2 and pick up the bomb. Creed spots her out, R9 in hand. The one bright spot in the map picks looking darker and darker for 31er is now a 6-2 lead. Exclusive have an opportunity to close things out here.
And you know, when Champy gets fired up, he can definitely clutch up rounds. He was that person that did a 1v3 in Standoff. And now, noisier play here and through mid, as there's not going to be a lot of effort coming in from 31. I mean, exclusive rather to get those kills. After 31 gets a lot of these kills down, everyone else from exclusive pushed back.
Veer, big shot onto Legacy. One player gets away alive as well, and Prixta gives away the angle. The flashbang connects as well. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong for 31er, and all left down to Gore. We've seen him clutch these 1v3s before. Can't quite wallbang right there, but at the very least gets away with his life and gets an opportunity to extend the game.
He has a minute to play with. So this is the best case scenario for him, but bomb's gonna be down. Exclusive very well know where it is. They bring up Neil to go in there for that flank watch instead. And 31er gonna be in a little bit of a pickle, as Veer is gonna be right there. He's gonna be crawling, and Gore needs to play it perfect. He does! He gets the quick scope. A 1v1 versus these snipers, but he still needs to pick up the bomb, and no information with Neil whatsoever. But without Neil close up, he probably knows that Neil's going to be far away because there was no follow-up when it comes to those engagements. So he needs to pick up the bomb. He's still trying to get that information down, though.
If you're Veer, why go unprone right there? You are trusting your spot, trusting Neil to have your cross. And instead, now it ends up in a 1v1 that could very well be a coin flip, neither player having any idea where the other is.
Got the bomb.
And it's going to be Gore picking up the bomb. Neil not going to have an angle to take him out, at least not initially. Might be able to make the read off the opener, but shot doesn't connect. And now the 1v1 becomes that much more difficult as Gore's going to be able to force himself to a backside angle. Spots out Neil, doesn't spot out Neil! What are we looking at? Oh, brother. And that's what you get for body shooting when you have found a total of 2 rounds so far. That's
Well played. Well played. And he's gonna just keep doing this. Nice skin, Neil. That is a really nice skin. It's my favorite DLQ skin, not gonna lie. I kind of wish that I got that during the drop, but man, I just missed out so much. I guess that's how you play if you're a pro player. You have a nice skin and you play well.
Oh, nice little clutch from Neil. Nice shot, too. It was not an easy one to hit, but 31er. I had higher hopes for you guys. I wanted you to defend yourself, but now we head into a control where you have not looked good at all. And it's going to be a rough one. It's raid control?
Just, it's going to be raid control, yes.
Raid control, so you get 3-0'd by 117, not found. You did take 2 rounds off of Animus, so maybe not your worst map, but I feel like we can't put too much stock in how they performed up against Animus based on what we saw there in the Slums S&D.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to looking at the stats now, I mean, the numbers just, we're just throwing it out of the window because so far, Exclusive looking like they're on right now. And that's something you don't want if you are 31er. And we did mention that Gore needed to step up, and he did with those 9 kills, but it's just not enough because you have players like Zed just lacking and lagging behind and seem like he's just not in the right headspace at the moment because he was also the member that kind of had a hard time in that hardpoint.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing about the new gun rule set that you're forced into a specific role. So he was on AR and shotgun, and I think he just didn't really know how to make that adjustment when the shots weren't hitting, especially knowing what his role was going to be, trying to get pushed up into the mid-map early. If the R9 shots aren't hitting, then it's going to be really difficult to contribute on the map. And obviously, there were plenty of other downsides for 31er. There was not really any convincing round, and what they were able to find was by pretty slim margins. They're going to look to bounce back in the control right here. And once again, they took a couple rounds off Animus in the raid, so anything's possible. It was honestly a very winnable raid control as well. Hopefully, they can find that same energy and bring it here.
Definitely, because when it comes to Exclusive, they were the ones that brought down Kings in a very convincing way. 3-0. And not just that, with the Zidium, their last game here in this same exact map, won it very convincingly. So you're dealing with a team that has a 75% win rate here in Control. And on the flip side of things, 31er only has 25, so they need to step it up. Whatever they did in the past, they need to make those changes. But I mean, with the hardpoint and S&D game we've seen here so far, it seems like 31er looks lost right now in this team. Honestly, you need to be stepping it up here at this point.
And their backs are really against the wall right now, because if you lose this, you move to 1-4 and basically guarantee that you are not going to be making the playoffs. So it is do or die time for this 31er squad, getting ready to hop into the control. Obviously, offense versus defense probably going to play somewhat of a role, but I think we've seen that be less and less lopsided as these teams have gotten more comfortable with the maps. And I think you look at the numbers for Exclusive, and across the board, they've looked very, very strong in control, regardless of the map mode. But like you said, a 3-0 versus Kings, I think, says a ton. Obviously, Kings have struggled more than we expected them to in this tournament, but no question, absolute giants and not an easy team to take down. We'll see which 31er squad shows up in this one. They are going to be on the defensive side to get things started.
And now the defense. Let's see if they're able to take advantage of that. And so far, so good coming in from Exclusive, getting majority of the first gunfights. Zed, even though he had the more favorable anchor spot, still loses that gunfight.
That's one that you've just got to win, but 31er fired back, 4 in the feed right there. Veer, the only one left to defend, and the nade connects. So the first wave completely wiped here for Exclusive. Is 31er going to be able to get the progress wiped off? Bricksta getting pushed up, spots out balance as well. And they bounce back off of a slow start.
And this is something that 31er just needs to play off of. You need to play off of Lydia X. You know that she is so good in this map and in this map mode combo. So hopefully she does get a hot start, but she still has those 2 kills. Zed still have to yet find the kill. And now balance. Taking that essential shot, and then Exclusive is already taking that second tick of progress in Alpha with no kind of response whatsoever from 31er.
Zed has got to get things cleared out. They've needed him to step up all game long. Big shots for Legacy, a little bit of an ego chow for Creed. ends up making him pay and not going to be able to get A all the way captured. But there's the final kills for Neil as they do get players onto the objective, and he's going to get pushed up all the way onto basketball court, but likely to get pinched right here as he's trying to force his way up towards spawn. Creed doesn't get the timing on the entry into top laundry, and they get players on the objective once again. 31er have got to fire back, but they're giving things away for free.
That was a really good split push coming in from Exclusive. You know that you can deal with just one player, Neil, capturing A all by himself because they had so much capture time already. Now they split the team going into Bravo in that first tick of progress down. But good thing that 31 are able to clean things up. They still have that life lead, so that's still good for them. And now they finally get that control. This is the start that we needed. They're going to be smoked out, though. But still, Exclusive needs to find a way to win mid-Zig as well.
Beautiful recovery out of them. Lydia is going to get shut down, but still a 5-life lead. No progress over here on B outside that first tick. Legacy going to get the better of that one, or no, gets shut down. And that 3 in the feed now makes things a little bit dicey if you're 31, or you got to sit back and let your ARs control the longer angles until you can find a way to get pushed up. And that's going to be players on the objective for Exclusive. Once again, Brix has got to play her life back side. The life lead continues to dwindle. Legacy gets pushed up. He's shut down as well. And 31er looked like they had the round locked in, but just like that, Exclusive take the life lead.
And now 31er with just 4 lives left, but it is versus 4. It is still going to be evened out, but then unfortunately for them, could not touch the point in time. And now, even though they did have the advantage of the lives, Exclusive able to kind of step back, breathe a little bit, and go in for a different play. And really just getting that mid control from Exclusive really did them a really good job. And now 31er, that's going to be attacking round for you now this time around.
Oh, that was painful to watch. A super winnable round for 31er and ends up going completely to waste. Too aggressive, throw away so many lives. And Exclusive find a way to make them pay early operator investment as well, trying to take that life lead and see if you can set up a spawn trap too. Legacy gonna get spotted out right there, and he's shut down by the Purifier once again. Champy still holding on to it here. He's finally gonna get naded, but the damage has been done as Exclusive are just farming kills at this point.
And they have the operators to play with, and also the score streaks going in there. Veer doesn't really quite get that kill though, but the information is going to be relayed right now to Exclusive. Veer, speaking of HDR in hand, dealing so much damage, especially knowing very well you also have an LK24, and now 31 are back into their spawn as Exclusive has all 3 lanes covered. They cannot get out.
They got to find an opening here. You're going to have to use one of these operators if you don't want to lose the round, or maybe they're perfectly fine losing the round, especially given the fact that they're down 11 lives and there's only 15 seconds remaining. Looking a tad hopeless. Finally, Lydia putting a little pressure to break on through, but just no time for them to make a play right here. And there's Creed. Another triple kill has been phenomenal for this squad. And no chance at a round right here for 31er as they're now 1 round away from being out of playoff contention.
There needs to be some kind of adjustment coming in for 31er. And this is their map that they probably should have won in the first place. And even going back in that S&D, but Exclusive looking super solid right now. And also just proving that raid control is their playground. So far though, now we're going to be switching it up again, a possibility for Exclusive to get the 3-0. As we open things up, it is going to be champion balance getting those kills. LydiaX goes for the response, and an essential 1v3 situation here for Champy.
It's just a gun skill difference.
Oh my gosh, he still
like
wins
you
it.
can't. It's tough to break it down when 31 are playing their head glitches, playing their positions, and still losing all of the gunfights. There's only so much you can do at that point, and they continue to get picked apart. All yellow in the feed. Neil on the top side, gonna be able to lock in a couple additional kills on the end of that one. And with the B objective going through Zed, Sparrow gone to waste, and once again, Exclusive, just the hotter guns across the board.
17 and 22 is going to be your life count. And with just a minute and 56 seconds is a lot of time for Exclusive to try and get this point. And so far though, gunfights being won by balance here in through Money Room. Not just that, possibility to get Gore as well, but Zed is going to be getting the better of that gunfight. So they're trying so hard. 31 is trying very hard to try and defend this, but with only one player there to defend, it's just not going to happen for them. Everyone else has no map control whatsoever. But yes, we do have the Claw being brought out by Legacy, but you also have Veer to try and shut that down.
They get players on the objective. They have a 7-life lead. Veer going to be able to lock in money window. Shots onto Lydia. Don't connect, but why are we chowing? We're 1 HP. Take the advantages that you can. Pred missile's been earned for exclusive as well. And if I'm being honest, they are cooked. Pred missile drops. Balance another kill. Veer finally shut down, but 3 lives to 13. Zed doing what he can, but just too much exclusive in this one. With those final kills, it looks like they should be able to lock in the win and give themselves a chance, a very good chance, at making it into one of those playoff spots.
Now possibly exclusive waking up from their slumber. The 3-0, very convincing. Hardpoint, very convincing. Every single game mode right now, very convincing. And now, I had a lot of high hopes for 31er, especially since their last game was pretty impressive here in Raid. But again, they still lost it. But now it looks like an exclusive team finally wanting to get those kills down to 3-0. Very nice to start of the day for them.
Yeah, and realistically, we expected them to win this. I was really hoping that maybe we'd see a close slums, or at least a slums win. But the confidence just seemed to not be there. And I think a lot of situations where we saw them making those plays in the slums control was a lot of individual big plays. And when the guns aren't firing on all cylinders in those situations, it makes it that much more difficult against a team like Exclusive with so much experience.
Yeah, and I feel like Exclusive just has a fire underneath them because you have so much more competition tomorrow because it's Animus versus Exclusive tomorrow. So they're just trying to get as much points as they get and try to secure that top 4 spot, which I think in this game has finally done that. Brixa tries to go big here with 13 and Lydia as well with the 12, but you're looking at the point disparity on the other side. Champy having 22 and Veer with 19. Puckett, it's just looking really hard right now.
It's looking brutal if you're a 31er fan. Exclusive getting the job done, and I'm looking at Creed as my MVP. Bobby, if you had to give the award to one player, who are you looking at?
Oh, I mean, Creed, no question. He was completely dominant on map 1, did the same thing in the search and destroy, and even in the control, maybe wasn't the top performer, but you got to think largely just because his teammates were farming so many kills, maybe didn't have the opportunity to get as many as he would have liked to. But yeah, across the board, everybody on 31er performed well. Neil really stepped up in the search and destroy. We'd been looking for more consistency out of him, and I'm expecting him to continue moving that direction.
Well, if you have been looking for our 4th contestant here on the hosting panel, he goes by the name of I Hold Shift, and he's not in his chair because he's standing up next to a big screen, and he's about to drop some knowledge bombs on us. What did you see in that game number 1, I Hold Shift?
Yeah, look, Takeoff, this is an inexcusable moment, I think, for 31er, and they're giving away too much time and space for the opposite side. This is not just here in this matchup, it's happened before, to get a complete shutdown read on P3. Let's take you into the first time that we were actually in the 3rd hard point, and I want to start by just tallying what's going on in the minimap first and foremost. This is right before the hard point opens. You're going to see a handful of things on the map just before it opens up. First and foremost, you have so many members already set up and ready to go for what would be a spawn flip situation. You've got one here, one here, one here. They're all set up in perfect spots to make a wrap, hit from behind, and have an opportunity to flip this hard point out. But the problem is they don't do that. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times they were going to spawn in this bottom right-hand corner and try to reinforce from the front instead of trying to hit in from the backside to flip spawns while also trying to put pressure on the hard point. Again, take a look at number 4 here. This is Lydia. Where are we going? Why are we going this direction? Because you'll notice off of spawn, the defense of this hard point will come up, say, I'm spawning in, and then they'll take a look at the bottom side of the map just to make sure no one is hitting this pinch. So time and time again, the focus from the front of the hard point is so easy to read for the side of exclusive. And it doesn't just happen the one time, like I mentioned. It's going to happen multiple times over. Now you've got Brixta doing the same thing, taking a long route around the back. Why are we not trying to flip the spawns with these hard points that are so influential towards win condition? The last time you'll see it happen is right here off the rip. Gore finally gets a part of the play, and you're going to be in a spot where he's the one to finally hit through. And watch what happens to the spawns as we see this hit come out. All of a sudden, you're blocking, and then watch what happens right after that. You have a member spawn in. You have to. If you're spawned on this bottom side of the minimap, you have to make the play up through the back, not necessarily coming around through the front, because this is already too late. There's only 12 seconds left of the hard point. That was essentially a full 60 for the side of exclusive, and it's something that we've seen problematically happen a couple of times before the 31er. So critical errors there, I think, in terms of how to understand how the map is played. And if you're spawning down med bay like that, you have to flip the spawns drawn, otherwise you're just giving up too much free time.
Old Clutch continues to be one of the best in the business. Show him some love, Jeff, for that excellent breakdown. And 31er, you have officially pissed off Professor Shift. Don't do it again. Hit it from the back next time. Bobby Beef Mommy, let's close this one out. The 3-0, I called it without ever seeing 31er coming in because I watched Exclusive's previous matchup. Exclusive now improves to 3-2 and are right next to King on our leaderboard.
Man, I mean, this exclusive team really know how to take that momentum into their side. Had a really tough week number 2, but looks like they're toe-to-toe right now from Kings. And if you're Kings, you should not be comfortable because just like that, you're going to be sent into that 4th spot possibly.
More telestrator, more telestrator. That's going to do it for us right now. The players of our 3rd match are gearing up and ready to go. So lock in and stay tuned. 2 more matches here on day 5 from EU.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Huge shout out to all of our sponsors, and thank you all for coming back for another match here from Europe. This is Call of Duty Mobile. We are currently in Stage 4, trying to find out which 4 European teams are moving on into our playoffs. This next battle features one of the biggest teams in the game right now. Animus has taken a 4-0 lead right now on the leaderboard. They're 5-1 in hardpoint. Only one loss in S&D came to that 31er squad, and they are perfect in control. On the other side, we got Zidium with a 1-3 record. If they want a chance of making it into that 4-team playoff, this is a must-win scenario. I want to start here with Bobby Plays as we look at this Animus lineup. Tell me a little bit about our squad that is currently 4-0, and how did they take the title of potentially the best squad in Europe?
I mean, I think the main guy you got to look at is Shark. He has stepped up so much for them. Obviously, we didn't see him last year in the 2021 action, but a phenomenal SMG for their squad. He's been tearing it up. You got Rasmo, the anchor with the AR. Has been an absolute nightmare for teams to deal with. Gathilia and OBJ LMG, not something we see too terribly often. And then we got Narcs with the SMG, same for Boot. That combination has gotten stronger and stronger throughout the tournament.
OBJ LMG. Do you just smoke the ground and spray and pray?
Yes.
I can't wait to see this guy. Let's take a look at our path to victory here, Clutch. What did you write for us?
Yeah, the thing about this for Animus is this should be a walkover match. So you should use this as a chance to expand your map pool a little bit, try to get more repetition on other maps that you have not necessarily seen. I think in particular on the Search and Destroy. The other side of things is I would like to see Animus clean up their raid control because we've seen already even today a lot of the top teams looking really solid on that map. So if you want to be at the top of this region, that will likely be part of your playoff run eventually. So I would love to see them try to get right into the map pool here.
And Beef Mommy, we got to talk about their opponents today. What do you expect to see from our X team, pronounced with a Z?
X team, the Zidium team that has a chance still in this competition to make it the top four rather, but they will have a very difficult 2 days ahead of them because today they're going up against Animus and tomorrow they're going up against 117. But the person that I am looking at right now is Denicio. When it comes to those SNDs, he can perform very well, and he's the reason why they won up against Panic and also Mon in those Tunisia maps. So I'm looking at this guy.
He may have the best forearms in the game. He's prepared to hold his phone tonight. Bobby, though, if they are going to pull off the miraculous upset and improve to 2-3 in our group, how do they get it done?
I think they probably got to ban Summit. It looks like they really like playing Summit. I don't know why, because they got 100-point clubbed by Mont, who are not even a top 4 team realistically right now. So I think you got to ban Summit. I think you got to get Tunisia into the Search and Destroy map pool. That is where they 7-0'd Mont. And realistically, they have only won a control on raid, but it was up against Panic, and we have learned that wins up against Panic can't really be taken into consideration.
All right, well, Shift is saying if you are a preferred team, you should just have fun with this series with your maps and modes, and we've seen that in different leagues. This is an opportunity for you to improve your game before you get to the playoffs, and even if you do lose here, it doesn't hurt you. A 4-1 record is still going to be good enough for top 4 at the moment. Let's take a look, though, at the maps and modes that we'll be playing. It's a best of 5, and as we get our bans, well, Summit did get banned, Bobby.
I mean, that's step number 1. Realistically, I don't see them getting within 100 points of Animus on any hardpoint map, but that's step number 1 to maybe like maintaining some type of momentum as you get ready to head into the Search and Destroy. Unfortunately for them, we are going to have a Tunisia ban that is likely from Animus. So the one map that you might be able to feel a little bit comfortable on now taken out of the equation, and with control on raid being the only control map that you've won, you're now heading into a Crossroads strike where you haven't looked phenomenal either.
Gentlemen, lady, what is going on with Standoff and Slums being our Search and Destroy picks?
Well, I mean, mean, I just don't think it makes much of a difference to Animus's perspective on where they find the search and destroy. I mean, they did their homework. They got rid of Tunisia, which of course was like the only mode map combination that likely Zidium would have liked to have seen. So, I mean, I think overall, it may not hit our path to victory for Animus trying to diversify their map pool a ton. They've played a lot of slums already. They've looked good on it. Standoff is also just kind of a bread and butter search and destroy pick for them. So I would have liked to have seen them try to go somewhere a little bit different. But regardless, we're not going to get to 5 anyway. So if they did pick slums, it doesn't really make much of a difference. They're still going to get some recent reps on this Standoff and another rep on the Crossroads.
Vegas odds tell us it's not going to Game 5. But it's Call of Duty. Anything could happen. We just got to hope someone from Animus breaks a thumb. It's time to get this match started here in just a little bit. We'll have our casters kicking things off. Before this game is ready, though, Bobby plays, what are your thoughts on Animus so far? Why is this squad in the top 2 at this position, and what do you expect to see them continue doing throughout this one?
I mean, ultimately, the biggest thing for them has been improving in the search and destroy. They looked wildly inconsistent for the entirety of Stage 3 and heading into Stage 4 as well. So I'm expecting them to continue practicing there and improving.
Enough from us here at the analyst desk. It's time to send it over to the casters. Beef Mommy, I hold shift. What are the 3 best operators? Casters Challenge continues.
Purifier, Sparrow.
War Machine.
I was going to go Annihilator.
Annihilator? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, War Machine can be 50-50. You can take yourself out with it. Annihilator will have a little bit more of that distance.
You know what we haven't seen a lot of today?
Gravity Vortex?
Gravity Vortex guns.
That's true.
Although, to be fair, we haven't seen a lot of tight maps, though, either when it comes to, like, choke points outside of, like, the one summon hard point that we had. So.
I feel like Takeoff could be a really good map for a possibility to just kind of stop those entrances going
P3,
inside.
P4? Yeah, I think that's a big thing, kind of going back to the whole telestration ideas. Like, you just have things like Sparrows, War Machines, Gravity Vortexes, Purifiers, locking down entryways. Annihilator's great for obviously kind of opening up space in more open areas. So I like a little bit of diversity in the mix. Purifier, of course, the burn after effect is super huge. You essentially get your own trade more often than not, but
we have seen misplays where the individuals going for Purifier plays from far, far away. We saw that from Lydia. But let's see if it's going to be a really good sign from Zidium right now. If they play their operators right, they could be the biggest difference for them this round.
Well, not a good start here for Zidium. Opening 3 kills go the way of Animus from the unfavored side. They already make their way onto the hard point. Storm is going to get red and dealt with no worries by Animus as Rasbo just gets on top of the ledge and never looks back. So really clean opening here from Animus's perspective. Love to see, again, we kind of saw the SKS kind of play this position last year. Now it's mostly being ran by either Holgers or Sniper Rifles. So Animus are off to the races here, Beef Mommy, and, well, Zidium. They need to get something going early.
I missed the SKS. Now that you brought it up,
I know, right?
We're looking, majority of the time, the LKs are actually doing a pretty phenomenal job when it comes to beaming from across the map. A very stable AR, but Zidium actually having signs of life, getting this contest point, getting 12 kills, but it really is just Animus with their power positions winning majority of the gunfights outside of the hill.
Nice little route there for Storm. Tries to cut off a bit of a pinch, but ultimately does get taken down. So now Animus making their move over towards the left side of the minimap, trying to flip spawns around. Hunter killer drones coming through. Shark trying to be the catalyst to open up the back, but he only gets one. Heady's being held by the ARs of Zidium, so they will hold on to the spawns for the time being, although Boot, a lot of conversation around him as the 5th man. He does get through, finds a kill, will flip the spawns, and now Animus takes their focus straight up towards the hard point as Zidium are trying to hold from the front.
And even though Zidium actually had that spawn and objective control, the setup was good for them, but Animus is just so good when it comes to breaking the hill. The gunfight is just going to be there. They're just so mechanically skilled. Storm, though, gets a pretty essential pick as Denicio is going to be right there for the contest.
Yeah, hard to fight this from the front, but honestly speaking, in the first 30 seconds, Zidium have not done a poor job of doing it. Problem is, Animus now start to find a way to get the momentum back towards their favored spawns and through the hard point. Nades landing all over the place, though, for Zidium. Provides an opportunity for the SMGs to run on forward. Pinch play also shut down. So, again, Zidium from the front. Not the worst scenario ever. It just comes down to you should have had this set up for this P2, and Animus continue to find time here and grow their lead.
And now as we go rotate into P3, again, the early setup coming in from Zidium, pretty good so far. They prefer to have that left side, that's generator spawn, and also that one player, player number 5, Storm, up above, 2F in control. And like what you mentioned already in the Telestrator, you do get to see Zidium applying a little bit more pressure on the right side spawn as well.
Yep, well done here. Animus spawning out, will take the correct route. make their way around the back. This should force Zidium to spawn away from the hard point, pending they can find kills from the front, but at the moment, they're not really finding the eliminations that they need. So the hard point opens up. Zidium are in control for the first 20, and their awareness on where Animus are coming from is largely decent. Problem is, they're just not winning the gunfights fully out. Kree in a little bit of trouble here, gets melted by the Purifier of Narcs, but trades are decent, and Zidium continue to have a chance to fight for this hill.
Now, it's interesting how Animus is actually bringing out so much gunfire in this hill, but one going to be wasted, but it's a good thing that Boot is going to be right there for the War Machine, and so far, going to be the only person there to have heavy defense. But now, Zidium need to find a way to go and break the hill. 18 seconds left on the clock. You need to bring to those two players that are on Generator's side to go and contest, but it's a good thing that Kree going to be set up for next.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough situation. I mean, Animus, they do what they need to do on rotation to win the spawns, but as soon as Zidium starts to battle back, I love the idea of we don't have full control of the hard point and the spawn simultaneously, so let's use some of these operators to dominate one or the other, if not possibly both. Impressive gunfight there from Shark from the low ground. Allows an opportunity for Animus to go scrap to initial here. Zidium holding strong, though, just as the hard point opens up. Only one player can contest for a small moment. And Storm will get a read that Animus likely are going to be hitting this from the front. Problem is, there's also some success starting to develop from the backside of this hard point, and the pinch is on. Zidium stuck on the second floor, and they're trying to survive by pulling out a War Machine and Annihilator.
Wow, Genius is doing an amazing job at just saving his life and also getting huge kills for them to get some points here in the opening few seconds of the hard point. Zidium, though, still struggling when it comes to getting such a solid full 60 here. Animus always good for the break, and now the player number one, that's Kree, trying to go in there for the pinch as he tries to go for those kills.
Kree will have an opportunity to get involved with the rest of his teammates pitching from the opposite side, but all the SMGs so aware for Animus. Lots of little spin-ons coming through. Pred Missile also creates a little bit of time and space for Animus to soak up the scrap time and start making some plays on the exit to possibly flip this spawn early around, but well aware it was Kree, so he'll stop the exit from coming through. Animus will have to resort to just playing for the hard point itself. Although Gwithilla does find one through the middle of the map, looking for more, and Jazz gets overwhelmed. So the trades are good here for Animus to get him onto the hard point. Zidium still trying to just straggle together some control for the spawns, and they will start to find kills to allow them a chance to contest.
Animus was just so good when it comes to those rotational gunfights. Now, Zidium applying that pressure, trying to go in there for the contest, but still not winning them. And time again, Animus still winning majority of the gunfights, and now they are soaking up the points here in this hill. 35 seconds left. Denisio tries to shut down that one player. The last player from Animus, still going to be contested, though.
Yeah, really good dynamic play here from the SMGs of Animus. You're always getting somebody threatening the flank, while the rest of the subs are largely just kind of swarming through the hard points. Storm, nice elimination over the top of the hard point, allows his teammates to kind of come up, collect themselves, and have a chance to fight off the remaining of this 12 seconds. Animus looking to stretch across the map, and here comes the play forward. Jazz good for the opener. More around the corner, but he doesn't get a look at it, so the route that's coming through main missile control here for Animus could lead to a spawn flip. Jazz aware of it, but no, well done. Jazz actually gets two, so spawns will stay largely stable, and the War Machine also getting shut down will provide an opportunity for Zidium to still fight for this hill.
And so far, Zidium, they're able to win that rotational gunfight into next, but they're still not able to get that spawn control as one by one they try to flood. Narcs does not play that Purifier well, gets a little bit overzealous and pushes all by himself.
Oh, but look at Rasmo, number 4 in blue around the back. He's got a good look at these spawns, creates a bit of a stalemate in the back line for Zidium, which eventually allows Animus to get forward. Jazz trying to break with the Purifier zone, gets the first two. Boot next one up, and Jazz will take down all three, surviving with a single point of health. And that'll be good enough to try to reclaim the back half of this hard point. Not a bad moment here for Zidium, but Animus off their spawn, quick to try to hit this from the front, and Rasmo again finds a way to double down to give Animus a chance to still contest.
It's such a back and forth right now for Animus. Even though they lose some time on the hill, they're just so quick to respond. And Zidium, even though they have initially the more favorable spawn, they just lose it time and time again just because of the War Machine, just because of the util that Animus always chucks inside of the point. And now that's player number 5 on your screen. That is Shark trying to cut that rotation down, but he will not find a lot of those players, but he does get those essential too.
Yeah, Animus on rotation and hardpoint has been really, really impressive across not just this match, but dating back to the first 2 weeks of games. That's one of the main reasons why I think we started to attribute them as being the best team right now in Europe, especially after their win versus Kings kind of showcase those same factors. So Animus will open up the first 20 here at P3. Zidium trying to work around the backside through generators, and this is being watched by number 1 in Narcs. Pushes forward, creates a little bit of space and distance between the rest of this hit and the hardpoint itself. Hit around the back is starting to get some success though for Zidium. The problem is it looks like it's going to be a day late and $1 short, and also the awareness is there as Shark tried to get the spare out to stop it. The rest of the focus comes back into it, and Animus read it perfectly.
And 36 for Shark right now, and he's just a menace. He's just everywhere in the map, and really good timing on his end as well. And Zidium now going in for that long rotation onto next, and that just leaves majority of Animus to openly rotate into the next hardpoint. For now, Zidium tries to go in there for that left side spawn instead, and now 2 players from that actually gonna be spawning off so far away on the right side, and it's just going to be so difficult as Animus still winning majority of the gunfights, and no one else from Zidium gonna be up close.
Yeah, I mean, Deniso's having a good game. So is Jazz. It's not collective. And every single time we see moments like this where Zidium's trying to set up a break attempt, it just immediately gets thwarted by Animus. So the team focus is too good. There's their final spam shots just to make sure nobody could touch. And a dominating map #1. That's the 3rd time in EU that Zidium have put into the 100-point club. Not good stuff here from their hardpoint.
That is not a good start. I mean, we saw the effort that they went in there for early rotations. That's good, but they just had no response into the backside push of Rasmo, especially in P2. He was such a menace in that area. And even though, yes, they had spawn control, the OBJ control inside of the hill, they were just always outgunned.
Yeah, and it just never felt like they could get the snowball to grow, let alone roll forward. It's just so many moments that Zidium was making the right route happen, but like you just mentioned, and like we continually said, was Animus got reads in it every single time. There was always someone in place to deal with it, or at least soften the blow to where the rest of the team could get into a prime position. And that's one of the key reasons why this Animus team continues to look so darn good in the hardpoint. Again, the expectation here is that Animus won't have any issues with Zidium, but the fact that they're continuing to showcase clean, polished gameplay is really, again, I think, spotlighted to what their record looks like right now.
And imagine Drari's not even playing. I'm so scared for the other teams that when this man finally plays with Animus, and they just kept on telling us time and time again, Gothilla said it, he will be back. And now Animus looking very solid at the moment. They just have their feet on the ground, and kind of like what our intro is saying, they got 10 toes on the dirt. And now especially Shark leading the way, 125 in the hill, 39 kills for the day to open things up.
Yeah, pretty much clean across the board for the entirety of this scoreboard here from the side of Animus. Maybe outside of Boot, who, again, just to kind of, for what it's worth, throw it out there. If Drari were to get cleared to come back and play, that's likely the substitution that would happen would be Drari for Boot. So there's a little bit of pressure on him, I think, in a certain regard, because kind of like, you know, taking a more broader perspective, when you're trying to get a key 5th member back into the mix, but you're flawless, you haven't lost to anybody yet, there are second guesses of like, do we change what's going right for us? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, you know, it's just one of those conversations that the team is going to have and see what kind of rehearsal they get, pending, of course, that Drari can come back, because we know how much of an X factor he could be in every single map mode combo. Speaking of, now it's time to naturally segue into the Standoff Search and Destroy. There's really not good news anywhere in this map set here for Zidium, but you have to win the searches, I think, if you want to extend this series.
And the fact that Tunisia being banned is just a big brain play coming in from Animus. They do not want any kind of advantages whatsoever for Zidium. And now Kree spots out that one player, gets that first pick, possibly to get that second. Shark applying that pressure, still gets those kills. The guy cannot be stopped, and Jazz is going to be in a little bit of a pickle as Shark does spot him.
I think Shark's feeling pretty confident in his ability to go 1v everybody. That's 3. And now he's made his play through warehouse side. Boot is also taking over mid-map. Gets a bit of a sound cue, but Storm, nice shot. Takes at least one back. Does he get an exit? Oh, actually he does. Denisio saves a life, takes care of Gothilla. And so we've got ourselves into a 2v2 just like that. But Zidium a bit, I would say, statuesque in the fact that they are trying to run 2 sniper rifles to finish off this round, and they do not have the bomb as of yet. Shark has also caught a piece of timing here to get frontside hotel. And that shot coming out will allow him to get number 4, working on the ace. Just needs to find Denisio.
Denisio needs to be quiet. But that the information down going in from Shark, he's not going to have it. He might be able to clear it, but Shark is playing his angles right. And now, smart for Denisio to not try to go and over push, and he is in a really good spot, but Shark is just not going to move from his position.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a single-handed defense over this A site. Narcs just making sure nothing crosses over towards B. And really, this is just a mini-game of can Shark find his ace. Denisio doesn't look to his left. Gets tagged up, Shark on the hunt, and there it is, all 5 in the round for Shark.
Get ready for the next round.
Seals the deal. There you go. Apex Predator right there, and he just shows everyone why he's so dominant. Look at that scoreline. That's a beautiful number on his name. And going in for the flank definitely just gives him more of an advantage. I feel like he just should not have won that 2v1, actually.
Yeah. And then he gets the third as well on the exit. It's just no one could match up against what Sharks brought to the table. Snipes out still. Storm, Denisio looking to make first contact. Shark has made his way into the middle of Hotel, and he is on a great angle here. Does he know that Jazz is on this close corner? Now he does, and the spam shots eventually work out. 6 straight for Shark, but in the effort, Zidium do come on top of the kill feed to get us to a 3v3 immediately, and Genius, he's already cleared out the majority of the Hotel desk. So they would have to know that Shark has pushed out of that position, and they're taking this as maybe an opportunity to play through Refrigerator and back alley. Boot sliding forward, he catches one, wants the second, but the CR AMAX comes out, and Kreese found a couple of kills with this already.
But Shark gets that information down that there's going to be one more player on back alley, and it's a matter of timing again for Zidium. And now Kree in a really bad spot because Shark is just going to be there to greet him. It's just a matter of who's going to get that gunfight first, and it's always Shark in the water. Bomb down. Denisio, again, going to be your last player down, but a 1v1 situation with both of these people again.
Yep.
A rematch that he wants to win.
Oh, and the timing again for Denisio, just not great. Shark was about to possibly walk right into his line of fire, but instead, again, just goes prone. Denisio catches it out, first shot misses. Shark, respecting the player on the other side, backs out. Knows that he's got the bomb right behind him, so that's got to be his key factor. And how about this move? Goodness, Shark just pushes right through. Denisio has no idea, and unless he looks behind him immediately, Shark is going to find him for free. Oh my goodness, that is such a heads-up play from Shark.
He is so smart, man. Audio cue that the bomb's going to be picked up. He knew that, so he went in for the wraparound in through spawn instead, and the rest is history. Denisio just did not know what to do in that moment. And again, Shark just wins it. He has 8 already into the second round.
Yep. Pretty good.
Pretty good. I don't know.
Smoke cover allows him to get forward onto Statue immediately. And oh my goodness, Storm is not going to see this coming.
What?
Although Shark actually doesn't see him. Quatillo will help him out, find the kill. But I mean, look at the chaos here. Zidium is just all over the map. No one's near another. And after the contact is made, everyone kind of holds their ground. And meanwhile, Rasmo crossbows Genius. Oh, it's a little bit of salt in the wounds right here, as Zidium just cannot find anything to go with.
Shark is just creating so much space for Animus, and he was the #1 problem that Kings had to deal with. And when we had that interview, it was him time and time again, and now Shark again gets that kill. 10 already on the board, where some of his teammates have barely even gotten kills already, and that is just a sign of Zidium. You, at this point, need to find a way to stack a site, because you cannot be left in those 1v1s, even 1v2s up against this guy.
10-0 through 3 rounds. This time Zidium, a little bit double focused here, moving through mid, and Storm does connect on the Shark. So a good opener. Hit marker for Narcs, but second one, center mass, no worries there. So after the raid boss falls, the trade comes out for a 4v4 situation. Bomb making its way over towards the site, but Jazz is by himself. Long flank around the back here that Animus actually do not know about at the moment. The player to make contact with it is Rasmo. He sees one, should know that Kree's around the corner, and just barrel stuffs him, leaving Denisio again by himself, this time a 1v3.
Good effort, though, from Zidium when it comes to that flank. But unfortunately, it's just Rasmo, it just snaps on his target. And now, speaking of Rasmo, brings out the crossbow, but no one's going to be right there. Denisio. Again, this is the 3rd time that he's been the last player out, and he's been doing a phenomenal job at getting those kills, but everyone else needs to go and catch up.
It's just been a little bit too all over the place here for Zidium. Denisio's got 45 seconds to work with. Rasmo's taking away space very quickly, and he will be the one to finish it off. 4-0 for Animus to this point. And even though Zidium do take Shark out of the picture early, it just did not seem to matter.
Everyone else stepped it up, especially for Rasmo, where he should have gone down, but he still wins those snipes.
Defend the objective.
And now we're going into round number 5, and for Zidium, you're going to be on the attacking round where you're supposed to be dictating the pace of the game, but now Animus is playing their game so well.
Yeah. Here comes Shark again, right through mid. just smoke coverage. Oh, what a shot that is from Storm. The rest of the play over towards A, though, does get shut down. Rasmo gets a little lock on to Denicio. Goodness. So now it's just down to Storm. He does have an SMG to play with, but again, Rasmo just comes around the side. That's his third crossbow kill, I think, this map. And we'll get one more on this half before we swap sides. Animus just way in the driving seat.
The experience just takes over. Animus, every time when Shark goes down, it doesn't matter because you always have Rasmo right there on the back end just giving you that support. And that kind of trust that you have in your team is just going to be right there. Zidium seems to be like they still need to figure that one out. And now as we do get to see Animus fully flush into mid, but Jazz gets the better of them.
Still have a double setup here for the SMG. Shark and Boot controlling in towards Hotel, actually looking for more here. As they're making their way forward, they do take down the bomb carrier of Jazz. Little jump snipe battle going on over towards A. That's between Storm and Narcs, which eventually they have to kind of give up on because once more, the bomb is down in a very precarious spot. Although Storm does take down one, so the numbers get evened out. And, oh, Boot doesn't actually quite see Kree underneath his scope. So with that, now numbers for Zidium. But the problem is Shark is still alive, and he's in a good spot to just kind of finesse.
And Denicio has a Locust. That is something that you do not want to go into because the tight corners of Granny's house is just not going to favor you. But instead, he does go in for a long wraparound and through back alley. Player number one, that's Kree, going to be the first point of contact here up against Shark, but he's still trying to clear those corners down. Storm, on the other hand, just having that control and tractor, but bomb's going to be retrieved.
Oh,
Shark should have that information,
he
but
heard all this.
yeah, exactly.
This comes down to the timing of all of this because Narcs is still kind of stuck at Grandma's house. And Kree is going to plant this for Cubby's side. Interesting decision. Retake on the way immediately. It's coming from the front, so technically Zidium have put this bomb down in the right spot. That nade is very well placed. No one tagged by it, though. Storm gets out of line of fire. Kree over the top of the heady, and Shark, well, tried as he may, isn't quite able to land. So now it's just down to Narcs, and Storm is there to meet him. So it takes them 6 rounds, but eventually Zidium do get on the board.
6 rounds, but they have to readjust yet again as they're finally going into that defensive round. Genius still having 0. And definitely going to be detrimental for their team. He needs to find a way to pick things back up. But it's a good thing, though, that they played their numbers to their advantage, not just pushing out, and gunfights definitely being won in that round, but a fast push coming in from Animus right now. Shark applying that pressure down, but Kree gets the kill, and even though Shark was there for the entry, not going there for the kills.
Quick pitch as well from Genius around the back. Oh, but no, gets absolutely obliterated by Narcs. Huge missed opportunity for Zidium. The timing of the pinch was perfect, but the shots just do not land. So now Narcs will have the chance to get the bomb planted. Storm does connect on to Boot, though, so we go to a 2v2. I believe Jazz should have another weapon in his back pocket besides the sniper rifle, but tries to trust the long-range weapon. Narcs collects the kill. Hunter killer drone comes out. Storm's going to have a little bit of issue with that, and
Oh, man,
just can't quite escape it. Animus get the map point.
He tried so hard to get rid of that. I mean, it's a fast little boy. It's fine. But now, funny thing about Animus right now, Shark is slowing down. He has had 10 kills for the longest time, but on the other side of things, Narcs is actually just waking up at this point of the map where they can close things out. Now, a different approach coming from Zidium. They're going in for a more heavily defensive setup here in Alpha.
Oh, good flash coming through. McCree stays alive. Shark couldn't quite follow up on it. Damage in for Guathilla. He will secure the trade. And the bomb will be collected, and now with 3v1. Jazz has a good piece of timing here, but does not expect Narcs to be playing backside boxes. And Animus will very comfortably run their way to a 7-1. 10 kills in 3 rounds for Shark, and he ends on 10 kills.
10 kills. Doesn't matter.
Thought we may have a chance for him to like break a record of some sort, but not quite today.
Get 2 aces or whatever. No, everyone else just stepped it up. Rasmo did a phenomenal job when it comes to the snipes. For some reason, using it as a shotgun, close range. Like, what the heck? That guy's amazing.
Hey, do what you got to do. If you can get away with it, you won't see me second guessing it, especially with how good Animus have looked so far on this season. And the thing that's kind of different about Animus, for what it's worth, comparatively to a lot of the other teams, they've played through Kings already, a good Mont team, to be fair. Yep. And they still have to go up against teams like 117, but they've gotten through the majority of the more difficult teams to play. They have, I think, actually 117 exclusive are their last 2 games. So we'll get an idea to see, again, are they going to be the top team in Europe? But I think the things that we're seeing from them, they're clean, controlled hardpoint, meticulously making their way through breaks, setting themselves up perfectly, and then having ability to make adjustments off of their default setups in Surge. It's been chef's kiss.
And you mentioned it a while ago, their hardpoints needed to be a little bit more diverse, right? Because Summit seems like they just love that map. They have not dropped it at all, but it just seems like a while ago in that Takeoff, they look pretty solid. But it is up against a team that is kind of struggling a bit, but we'll get that answer tomorrow up against Exclusive, where that's when things get really spicy for this team.
Yeah, and the thing is, just to kind of keep the macro involved with this, Zidium loses this map, or this next map rather, they're out essentially, because you have to be able to put together at least 3 wins to be involved with some sort of a tiebreaker. So things not looking good for Zidium here. We've essentially already nullified Panic. We've already kind of essentially put out of the picture 31er. So this very well may be the next team that kind of leaves us, so to speak. They'll still finish off, of course, their group stage, but their chances of making playoffs essentially go out the window. So it's one of those tough situations to be in if you're Zidium, especially going into a Crossroads where Animus have looked particularly good in control. Not looking like it's going to be all that fun for Zidium.
That was a very interesting conversation because we saw how they performed so well up against Kings in this map. And every map in that game was pretty close except for this Crossroad control. Yep.
That's a good point. So with that in mind, that's what we're waiting on here next. I think the thing about it is, you know, the expectations for Animus were not this high. So how much favor do you still provide for them in matchups that are still to come? Because I would say they're probably the best Crossroads control team right now in Europe. Yeah. They're looking like one of the best hardpoint teams in Europe flat out across every map that they've played so far. And their Search and Destroy looks pretty good. So, I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and say because of the leaderboard, they're currently the best team in Europe, maybe with the exception of 117. Does it kind of modify your power rankings in this matchup, looking at what we've seen so far?
The fact that they were able to bring down Kings already is a statement. But the question is Kings even that good? Because they struggled up against 117, not found. But back in stage 3, 117 just got the better of them. So I'm excited for that last game because that's when we'll see these 2 Giants go head-to-head. But for now, a Giant versus this David is going to be clearing out here for control.
And it's offense to start for Zidium. Good control the map here for Animus immediately. Although Boot does get shut down as long as Shark, or pardon me, as well as Shark around the back. So there's some space here for Zidium to work with that mid until Guathilla again just gets aggressive with the AR, stepping on in towards that offensive garage. Trades are decent though, and Zidium should have a chance to stop the clock by getting on to B with this map pressure that they've got, especially considering that Korea's gone all the way deep underneath sandbags.
Oh, that's good. Jazz just did an amazing job at solo holding tank room and just disallowing Animus to go in push, but unfortunately he does cross over into Catwalk and just loses his life, and that just allows everyone else from Animus to go in and full force into spawn.
Just look how fast Animus are on punishing mistakes. I mean, as soon as Zidium gets a little bit too far forward, overextend just a touch, it turns into essentially 5 straight kills for Animus. And now the spawn trap is on. The lives were at one point even, about 10, 15 seconds ago, and now it's a 20 plays 8. Oh, Boot. How about that for 4 in a row? And he's actually still in the spawn. No one's been able to flush him out yet, and no one will until finally Jazz gets involved, but does not matter too much. Animus are just running all over Zidium.
They're just causing so much chaos, and like what you mentioned already, just capitalizing on the mistakes of Zidium, punishing them. And now a 1v1 trying to ensue over here in through mid as a 16v2 with just 1 minute on the clock is just not going to be doable. But Storm trying to go in there all by himself is not enough. A Shark finishes the job. And now we're going to be switching up our sides, and for Animus, they are so quick when it comes to their response.
Yeah, it really is. And offensively, they've got a really nice break off where they control this top catwalk position, top garage. They get snow path control at mid, and then the focus on which zone they want to go to comes down to where do they find their eliminations. And there it is. Double hit up top. Player sneaks through bottom fire. That's Shark, of course it is, and Animus will win just about every, and yeah, they will still win every single gunfight. I thought there was going to be a trade somewhere. Doesn't fully come through. Now the 100 killer drones, Pred missiles come out. Narc's playing topside cage. Storm trying to finesse as long as he possibly can, but Narcs will eventually track him down, also catching Kree off the spawn. And it feels like it's just a matter of time before this one turns into a 3-0.
Top fire needs to be taken care of, and Genius finally does that job and allowing Zidium to finally go in, spawn into left side of the map. But the Preddy's gonna go down, gets that beautiful double, and Narc's just winning majority of the gunfights there, and top fire just allows him to get so much more control for his team.
Goodness gracious. I mean, this is abusive at this point. Second tick of progress being worked on by Boot. Not that I think he needs to worry about capturing, because he may not have the time to actually get this third tick before the last 7 lives are done. And Zidium are just looking completely lost. Jazz will at least clear off A with the Purifier, but feels like barely a footnote in what has been a story dominated by Animus. And yep, just 4 more lives to kill. Storm does at least get 1 in response, but this would be a miraculous defense if they were to pull this off, and no, they won't.
Now, as we're going in for that next set, Zidium have no operators whatsoever, and looking at Animus, they have almost like 5 already.
Yep.
Pretty sure Rasmo will have that one later on, gonna have it set up as Kree tries to go in there for those kills up the rock, but no. This is gonna look hard for Zidium.
Yep, speed run here for Animus. And again, I think kind of talking about Animus and like wanting to see them diversify their map pool and competitive play, I assume that they're doing their job when it comes to getting everything done in scrims, doing full hardpoint rotations and stuff like that. And there is something to be said about not showing everything, but that's the only real ask I can have for Animus, is to make sure that you are as complete as possible when it comes to every single map and every single mode. Because outside of that being an issue where you just get finessed in the hardpoint vetoes and maybe even the search and destroy vetoes, I just don't see a way that this Animus team loses from here on out.
But now though, still even when it comes to the lives though, as Inicio going in for those long-range engagements, but Rasmo able to take care of him. And what we're seeing so far when it comes to that map control, Animus going in for a heavier Bravo control so far. I mean, A rather, but now when it comes to Jazz, he's just firing up. He's going to be that lifetime for his team.
Someone's going to get out and stop the clock, though. That's the problem here, because, yeah, you've got some space, but Jazz gets shut down, and in all that time, no one really stays on towards zone. So Animus have once again regained control of the map and find their way to be on top of the life lead. 30 seconds on the clock. Denicio Annihilator out. Does take care of 1. He'll be the one to possess this A zone, keep the clock stalled at 29 seconds, but he's got so many things to look at. And even though he finds 1 over the top over towards Catwalk, it will not make much of a difference. 14 plays 10. Rasmo, bottom side containers, making life difficult off spawn. And Zidium are on their last legs here, trying to make their way over towards B.
That is the last push that they need to make. That Bravo control needs to be pushed right now, but only just 1 player right there to try and capture him all by himself. But player number 2, Boot, still on that spawn trap with 2 versus 12 lives with just 9 seconds on the clock, and Zidium just looking lost here. And now their chances of making it to playoffs just dwindle.
Yep, Animus, no worries, no problems. Kuna Matata. Unbelievable stuff, man. They're playing some good COD right now. And it's going to be tough, I think, to expect that they don't win out the rest of their group stage. That said, they still have to play up against a couple of good teams, so we should get some fireworks to finish off their groups. But with that win, they will guarantee themselves probably a high seed at playoffs. And on the other side, Zidium, that puts them pretty much out of the running at this point for top 4.
GG's well played for Zidium, and even though they had a little bit of highlights all throughout this competition, obviously winning those matches up against Panic, but kind of struggling up against Mod, it just really goes to show that this team has yet to perform really well and find that chemistry to possibly get it back later on into the series. But there we go. When it comes to control, Animus just showed everyone a masterclass of how to play this map.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, again, I think that they're going to have a big advantage in the veto process when it comes to playing around control, because their Crossroads is looking like the best in Europe at the moment. But I would like to see them get more reps on Raid, because that's likely going to be the battleground that you're going to see them play up against teams like 117 and Exclusive in the next couple of matches that they have, simply due to the fact that Standoff often becomes a battle of defenses. And so if you try to trust that, you just veto out their Crossroads and you put them on a neutral field like Raid. So that's the only real ask I could possibly have for an Animus team that looks pretty much fully complete.
What a ridiculous series from Animus.
Yeah.
They absolutely speed ran their way through that. Bob, you and I barely got through our Starbucks, like halfway through our Starbucks before we were called back to this set. Thank you, Animus, for making it short and easy on us. And we kind of saw this one coming, but I did not expect the strength I saw from Shark. That kid was a monster. The 8-kill spree to start things in Search and Destroy. Bobby, I know you've been grinding the content. You've been making YouTube videos in between shows, and you got a top 10 players of all time list coming out. Is Shark anywhere on that list? Does he deserve a spot?
I'm starting to lean more and more that way. Largely because Shift tried to convince me that I should. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. But, man, he just looked absolutely phenomenal. And he has all major long. It's not like something that just recently started. But he had one of his best performances up against Kings, which has been the biggest win so far for Animus. So he is looking more and more like he is in contention for one of the greatest players in EU, if not the greatest EU player that we've seen.
Kid is nasty. He plays the corners, he hits his shots, he knows the routes, he knows what you want to do, and he absolutely shut you down every attempt throughout that Search and Destroy. But Beef Mommy, let's talk big picture here. Animus is now 5-0. They are tied at the top with 117 not found, and these two teams will battle a little bit later in our groups. After watching both of them play today, who's more impressive? I know King had to play against 117. That went to a Game 5. And Animus, of course, taking on our 6th seed.
You know, we always give Animus just such hype when it comes to this, but 117 not found has already went up against King. Same with Animus, yes, but we still need to see Exclusive try to take a map off of Animus. I think once tomorrow comes through, I think that rematch in the last save between 117 not found and Animus might have an upper hand.
Pretty top-heavy group right now. 2 teams at 5-0, 2 teams sitting at 3-2, and we have some underdogs coming up. Mott trying to climb the leaderboard. Panic at 0-4. It's not looking pretty, but we'll see if they can turn their game around. Don't go anywhere. This is Call of Duty Mobile. The EU region continues with Stage 4 after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
If and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back, everybody. It's your mother's favorite caster, Chris Puckett, back with Call of Duty Mobile. We're here in the European region, day 5, and we're about to see the final fight of the night. This one coming from the bottom of the leaderboard as Panic is looking for their first win, and Mont is looking to climb after a 1-3 start. If you're looking at the maps and modes, well, Panic winless across the board. On the other side, Mont, they've got a hardpoint victory, a search and destroy victory, and a control victory. If they did that all in the same match, they would have a bonus match victory, and I think that's what we see right there. So they need to get a cleaner game as well. And Shift, you were talking about hypotheticals. If Mont starts their run right now, we could potentially see a 3-way tie for 4th place as only 4 teams are making it into that EU playoff.
Yeah, there's a chance, okay? There's a chance. The thing about it is it would have to be a 3-way tie, and that means that they would likely have to go to map count. So you need to put a really, really good map count up here. I think 3-0 has to be on the table. Mont has played through the majority of the top teams in the leaderboard, which is why they're currently sitting at 1-3. The only team they have not played is Kings, and I believe that's the last match that would be on their schedule. So if they win out and beat Kings, there is a chance that they could still make it into the top 4. And I think that this roster has really surprised us just because of how they've done so far.
You got to start right now. Walk me through this squad, Beef Mommy. Who's playing what role and who's the star of the squad?
Etsy is going to play that main sniper, and he was a pickup from Team Mobility. He made life hard for this team, and you know what they said? Come into the team. We're going to welcome you with open arms. But Jaysay is someone that actually is super good when it comes to those close-range engagements, but Fahim is going to be that anchor, so good when it comes to those ARs.
That is Mont. On the other side of this matchup, we have an 0-4 Panic, and we should just say this straight up. You're a top 8 team in Europe. Congratulations for making it this far. You're getting beat up all over this group, but you can only get better through experience. If you're looking at this lineup, though, Bobby, who has the most potential to maybe find success moving forward?
I would say Afer. He was a player that was doing very, very well on the, I believe it was Zidium that he was playing for before, and since coming to Panic, he just hasn't really looked the same. I would love to see him have a shot at redemption right here, but like we said, 0-4, you are completely out of playoff contention, and all you can really do is hope to play spoiler for Mont.
Yeah, you're looking to just get some reps in at this point, clean up your own game, because there is opportunity to make some money a little bit later in the year, and you're already guaranteed $500. So enjoy it while you're playing right now. As we take a look at the maps and modes, as the picks and bans are coming through, do they really matter here? I hold Shift.
Nope, not really.
Oh.
I think the thing is I'm more focused on the series from Mont's perspective.
Yeah.
And I am happy to see them still find a way to get Arsenal in the picture. They have looked really good. They did lose their one match they'd played, but I think they played the map very, very well. So looking to kind of polish it up. Standoff, Meltdown, both I think are going to be fine when it comes down to Mont's perspective. They've played, well, they actually have not played Standoff yet. So the first couple of maps were actually a little bit iffy.
Okay.
Summit has been a map that they've played a couple of times, so there's options, I think, for them still winning this first map, but they're going to be getting some reps here on some map mode combos they have not really put a lot of time into yet, which is exciting.
Summit, Standoff, first 3 maps. Is this clearly in Mont's favor? Excuse me.
Definitely, because Summit, like what Shift said, they've played a couple times, but this is the team that put Zidium into the 100-point club, 250 and 82. So if you're going to be Panic, that's going to look a little bit shaky, and they did lose that up against Animus. Meltdown, on the other hand, could be a swing mode, honestly, because it was very close. It was an 8-6 up against Zidium. So if Panic did watch the VOD, and that is the only kind of, I think, upper hand that they have. There's so much VOD right now up against Mod.
All right, well, it's time to send our casters over. I hold Shift. Bobby plays on the mic for the final battle of the night. Let's lock in and get ready for this one. Chat, who do you got winning it? What is the final score? I need to know. And shout out to everyone tuning in across YouTube and Twitch.tv. We hope you enjoy the show.
Chris, you'll also be happy to know that my dad sent me a text message today, and you may not be my mom's favorite host, but you're my dad's favorite host. So you got that going for you.
I also got a message from my buddy Verdict, and you're his favorite host as well. So you just got an entire fan club watching you right now. Just all of NA is absolutely loving it.
We need to make a team consensus that we don't tell Glitter that.
Wait. I don't know what she said.
Me neither.
Yeah,
I just heard Beef on me yelling.
Yeah. All right. Well, Panic. Panic.
Yeah.
Panic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they can take a map.
They should. They should have taken multiple maps so far based on this roster. And again, stage 5's off the table for them, but there's still a lot of existential tournaments that are going to be playing throughout the rest of this year, and you have to think that the names on this roster should be competitive. It just comes down to they have not been able to figure it out as a full squad. So we'll see if we catch some new life from them here today. Mont taking a lot of control towards the high ground. It's Etsy for the double. HVK in hand. Haven't seen that all that often. And Mont will use this as a chance with numbers to control the hard point as well.
He's been the anchor AR for them, but honestly, I don't hate the choice of the HVK on Summit, as it plays a little bit more like an SMG and might give you more viability in the close range. No surprise, see Mont winning all the gunfights off the start right there. Capronx able to clear off the hard point, but traded out instantly. AFER hopping on the point, and Panic will be on the board right here. Like we said, this has by far been the best hardpoint map for Mont. What was it, 100-point club on Zidium, and honestly played things fairly competitive up against Animus here too.
Yeah, only lost it by about 40 points. So yeah, I mean, they've been impressive. I know, again, it's hard to look at a team that's 1-3 and see a pathway for them to get through, but I think if they can find a way to keep impressing, keep diversifying the map pool, there is definitely a world and a way where they can still sneak their way into the top 4. The big thing hurting them is that loss to exclusive. So job here has to be to 3-0 as we open up P2. Panic getting some good success done. Daytail trying to open up space underneath the hard point. Etsy also flashed back, but comes right into the hard point with the mother key gunfight win versus Slayer. And Motley uses as a chance to get some time here in the second.
AFER looking to contest right here. Nice shell from Daytail, shut down, and solid little feed right there for Panic. He's going to look to get pushed out toward the opposite side as well. Doesn't have position to do so as Zay hops on the point, but AFER's there, takes him down and slides to the corner. Couple big gunfights going the way of Panic, and they are very much in this one off the start.
They just have no idea, though. The Fahim is already deep over towards the new side of the minimap, and it's just one of those things that Panic only pushed like halfway through the hard point and thought that that was enough. So Fahim, number 1 in yellow, will be sitting all the way deep over towards ski lift side. The rest of Mont looking to cut through the old time, finding a couple of kills. And there is going to be a chance here that they can still flip spawns, but a lot of focus has to now go to the backside of the left part of the minimap here. Fahim in a world of hurt by himself. Daytail can't get here to help him out, but there will be just enough assistance to keep this contest going here, Bobby. 50-50 spawns at the moment, but AFER, much better start for him overall, has turned the tides, and Panic should be able to hold on to hardpoint control.
Huge kills for them. They flood from the front and back, and make sure to keep eyes on those visual spawns as well, just like that. Panic in position to pick up some hardpoint time right here, and looks like they are on a mission to prove themselves regardless of what they can potentially do in this tournament. Solid setup right here, and Daytail gonna look to push from the front side, but trying to solo challenge in that position will rarely work your way. Right now, Panic looking to push out toward the backside as well. Slayer there for the trade. Etsy looking to flip spawns. Nice damage across the map, and they do that. But to be honest, if you're Panic, not the worst thing in the world is you're already looking to set up toward next.
Yeah, 40-20 separation. It's not necessarily a guarantee you're going to get a full 60, so getting 40 plus is perfectly fine. There will also be a chance here for Panic to make life really difficult on Mont as they try to rotate over. Yaya in particular does take down 2. Can't quite finish off the 3rd, but his teammates are there to pick it up, and Panic will win the rotation to new. Not here. It'll be, over the other side of the map. And with that, Mont will have to try to find a way to break from the front.
Well, Yaya does not check both directions. Still finds the kill onto Jay. And this is a little bit more of what we had expected to see out of both him and AFER. 2 of the more experienced players on this Panic squad that just haven't found a way to get going. But a nice hold right there. Onur's going to pop the claw. Daytail looking to clear things out with Sparrow in hand, hitting his teammate instead. And somehow, Mont still find a way to break through.
Dude, I think he hit his teammate, and it caught the player in the corner because they were just far enough through, so the explosion came out. Still, a couple of spawners for Panic in the back. 20 seconds to fight for as Mont will reclaim the lead for now. Capronx in a little bit of trouble here, backside snowplow, but does find a kill. And with that, Panic will clean up the eliminations around the outside of the hard point. Should be an opportunity for them to get the last 10 seconds of scrap time, and we'll essentially have a dead tie game here through the first set of hills.
Once again, I love seeing this out of Panic, showing that they at least have some shred of hope. And like Puckett talked about, there's more tournaments to come this year. It's not all down to stage 5. So hoping to set themselves up for success, at least in those instances. Mont gonna get set up early on the top side. Etsy around the corner. That's going to go the way of EUR, and if he can get pushed on through, might be able to spot Zay. Big kill right there as well. One left to be dealt with. Nearly turns and burns there as well, but does get shut down. Is going to be Mont back in the hard point.
This feels more characteristic of EUR. Just watching his POV, watching him move around the map. I don't know what it was in the first 2 weeks. It just never looked like he was fully comfortable moving around the map. But now all of a sudden, he's really lighting things up. 21 total kills, only getting one with his Purifier, but still it provides enough space for for Panic to keep the hard point in their name. Mont under a little bit of pressure here, trying to work through the old time, but they do get the cleanup, and with that, a chance to soak the scrap and still fight for new.
Slayer looks to push through, can't connect, but EUR finds one kill, shut down there as well. Players on both sides looking to push toward new. It is Panic set up early on the bottom side as Yaya gets pushed through, but he's shut down by Zay. And right now, Panic maybe a little bit overzealous, pushing back in toward main. EUR, nice, another two-piece. Yeah. And once again, much more like himself. Don't know what the difference is, but they're set up nicely to pick up some time here on P2. EUR spotted out in the top side, but still 3 players on the objective for Panic.
The thing that's mostly impressive about this Mon team is their discipline with their ARs. They're just not over-challing anything until they've got numbers. Purifier now making its way through Etsy's double kill. That'll be good for Zay to clean up the hard point and get Mon in for some quality time here. 30 seconds. Panic is putting a couple of members on the other side of the map to try to flip spawns around, but there's still a lot of time here on the hard point, and Mont are not giving up much of it. Slayer eventually comes back through for the double, and with that, spawns will be good, and Panic will also have a chance to fight for all this. Slayer hits a little jump crossbow for the Reddit reel.
And I mean, you look at the kills, and Panic are just cooking them right now. You got to give credit to Mont. Their teamwork has looked better, no question. Having the lead right here, despite the way that these Panic players have been slaying out, Yaya's going to be able to spot out another, and obviously big gunfights happening on the backside once again. It's going to be Kapronx trying to lock in spawns right there. Timing doesn't go his way. One player makes their way over to Silo, and we need to see what those engagements are going to look like as EUR keeps things cleared on the hard point. That backside does get cleared out.
Yes, it does. So now for Mont, it has to be from the front. Couple operators at the ready. Same can be said, though, for Panic. Couple of good kills coming in. Jay, War Machine does clear out the corners. Oh, the response for EUR gets shut down. The Claw only finding a single kill. Kapronk still spawning up in a good position to try to help this retake out, but Daytel finessing. This doesn't quite have the assistance to fully flip the hard point around, and with the proximal spawns, Panic reestablish control.
And EUR's movement, his gun skill just looks phenomenal. I can't believe this is the same player that we want. They got rolled by 31, or they got 3-0'd. And that was a team that earlier today just didn't look like they were in the same league. So I love seeing them finally turn it up and at least give their fans something to cheer for right here. Daytel on the bottom side, not great trigger discipline. He's going to get spotted out, and it looks like an opportunity now for Panic to set up early on this one, but it's got to be Kapronx to win the gunfights, and he's a little bit trapped right now, waiting on the reinforcements to arrive.
Big operator battle coming through as Slayer actually gets 2 with the 100-killer drone. Yaya still operating with the War Machine. Oh, EUR actually pulled the Purifier and gets completely shut down from it, so Mont will clear out the front. Problem is, you still have Slayer in the back line. He'll see Kapronk spawn in his right pocket, and Panic will have numbers trying to break this thing from the back. Zay just operating with the CBR. Help coming through Snow Pathway. Yaya doesn't check his corner. Zay able to get one. More coming through the front door. Zay for the double. More still around the corner. And Daytel is in now all of a sudden as he tried to get the spare up through, but EUR did get essentially full charge back off that Purifier. Makes good on it. The break is good for Scrap.
Definitely nice to have right now if you're Panic. A little bit more value for EUR there as well. He is already on 40, dropping a pred right there. That'll give him some information. The early setup on the inside does look strong for Mont, but smoke should make for easy entry for this Panic squad. Zay from the top side going to be able to shut down one. Looks like the Sparrow taken out of the equation for Panic as well, but EUR starting to be firing on all cylinders as well. Etsy there to counter. That HVK in the close range can be absolutely lethal.
Wow.
And Jay doing everything he can on the inside. Not going to be enough to shut down Yaya though.
Yeah, slow start from Jay, but does his job right here. Etsy just hiding in the corner. EUR flushes him out. Dude, yeah, EUR is moving all of a sudden. I don't know what it is, but today is just, this should have been what we should have expected from day number 1 from him. EUR try to keep his life. Nades, shots coming through for Mont. 50-50 battle over the top of the hard point. Zay, Etsy getting it done themselves. clean break attempt. Panic get over the 200-point threshold, but Mont have a chance to respond and tie this game off this hill.
Kapronx comes up short on that one. But it's EUR making plays once again. Not only does he have 45 kills, he has almost 2.5 minutes on the inside of the hard point as well. He has been the do-it-all man for this Panic squad, and they now find themselves up by 30 points and on the brink of taking their first map of Stage 4 up against a Mont squad that has looked phenomenal on the Summit map.
And they ice up right here. Hardpoint opens up in favor of Mont. Panic from the high ground, though, looking to flood together. Setup is decent, but the kills just are not quite there. Yaya now by himself with the War Machine, but no. It's Jace to get the close quarter shot. Onur can only get one, and Mont will have a chance to get over the 200-point mark. Panic quickly try to recontest, and Slayer slides on in to clear out the hardpoint. On top of that, Panic could technically still win on this hard point if they can find a way to convincingly clear things out, but Mont will establish control and hold on. They've got the right side of the left side of the minimap in their favor as well.
Yaya shut down. Slayer on the top side has an opportunity, but things looking very rushed right now. Panic not checking those angles. Onur's going to be able to find one right there, but EUR shut down on the slide through as well. Yaya finally able to find trades, but Mont there time and time again. Just more team gunfights, and they're making big-time dividends off of it. Right now, backside crucial, and it's going to be Panic with the setup. More than likely, that should be enough to lock in the win for them, but they've got to win these opening gunfights.
And it's a lot of it coming through silo side. J side just waiting for a chance to hit from the front. Couple operators at the ready for both sides, but Onur and EUR gets shut down as soon as they pull out the War Machine or the Purifier. Yaya trying to recontrol the back, but he gets pushed out. Kapronix in trouble, and now Mont have operators that they can use to hold.
They didn't win a single one of those opening gunfights. So much investment, a perfect setup, and it may very well go to waste for Panic.
No.
Disaster may strike again. The operators come out. Yaya's got to get pushed in. There's two players there. A double kill for Zeze. One more to push through. It's not enough for Onur, and Panic fall apart once again.
Oh my goodness, it's 50 plus for the L. Looks of disappointment from Senior Plays over here. I mean, everything went the correct way for Panic on rotation. Everything's set up. You've got a good hold around the back. You had a player sitting in gondola. You had operators to use, but they get caught pulling them out. And then all of a sudden, Mont says, all right, time to call a game. They pull out ops of their own, and they do not make the same mistakes that Panic do. Oh, no. That's heartbreak.
I watched Yaya watch the one player rotating for a backside gunfight to flip spawns. He unloaded his entire magazine and missed every single bullet on it. And that was the epitome of that last attempt of a hold out of that Panic squad.
No way.
They needed to hold off one push to find the win, and they couldn't make it happen. And I mean, that's been Stage 4 in a nutshell for them.
I was just about to say the exact same thing. It's like, if you need to know how this stage is going for Panic, just watch that last 15 seconds again. Oh, man. And in the face of EUR finally being the EUR we knew him to be, he gets 50 for the L, brother. And a ton of hardpoint time, like you mentioned, 2 minutes plus. I mean, flat out Panic dominated the kill feed against Mont.
They cooked him.
Yeah,
let's see. He was
time.
plus 21, plus another 2, that's 23, plus another one, 24, and then minus 2 more. So they were plus 22 and still find a way to lose. I feel like there's only so much credit that you can even give Mont on that one, because that was just a straight up disaster class.
Man. Wow. Okay. Standoff. Coming up next, we got back-to-back for Search and the Control. That's tough to get over, though. I'm going to tell you flat out, my friends. You just don't see that all that often.
I just wanted to see him win a map, you know?
I know.
I feel like it's not that much to ask.
Not for this roster, dude. Flat out. Come on. I mean, yeah, not for this roster. It should not be a lot to ask. For the Search and Destroy, the news doesn't get much better here for the side of Panic, because it just has not been, I mean, there's been nothing going their way anywhere, but in particular, the Search and Destroy has been particularly miserable. On average, they're losing by about 4 rounds, which is not good.
Well, EUR gonna get pushed up through courtyard early right here. Nobody to watch that exit. smokes across so he can make the entry if he wants to, but he's going to go ahead and just opt to sit on the back side of the bomb for the time being. Now getting pushed way up, and he's going to get spotted out, but it doesn't matter. He gets the better of the gunfight. Another one going the way of Yaya, and just like that, strong start for Panic again.
Yep, looks that way. Etsy gets taken down through Cubby. So last one left will be Fahim for the 1v4. Kilo in hand. He will get a chance here onto Afer, who actually deals a lot of damage in return. Bomb can be planted all over today as well, making life extra difficult for him, who have to rotate through mid-map. And, well, he's got 2 snipers possessed in the middle of the map at the moment, so that will not be a fun route to go through.
35 seconds. Very, very wide wrap, but it seems like Panic should have the read regardless of what direction he ends up going. Slayer spots him over top. Capronk's going to be in position. Snipe connects, and Panic take round 1. We've seen this so many times. They have the ability to start games. I'm not even going to say start them strong, but start them decently well. But their ability to close has just been non-existent.
Yeah, absolutely. And in particular on this map, 0-2 on it, a 4-7 loss and a 3-7 loss. The thing that may be different today, though, is if Afer can continue just to run rampant and find success to keep the hot hand, that's going to be a huge problem that Mont are going to have to dictate some sort of adjustment to deal with. Onur gets the top window. Zeze just watching the mid cross. Double focus setup on the A defense as well, with just Fahim watching through refrigerator side. He has to be very careful on how he wants to chow this, if at all. Yaya will scout him out and back away. The wallbang will not be there. And the first blood collected by Nate onto Jay will give Panic the numbers early.
Daytel's still tucked into that cubby. Slayer looking for a wall bang, but he'll go prone. No opportunities to connect right here. Still the pressure on. If Panic have any type of utility, throwing it in that cubby should make life easier. Yaya's going to be able to take down Zeze on the trade. Fahim continues to watch the back line. Nobody making the push on through. Yaya probably spotted out. Etsy takes down Capronx, doesn't see the player top blue. Yaya's gonna drop there as well. And just like that, it's man advantage for Mont.
Panic have missed an opportunity just to collect themselves and take a 4v2 on the A site. Maybe getting a little bit too cute, trying to find kills through mid with these scopes. Etsy, shot down. Fahim response, and up close and personal. Afer could not quite lock in this shot, so response for Mont in their second round. 1-1 we go.
And Mont have looked solid in the search and destroy. Obviously, the only maps that they've taken so far have been up against that Zedium squad that hasn't looked phenomenal, but they've definitely played some close search and destroys against some of the top teams as well. Fahim's going to be able to get set up over top of Fridge on the back alley side. And that's some solid map control for them, as right now the offensive push a little bit stifled for Panic.
Look at the read here for Mont. They're changing up their look around the back alley. Afer wants to give this a go, and interestingly enough, Fahim, I think, just got caught in ADS, could not quite slide away. And the follow-up from the rest of the defense in the back alley just not there in time. Etsy by himself inside of 8 gets 1. Zeze over the middle of the map, finding another. Etsy, surely he falls to Yaya here. Surely he, oh my goodness! Yaya just got put in a poster, and Etsy eventually dropped, but now Jayce is in position to hold off this A defense.
I mean, once again, this is painful to watch. Onur's going to be able to drop it, Jayce off of that one. Able to get pushed up. Zeze is not going to get timing to go his way. Nice little flank out of Daytel will shut down Onur. And some audio off of that may give information to Afer. He's been the one bright spot for this Panic squad. Able to take him down, and now into a 1v1, but Zeze watching the cross. Snipe can't connect, though, and Afer's got the bomb in hand. He's going to continue to play this statue area and picks up a sniper. Zeze is going to hit the wide wrap around Bad Grandma's.
This is going to work great for him. Afer is still predicting that Zeze is going to try to play inside the site. And the longer he tries to snake his way over to the bomb, there may be an angle here for Zeze. There's the jump peek. He confirms that Afer is on site. Second look, doesn't quite see him. And now Afer, all of a sudden, I was going to say maybe he considers going through Grandma's, but will back up over towards A, and this is where they'll meet.
Afer's going to go for the plant. He doesn't hear the audio cue, but that's going to be the information that he needs. He's set up on the back of the bomb. Neither player able to connect right there, and just like that, it's a 50-50. Afer's going to wrap back to barrels, and Zeze may have the read on this. But Afer's just going to continue to play that backside, and he is very much trusting that Zay is not going to hop the bomb.
Yeah, bomb is planted for him to shoulder check through barrels here. So Zay is going to have to be the one to make the move, and he's going to predict to try to go through mid-street. He's trying to fake out sound cues. But Afer doesn't even budge. Now time is an issue. Zay makes his play towards barrel side. Hops. Afer right there waiting for him. No worries. Well played by Afer. Panic get to 2.
But it's not over yet.
It just feels like it's Afer versus Mont right now.
Agreed.
It was
Very much so.
It was Afer versus Mont map 1, and now it's Afer versus Mont all over again, showing that individually he is capable of going against the best of the best. Got to get the rest of the team working with him. Finds the opener, nade onto Jay.
Yeah, that was supposed to be an aggressive play through Cafe side, so now all of a sudden the middle of the map is wide open for the taking. It would have to be Fahim, and yeah, he tries to catch timing, mantling over the jump ball. That does not work out. Focus back over towards A now starts to come through, and there should be no reason that Panic don't just flood this site and take their 4v1 into Daytel.
Slayer looking for the wall bang, and this is something that we've seen them do time and time again. Just waste so much time waiting for him to find a wall bang rather than committing to a play. They get damaged through the wall. Should be an easy kill right here. Daytel doing everything he can to survive, but who else to be there but Afer? Now all down to Zay. He finds the opener, but the bomb goes down. He hops down the backside, and that should be a free kill. But Yaya gets quick scope. Capronx there to trade. There have been some rough moments in this one for Yaya.
There are just no easy rounds right now either. I mean, come on. You had 2 different 4v1s.
Defend the objectives.
Oh, yeah.
The
Yaya's not having a good time right now, I'll tell you that much. Team, though, is up. Quick hit for Panic, trying to make their way around the backside of the B site. The defense is hard focused on stopping any early aggression towards A, so they're going to be late for this check, and yeah, Fahim does not quite get to the angle in time. Yaya getting first blood, working with Onur to step even further forward, but there's still 2 members here at Grandma's. Daytel on the staircase goes unpredicted, and that's just a step too far.
The gun is just not working for Yaya. I don't know what it is, but he's been getting caught off guard every single time. Daytel from the top side, able to do some initial damage. Afer is there to pick up the kill again. This man is on 11 kills in round 5. And right now, Jay-Say sitting on a goose egg, trying to sniff out this play from the Panic squad. Bomb's going to go down on B, and timing could potentially go his way, but nobody going to play through courtyard right here. And just like that, he's left guessing, is Afer likely to hop back up over that hop-up side and should get spotted out here.
There you go. Slayer finishes it off. Tough position to be in. Nearly snuck behind enemy lines, but the offense for Panic. Now finally we have a round that we could say was pretty calm and collected. But Afer is just, doing Afer things right now.
Defend the objective.
And boy, it's just one of those things that you kind of have a bittersweet taste in your mouth about it, because it's fun to watch at the moment, but it's kind of in a moot point considering Panic's current standing on the leaderboard. Jay-Say, watch out, that's a nade. Almost just grabbed it on his way through.
He was trying to play catch. I got it, Dad. No catch to be found. Panic looking solid right here, or I guess Afer's looking solid. Slayer sees the gunfire over top of that bomb site, but not going to be able to have an angle onto Fahim. Zay on the backside, finally able to shut down Afer. I think that's one of his first deaths all game. Trades left and right. Mont do come out on top.
Yeah, nice little route here by Daytel, just controlling mid-map. Gives him the ability to play for a quick pinch on towards A, but Yaya does throw a couple of shots to Etsy's direction, so Daytel will have to be alerted. Also a little jump peek right there from Zay. Doesn't quite get the shot in to hit Yaya, but information should surely be here that Yaya's made his way onto the site. Just comes out of timing here in this battle through mid-street. Yaya not quite clearing the corner yet, and everything will stay neutral in this 2v3.
Well, Capronx going to continue to hold the back alley side. Nice shot by Etsy. Now all down to Capronx 1v3. Bomb has been dropped and only 42 seconds left. On the bright side, I don't think he's been spotted all round long, so should have the freedom to be able to catch at least one player off guard, but making a lot of noise right now, and that should be a free kill for Daytel.
And so it will. All right. Afer pretty much single-handedly won a handful of rounds right there for Panic, so it's a 4-2 half. Swap the sides around. And now the question is, how aggressive does Afer get on the defensive side, and where? Because if he ends up taking through back B alley or inside the front of B through mid street, Mont are going to have to see their sniper rifle start to hit shots, or Jayce would have to find a way to try to battle back against Afer, because Jayce is still at 0-6 at the moment, looking to join the agency if he doesn't find another kill.
Yeah, A was not the side I guess that he was going to go.
Me neither.
There's zero freedom to work right there. You can't really go any past where the bomb is, and he gets taken down by a sniper just like that. Panic have lost their best player, and right now pressure onto Yaya to find a kill on the bottom side of Grandma right here. It seems like Mont have some type of an idea of where he is, but not going to push up to an angle where he can see the doorway, and they're just going to be forced to constantly go up and down the stairs until somebody wants to commit to a gunfight, but he just can't win gunfights today.
Yeah,
like,
Yaya's
straight up.
Straight up chewed up. Same can be said, though. Jayce is not having a good one, at least up to this point. He'll be the first one on towards A. Slayer not in a spot to contest from barrel side, and as he rotates to mid, Zayze is there to meet him. So Onur, Bronx, last two left. Bomb planted here at A. And how do you try to set up this retake in a 2v5? That's the ultimate question. If you don't take it by my candor, you don't feel very hopeful about the chances of it happening.
Onur going up top, trying to spot out somebody across mid. Capronx hoping for an angle. Guys, why are we checking back alley? You got an entire bomb site to clear out, and you got Onur getting taken down anyway. Once again, looking like a hopeless round, and that's why, I mean, ultimately, it's all down to Afer to make the plays. He can't make that A push because that just leaves you stuck in the mud. He's got, whether it's mid-street, whether it's back alley, he's got to make a play a different direction.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's one of those situations where the play has to be centrally focused on what Afer can create without question. And then the rest of the team can just kind of follow up on wherever they need to. Lots of opening utility right through mid, and look at this hit for Panic. It is all 5 members running through. Etsy finds the first. Jayce right there waiting with, is that a KRM in his hand? He's able to use it nicely. How about that? 3 kills in the round for Jayce. I don't think that's how he intended to use it, but he says, thank you very much for running right through tank side into me.
I don't think you could have drawn up a worse play if you're Panic. Like, that went exactly into what Mont wanted, and that's a 5-0 round. Afer dies off the bat once again. Are they allergic to back alley?
I don't know.
I'm genuinely confused why we have not seen a single player sent back alley the entire time for this Panic squad. And now you're stuck with your best SMG Slayer sitting
unreal,
still, pushed up to tank, once again, giving away lives. You find one off the start, but Panic just looks so lost on the defensive side.
Oh, it's a big shot threat from Afer. Onur is in trouble, but threat gets eliminated. Capronix also hits over the middle of the map, so numbers now all of a sudden rest with Panic, and Afer's counting toes. Sees Zayze underneath the tank tracks. Fahim trying to cross over. What a shot from Zayze again. It's Yaya on the receiving side. But Afer does eliminate the threat of Fahim, trying to clear out Cubby. And now it all rests with Zayze for the 1v3.
Afer's still alive, so if you're Panic, your hopes are alive. Onur on the backside, there to get information. Afer's tucked back toward the barrel side of the Cubby. And Zayze should give away some information right there. Actually, it may have been a silent slide.
Now they know.
Yeah, it should be easy to clean up. Onur, kill right there. And once again, the key to success for Panic has been don't let Afer die.
Yep. If he's 13-4, that would exactly give you the credit towards that statement.
The objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Well, a lot of interesting looks for Panic so far defensively, to say the least. As this time it'll be a little bit more reserved, a little bit more patience. Defensive nades do land early. Trophy system does get involved, though, for the follow-ups, but there's not a chance here for Mont to take any early aggression towards A. They will get Jayce up close towards Cubby wall, but actually he'll step very aggressively by himself into Cubby, so he's cleared off a ton of space, and the only one in his way would be Afer on barrels.
Panic finally sends somebody back alley, but it's Yaya, and I don't terribly trust his ability to win a gunfight right here. Afer's getting pushed up, he's shut down. Shotgun in the hands of Jayce, and it seems like that was a worthwhile change for him. Nobody making their way past Tractor anytime soon. Yaya's finally going to be able to find one onto Daytel, so into a 4v4. If you look at the Mont squad, they're content to sit and wait. Yaya's going to force his way up. Clears out Cubby right here and should be able to find an angle onto Jayce, but he still can't win the gunfight. Fahim eyes onto Onur. He and Kapronx trying to make something out of nothing, but Kapronx can't connect. Now all onto Onur right here. He's spotted out, and once again, Mont tie it up.
Yeah, it's just a lot of space for free right there that Mont just kind of worked their way over, and a lot of credit to Jayce. An 0-6 start. But like you mentioned, swapping over the KRM, it's definitely worked out for him. And he's the real catalyst towards that round, just kind of walking forward and just clearing out Cubby by himself. And now a different look for Mont all of a sudden as we've got aggression towards the front of B. Jayce bringing the shotgun into battle, but no one's here to meet him. They were looking for an early first blood on anyone aggressively playing defensively, but not to be. And it's actually Slayer who takes down the critical scope of Zayze to give Panic the numbers early.
Just so intriguing to me that Afer has not pushed anywhere beyond the A side or the spawn tank side the entire time they've been on defense, especially with how much success he found as that roaming Slayer here in Search and Destroy. Yaya finally starting to heat up right here. He's going to find a couple to open things up. And now all down to Jayce. Should be a freebie here for Panic, as Jayce makes his way back alley looking for a 1v5.
And I like the idea of that setup for Mont right off the rip. It's thinking that maybe we'll catch someone getting aggressive through mid. So let's bring the shotgun over there to try to get the job done and get an early first blood. But the problem was nobody for Panic pushed up, and Mont just kind of got caught. I think most importantly, losing Zayze, he was the one that was supposed to be the pivot point to wrap back underneath the eyes of the scope. So map point here for Panic. It could be their first map win in the group stage. Will it happen? Find out right here, right now.
Based on what happened at the summit, I'm fully expecting Mont to win 3 straight rounds and Panic don't get a single kill in any of them. I hope it doesn't happen.
Yeah, same.
I really hope it doesn't happen. These guys are talented. More for Afer's sake than anything else. I really hope it doesn't happen, but he is once again just going to sit back in this corner and wait for something to happen. Just no real defensive strategy for Panic and heavily banking on winning random 1v1 gunfights.
The thing is, Panic have spent a lot of their defensive nades already, so Jayce is going to have this barrel angle for free. He does get shut down, but the bomb is planted. And the thing about this is Zayze should have a very easy look on this post plant deep. Etsy's dropping. And oh boy, Daytel, timing, he's been read. Oh, not good news here. Now all of a sudden it has to be done by Fahim. He only gets one. Zayze for a 1v3, sliding forward. He gets the first of what would actually be a 1v4 in total, but Onur will find the kill. Don't know if that was necessary, but Panic does find their first map win. Mark it.
No 3-0. No 3-0. All right, Panic. Claps in chat. Good job, Afer. Congratulations on winning a map. I'm still yet to see the team win a map, but I'm happy for him winning that map. So,
fair.
Once again, there's only so much you can do at this point. I think they would like to find a match, and with the way they're playing, I think they're capable of doing it. I think the mental toughness is the key factor that's going to determine whether or not they can make it happen, because we saw them outplay Mont for probably 95% of that first hardpoint map and still find a way to lose it. So it's once again a Panic squad that we've talked about the talent that they have. I don't know how many of you have believed that because they haven't really displayed it at all, but showing here that they're capable of competing against teams like Mont.
And the thing is, there's still, I think, a lot of reputability towards the history of their careers in terms of what they've been able to accomplish, especially across the European region in the past. So it's just, it's a big knee-jerk, I think, response to sit there and be like, what is happening? How is this team of all teams map winless? Till that point. So Standoff now, Control coming up. We expect this to be pretty much defensively sided. We have seen this be played by Mont, where they won it in all defenses, if I remember back correctly. So there's at least some sort of a sample size there, but it just feels like Afer's a difference maker right now. That's going to have to continue to be the thread that stitches together a possible Panic series win if they're going to have one.
Yeah, if I'm the rest of Panic, I think, especially on the defensive side, we're running 4 AR/LMGs that are going to sit in the back, and you send Afer forward, and you just let him get as many kills as you can, and hope that you don't give up the objective. So that would be my game plan going into this one, but once again, the rest of the players in the squad, they're not by any means bad players who don't have any experience. Like EUR was a solid player on a Stage 5 roster last year.
Yeah.
Slayer has been the competitive scene for Lord knows how long. Yaya was in Stage 5 2021 with that Nova squad. Like, they should be doing way more than what they're doing right now, and it's still just a question of when will they actually get going.
All right. Maybe right there on that standoff surge. We'll find out. There will be panic on the defense to kick things off here for this standoff control. And Mont, say a lot of their focus has been very quick hits through the A bomb site in towards B, but EUR is here to meet it. He gets an opening double, and there will only be one more member left surviving. That is Jayce, and he will be toe tagged to death by EUR, who's looking for more, and he's gonna get it. Okay, how about this for a start? EUR gets to 4 before dropping. But Mont's opening attempts have largely been stifled until these kills come through, and once again, Mont quickly through the middle of the map, looking over to B.
And right now, this is defensive side for Panic. You've got to be more assertive right here. Yaya's finally going to get pushed up. A couple tags through right there. Should be information for his teammates. Yet to see the kill go through, but there's Afer to pick up another one, and just like that, the lives are equalized. Right now, Jayce spraying across the map. Big kill to clear out Afer right there as they look to avoid the spawn trap, and Yaya's dealt with as well.
This is big right here, Slayer. Uh-oh, in trouble. Jayce is going to get to 5 in a row. He'll stop the clock on A. He's got assistance nearby in the form of Zeze. Also off spawn, Daytel's here to meet them. Hunter Killer Drone also locks thing in, so a huge start here for Jayce. And the first tick is locked in. Mont are still building their life lead up to 6 up at the moment. Yaya trying to clear the corner, and Yaya just continues to be obliterated.
Jayce's on 10 already.
Yep.
This is the guy that was on 0 kills through the first 6 rounds of Search and Destroy. And right now, he looks like freaking Ifer. He's on 11 and 1. He's absolutely cooking them. Oh. Finally, a chance to escape spawn, but Slayer shut down as well. And man, things fell apart quickly for Panic off that first round.
Jayce earned the EMP before dropping as well. So you want to talk about things that could turn this into a very quick 2-0. That may be it. Minute 15 on the clock to find these final 5 kills. And Mont will take their time to make sure they're not making any critical errors here. Fahim snipes out one. Afer stuck on tank. He reveals his position. Etsy going to try to follow up on this, and yeah, caught on reload. No chances there. Last one left will be Yaya over the top of the site, and EUR deep on the cross. But it's only a matter of time before Mont are able to isolate and overwhelm.
2v13, make it a 1v13, and EUR on the back alley side. Gonna give away that information, whether it's by objective or by lives. Mont gonna lock this one in, and EUR just trying to see if he can get any streaks out of it. Zeze spots him out, and Mont with convincing round number 1. And with that being on the offensive side, I think that much more of a cause for concern for Panic.
Big time. And I'm curious to see what operator Jayce is running here, because he could just pop this off the rip and just put the spawn trap in, and then you can just save the EMP until you have to use it, maybe in round number 3. We'll see. Panic can get a lot of space to work with here through mid-maps behind the cover of smoke. Fahim taking down one. Slayer also red and dealt with. Pinstripe goes the kill feed though, and Panic will have a chance to still hold towards Cubby's side. Afer looking for a gunfight versus Daytel, but doesn't come out on top of it, and the early advantage goes to Mont.
Slayer finally starting to heat up. Man, he loves that crossbow. He is dead set to it till the day that he dies. Fahim gonna go ahead, pop the Annihilator right there. Purifier in the hands of Zeze as well. Big investment off the start for Panic right here, but it's not really converting into a whole lot of kills. Yaya on a 3 spree, gonna break on into the objective as well. And right now, Panic doing a good job of warding off the push from Mont.
And they've got operators to try to get this A zone completely captured. EUR just spamming down the back door, making sure nobody can hit the flank. Afer, good win up close and personal. And now Yaya, the last one with his operator out, will actually get shut down here. Trophy system for Raheem will actually be the one to take him through. Second tick of progress still looking decent, pending, of course, that Afer could stay alive in the threat of this hit around the back, but he does get it locked in just before Zeze can recapture. So 2 ticks are guaranteed here at A. And with Panic finding a couple of kills off the spawn, this looks like it should be an extra 60 seconds at it.
The sequence of events for Afer right there was flashbang, 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 flashbang. In case you guys missed it. Solid capture right there for Panic, though. Yaya still holding down Courtyard, and 3 players hop the objective.
Yeah.
That is moving up quickly. Mott have to send a defense right here. Afer's got a Purifier, able to find one, but probably not the value he would have liked to find. They remain on the objective regardless, and Panic fill up the feed as both of these teams kind of throwing away the stereotype that this is a defensive-sided map.
Well, they do get on in time to deplete some progress here on the 3rd tick, but it's a 10 plays 4. Important to note that Jayce has not popped his War Machine yet. He's had it since the end of last round. Daytel, Etsy also have ops to play with. Pending they can stave off this next hit, you expect maybe one or multiple to be pulled out. And actually, it's going to start off with Daytel. He tries to get the Sparrow out early because it's naded off of it. And as the Afer continues to contest in, that will be enough to get this round 1. So offense for offense we go. Arguably more convincing for Panic.
All right. Well, Afer leading the way. No surprises right there. But the rest of the squad definitely starting to step up a little bit more. We'll see if they can get more of a solid defensive setup, but obviously, with primarily SMGs in hand, you've got to win those close-range gunfights to open things up. Afer with the pre-fire off the start right here. Nobody found through the smoke. He's going to be able to get tucked away behind the van right there as he takes down a crucial kill, and that's 4 in the feed off the start, and that's the first kill to be found for this Mott squad.
Now, Jayce through mid-street just trying to keep them from being spawn trapped. That's a huge gunfight win, and still a chance. If he wins this 1v1 right here, yeah, he's going to get on to B, stop the clock. So now Mott up 2 lives. They're going to have to be taking a lot of their focus to helping Jayce, who single-handedly pulls out his own War Machine and goes 1v2. Pred Missile now ready. Thought about pulling it out, and with Etsy joining him, he will. That's enough information to say that there are 3 members coming quickly. Kill's not there, though, for Mott, as Panic will retake, only giving up 1 tick of progress at B.
And given the investment that we saw from Ontoff, that not the worst thing in the world for Panic. EMP system goes through. Interesting timing on that. Jayce is going to send out the Hunter Killer as well right there and just trying to find kills any place he possibly can. Etsy shut down. Big shots by Afer once again, and he's making the Switchblade look like an assault rifle with the way he's winning these gunfights.
Yeah, and I just don't love that idea for the EMP there, where there was not an immediate threat being established towards either zone. Zeze's still just lingering deep, but he's trying to make a play over towards B. That gets shut down, and now all of a sudden Panic have a chance with a couple extra operators earned to take this to the finish line with only 14 seconds remaining. A little bit of pressure on Mott trying to get off spawn. Slayer up top, getting worked on with the Annihilator, but does get shut down by Daytel, who turns it into a double, and there's also success for Jayce over through the A zone, but Yaya doubles down and keeps this clock ticking. Only a couple of seconds left. Purifier should surely finish off this defensive round for Panic, and it will.
Still very messy control. So many operators pop that just did not need to be used. It was Panic in a solid position and no time for Mott to work with. And even though it's going to be 2 operators to 2 operators, it could be 4-2 heading into this and could have very well gotten the job done with guns in hand. We'll see if Panic can now close things out. They looked very, very strong on the offensive side to open things up, but it's Zeze with the first blood.
Yep, defense looking to start to wake up for both teams, it looks like now, so here we go. Opening exchange looking decent. Fahim has pulled out the Annihilators, found 2 with it. Jayce also controlling topside Grandma's house. This is not where you want him to be with that weapon. A couple of trades come through, but Jayce still persists up top, and he's still finding kills around the spawn. He's eventually taken down, but now your attention goes to Fahim. Topside barrel, Yaya looking for the gunfight. Good double shell comes through. Panic will clear out some space to work with, but 45 seconds on the clock, and Mott are still holding on to the life lead defensively.
Panic squad starting to look like a team. Got to continue to play that way as they get shut down 1 by 1. Etsy now sitting on a 4 spree. Flashbangs continue to go across. Yaya, he's 1 HP, but doesn't want to shell right there. Nade should be able to do the rest of the damage, though. Doesn't quite connect, and he's able to get tucked away into the corner. And Mott continue to find these kills. It seems like almost 8, 9, 10 in a row. What was a tied round just a second ago has fallen apart instantaneously for Panic.
Okay. 10 seconds to go here. Panic's last chance would have to be to dive on in towards A. They've got numbers to do this, and they'll stop the clock at 5 seconds. Slayer also trying to contest around the back. This is a decent setup, an opportunity to come through. Yaya's pulled out a War Machine, though. Down 5 lives with only 5 seconds. Zeze feeling the pressure. tries to get his Purifier into the point, but is not able to do so. Chaos all around the middle of the map. But with all of that has said, Panic will get the second tick of progress, and they're still staying alive. For the last one left, though, has to keep his life. And he will be able to do so long enough to get Yaya in.
Well, it looks like they're going to get cleared off right here, and they do it off the back of investing every single one of their operators. I would say they forced JSay to use an operator,
I
but
think so.
Realistically, probably didn't need to. So once again, it's pretty much both squads back to ground zero. One operator apiece. Etsy does have streaks to work with, but seeming like a 50-50 round to end this.
Oh, different look here, though, for Mont. They're not immediately going over towards B. It's a hard initial focus right on in towards the A zone. Initial kill from Yaya's decent, but it doesn't really stave off the play. Slayer continuing with this crossbow. Does find another kill, but Mont survived through the opening spree. Etsy will call in the Pred missile to take another one down, and the clock stops at 1:04 while Mont step onto the A zone with numbers.
Afer nearly escapes the nade right there. Not meant to be. Caprox has not had a good game. Yaya shut down there too. And once again, the life lead starting to build for Mont. JSay trying to spot out Onur across mid. Shots just don't want to connect. He's able to get the assist right there. Still got to clear out Zay on the objective. And got to be aware of these lives as well.
Yeah.
One operator ready to go for Caprox. Afer gonna pop the Purifier, but instantly obliterated. And once again, opportunities thrown away for Panic.
I just don't know. Afer did not even have any help nearby, and he tries to make a solo play with the Purifier from the top window. Does not work out, obviously. And now with 1:50 on the clock, Etsy has not popped his operator yet. There is a chance to where Mont can just do this by way of kills. 100 killer drones are also, by the way, flying all over the map, and they're finding some value. JSay is having a great map number 3, but is put down by Afer, who holds this defense up a little bit as they find a couple of trade back kills.
Beautiful shots by Fahim from Tractor, and now 7 life lead and 1.5 minutes to work with. This is Mont's game to lose. Onur shots over top, just can't seem to connect onto Fahim. If you're Panic, you've got to play every life so carefully, but they continue to lose out on those gunfights. The claws go into play. Afer not going to take the shots right there, but finally spots him out. Zay going to take himself out as well, but it's a 5v12, and Caprox with the only operator. He has been holding on to this for Lord knows how long.
And I'm pretty sure he is a Sparrow user, and he needs to use it before he drops, otherwise there's no respawns left. So if there were a time to pop it, it would be right about now. Lots of space given through mid-map. Panic just going to bunker down. Fahim, Annihilator out. That'll find the kill. He'll find a second. Caprox, are you going to pull this thing out or not? He gets one with the AR, and now finally the Sparrow comes out to play, but he's sitting inside of a staircase to where Zay's Purifier can start to make its way through, but the timing for Caprox, oh! He does take down a double. Slayer now the last one left, and he'll fall to Fahim at range, and Mont will take the map 3-2 and take the edge in the series with it.
Missed opportunities.
I'm telling you.
Missed opportunities. They just don't... They don't look like a team. They just look like 5 individuals.
Playing ranked.
It looks like a ranked game where you don't have comms with any of your teammates. That's very much the vibe that this Panic squad is giving, and just so many plays, so many opportunities. That not even like high-level play opportunities. Just don't waste your operators when you don't need to, and that becomes a very winnable game.
And I think the thing on top of that for Caprox in that last moment, just to put a little bit of a finger on it, it's not the only moment, but you've no respawns left. You're down 5v10 essentially. If you lose any of your teammates, the round's over. So you can't wait to pop it as a reactionary operator. You have to be the one seeking out eliminations as soon as the hit's about to come through to save your teammates' lives. And that just never happened to be the case. And man, I'll tell you, it's just not what you'd expect from a Panic team on roster, on paper that should be playing very much so in a more veteran way than what we've seen. But JSay, big map for him, 31-16. First one that he's really had outside of the shotgun late in the standoff search that he's really kind of taken over. That's good news, I think, for Mont heading into an Arsenal hardpoint for map number 4.
All right. Come the Arsenal, once again, not really entirely sure what to expect. We know that Panic are able to keep up it's just always been a question of can any of those other 4 of the remaining players get going.
And the thing about it is EUR, I don't think is going to have as much of a good time running an SMG on Arsenal to take over the map. Also thinking back to it, this is a map that Mont had played in their second week against, or second game rather, versus 117, and they actually did play the map really, really nicely. They were just got a little bit outslayed. So I would assume that this should be a map that should be favorable towards Mont. And I'm just curious to see who from Panic is going to step up. I think in my mind, I'm immediately thinking EUR needs to be the guy. So that's kind of where maybe our spotlight needs to be focused on if Panic want to send us to a 5th map.
Yeah, and once again, EUR is one of those players that not only played Stage 5, he was one of the best players on that, what was the name of the roster? Strut roster. Phenomenal player, had a solid Stage 3 as well, and just has not seemed to have the chemistry with this squad. But I think definitely with that LK in hand, he has potential to pop off and give his team a chance. Definitely have to be assertive, though. There's strong ARs on the flip side, and Etsy and Fahim that have to be dealt with, and he has definitely got to be up to the task.
All right, we'll see how it all goes. Panic
Hardpoint identified.
back up against the wall here as Mont will be coming from Cafe side. Expect to see a lot of battles over the top of these headies. Trophy systems immediately down. Nades will mostly come towards the open side here for Mont, and that's where a lot of the team shots are also going. Love the opening break off here for Mont. They get in, find the first couple of kills, and that will be an opportunity for them to hold numbers. A little bit of trouble, though, finding the SMGs through this smoke, and Panic are hanging on, and off respawn, they're back and reinforced.
Not really.
Oh!
Ooh, they get torched by Fahim right there. I was going to say, I like the little play right there, but you let the LMG get up into the close range and still pick you apart. Not much of a hope for the hold off that one, and now Mont starting to heat up. Once again, SMG shells through that window, heady onto an LMG, and that's just never going to end up going your way. They are on a strong start. Nice rotation out, early setup.
It's a lot of time forfeited for Panic to try to set themselves up towards the P2 spawns. They do deal with the early rotators for Mont, but again, this comes at a very significant cost. You have to lock in this first 40. You've got full backside robot control. You're in a position to try to test out towards guns. This has to be a Panic hold. And Daytel, look at him. You can kind of see him on the X-ray. He's already behind the setup. He does get read by Capronx. So there is an opportunity here for this Panic defense to hold on, but from the front, Mont find 3 kills. Now they can contest.
And Panic find 2 seconds. Make it 3 seconds off the early rotation right there. EUR there clearing things off, but Fahim has the read on it, and just like that, Mont have broken back in. The score streak's already in play for Etsy. EUR trying to spot one out, but he gets shut down, and once again, the level of teamwork is just not in remotely the same league for this Panic squad. Capronx finally stepping up with the LMG in hand. He's got 8 kills early, but has not been anything that has amounted to hardpoint time.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of his kills have been keeping the backside of the spawn safe, which is important to say the least, but he can't do it all. And Mont are playing this map really, really well. A couple of players just trying to sneak in routes, put pressure on the back as well as the team from the front hitting at the same time. It's worked out nicely. So we said Panic needed to get the first 40 seconds on P2, sending that much resource on the rotation. They only get 20 points. And Mont are already with numbers set up over towards Statue side. Panic are trying to get around the back while simultaneously seeing Capronx win mid doors. The problem is there's no one to threaten this back staircase side, and now you've got operators out for Mont to set up their hold.
EUR looking to make the long entry. EUR's lurk through the vents, but he gets shut down. Another kill goes the way of Mont, and EUR, the last hope for the initial entry, gets shut down again. Slayer's been red, hoping that a flashbang can save him, but that's going to be a freebie for Mont as well. And once again, just farming kills at this point as Daytel's going to pick up another one. JSay pops the war machine, and he's going to continue to farm his Panic, just scrambling for some point of entry, but way too disjointed to have any hope of making a way in.
Yeah, I think the thing for Panic right now is that their understanding of how to finesse the map off of positions is just not all that high. I mean, you've got Yaya trying to get in with a war machine in the last 10 seconds of the old time at P3. Not advised, to say the least, as this time we'll head on over towards guns. EUR first one up, looking for window control here. He has the Purifier actually just to hold on to the doors. Fahim will respond with an Annihilator. Should keep EUR pinned. The play comes through, and they will trade each other out. Zay around the back does create space for Mont to still get on initially for contestant. No one has any idea where Zay is. Yaya through mid doors, also there, but he will eventually be flushed out as JSay steps into the equation.
Players able to make their way through the window for Panic and able to shut down Fahim. It's been tough to deal with so far, but Mont still there with reinforcements. Yaya contesting for the time being. And with all the chaos amid the smoke, just trying to stay alive and keep things contested for as long as possible. Daytel gonna pop the Sparrow right here. Gets things cleared off. Yaya doesn't want any of the smoke, so he backs up. 1 HP, can't really chow. And once again, Mont in position, but a nice nade for Afer will get things cleared and open up an opportunity. Daytel is beaming.
Just finesse from mid-window. Yaya there to make sure he doesn't exit into the hard point, but Bronx on the other side does get bested. A little bit of scrap time battles happening, and Panic will come away with the majority of the back 30 seconds or so. Etsy gonna get the top trophy. Has a read, but Afer's Switchblade is a little bit too good in close quarters. And with that, Panic will at least win rotation into the hard point, but they are missing out on spawns here, so Mont will have a chance to contest this early.
Afers relayed the information that they're looking to push from that front doorway, shut down left and right. Mont there for the break once again. Just so many individual gunfights. One by one, they file into the hard point. One by one, they drop. And Caprox makes the read on the one remaining OBJ player right here, but Zayzay is there for the trades once again. And every time one of these individual plays starts to look good, the teamwork of Mont just shines brighter.
And I love that, just to highlight Zayzay in that particular moment. He knows his teammates are still spawning backside of this hill. So if you have the ability to continue to just run rampant through mid-planners, why not? Just sit that back door, wait till the hit to trophy comes through, and just cause a mess around the back line. Again, though, Panic are doing a nice job in these last two hills in the back 30 seconds or so. So they've chipped this down to right around a 50-point game as we rotate back over to P1, and Afer, big wins through Cafe. Now leads to a chance for Panic to get some significant time here on the first hill.
He is so slippery, so difficult to deal with, and once again, single-handedly keeping his team in this game. Slayer shut down. Mont find the kills one by one. Onur gonna be able to find a double right there, but still nobody in position.
Why?
This is the hard point where we're using a Pred missile?
Did they not know? Have they not heard? Trophy systems eat Pred missiles alive, trying to finesse through those top windows. And now Mont all of a sudden will pop out the War Machine from JSay. That will be good to block this front door. Etsy also spamming it down with an AR, and there's just no entry. Mont get the free break and turn it into a lot of time, back up to about 100 points.
And Onur does a good job of firing back right there, but still so much more left to be dealt with. Caprox rotates out early to take tower control, but the red missile for Etsy is there and gets read like a book. That advantage now completely gone as Mont now pick up the scrap time, find themselves sitting up 100 points as they look to close out the series. Players on the objective for the time being for Panic, but they've got to deal, and that is Slayer up in the top side to find a big opening kill.
Yeah, that's a big route right there from Slayer, taking care of Etsy on that top tower. This will force Mont to essentially spawn out. Fahim does get around the back, though, while Mont are finding success from the front. No one's even looking at topside guns. They're so worried about Fahim with the Annihilator in the background that Mont just get the clean kills. The follow-ups are perfect. Zayzay now finessing, but no. Afer will eventually take him out of the picture, forcing Mont to have to step in. And you can see the spawns for Panic. They're all spawned backside trophy, trying to make a cut across through mid.
More information on the Pred from JSay, 4 in the feed for Mont, and just like that, Panic sent right back to spawn, and not one that's friendly toward the rotation over to P3. Yaya looking for something, but with only 17 seconds remaining. Maybe some scrap time to be found. It looks like the rest of the players are going to go ahead and hit rotation right here, but once again, Mont set up, ready to go. They get the bulk of P2, and now setting up to go ahead and win here on P3.
And they have so many tools available. Zayzay gonna pop out the Purifier. I imagine he's somewhere at mid doors. He sure is. Later, thanks for trying. Slayer does get a pretty big trade, though, and he has an opportunity to play around backside stairs. Staying alive for it. Afer trying quickly to make his way forward. He's going to clear out Statue with this Purifier, so not terrible news here for Panic, all things told. They will get their break, stay alive, but man, they've got a long way to go if they're going to make this into a full comeback.
This guy is just so good at making something out of nothing, even on a map where your SMGs are not typically going to dominate. Has made his way into the top frag position, takes down Fahim at range, back onto the objective, trying to do it all for his squad. And finally, some players in position to help him get some objective time. Slayer's going to get things pushed out on the back side. and looking to connect with the crossbow right here. It looks like Mont going to go ahead and rotate, and they just want to get that early setup to see if they can go ahead and win things without giving too much opportunity to panic, but that opens the doorway for some early gunfight wins. Fortunately for Mont, they do get the better of them, but Afer's made his way on through. He's got a pred. That should give him information as well.
This depends on how Panic want to set themselves up here. You got to keep in mind they spent just about everything on Statue from their operators that were charged up on Afer. Oh, just doing it all himself. 32 kills. Pred missile getting called in. That should surely take care of Fahim, but no, he has to stay alive through that. Follow-up from Panic's SMGs, though, still hold the front. What do you pull here if you're Mont? Daytel looking sneaky, trying to clear out barrel side. Slides into the mix, and he gets completely crossed up. Panic finding the kills. Zay unfortunately takes himself out of the picture. Yaya follows in, and there's still 30 seconds to fight for. Panic are working their way back in.
Finally looking like a team right here, and a couple solid holds have resulted in some big hardpoint time, but Zay gonna be able to find the break right there. Nobody's winning 1v1 gunfights onto Afer right now. It's just not happening. Capronk's able to get things cleared off as well for Panic. You want to get any amount of scrap time that you can, but obviously priority on rotation. Oh, Slayer, big gunfight there as well. They pick up the scrap time with Afer leaking out. Smokes on the back side. He could cause disaster for Mont here.
Oh, but the War Machine shuts him down just before Afer is about to completely clean everything out of mid-trophy. Oh, and they're still holding on to Cafe side. Mont spawning close. Claw out as well as Afer finds another double, and Etsy lays off the trigger, and Panic are gonna get the break. Caprox has got the Sparrow out just to make sure nothing comes through the front. Afer trying to pinch things up. Back and forth we go, but Panic still find their way onto the hill. Slayer trying to get a read on this hit from Mont, who are taking their time with nades, giving IQ a chance to work their way back in. The kills go back and forth. Slayer trying to keep his life, but Mont will break.
Huge kills on through. Panic do a good job of contesting, but they get shut down once again. You can't afford to give too much time. Mont can win it right here if they hold the line. Onur gonna be blinded. Nobody in position to contest. Looks like Panic have rotated out. You gotta get on the hard point. And they give away the map amid a brilliant attempt at a comeback. And once again, Panic come up short.
Yeah, that's tough seeds, man. It just makes you wonder, like, if this was the Afer we had in the first 2 weeks, could this Panic team be a competitor still? Maybe below the line, but looks much better flat out. It just comes down to a couple of moments. I mean, again, the comeback effort's a great one, but I still think if you were to nitpick and look at the gameplay comparatively or top teams in Europe, they still over-invested at the end of Statue when they already did the job they needed to with operators. You need those tools if you're going to make back a 100-point gap, especially on a map like Arsenal. But Afer gave him a hell of a chance. Mont still survived through it, only dropping 1 in the series. And their playoff hopes still stay alive, although I will say that one a little bit more hard-pressed than what we've seen so far out of them.
Yeah, especially given that you got to go through Kings. I would say the the closeness at which they played Panic doesn't give them a ton of hope. I will say they definitely earned that one amidst a beauty of a performance from Afer, but yeah, like you said, it's a little bit too little, too late for Panic.
Done, even though it wasn't pretty against Panic. They finished here. Can we just point out that score? It was 203 to 92. How do you let your opponent get back into the 200s? Where did Mont fail to shut the door on this series, Beef Mommy?
Afer. It was basically him. His back must be hurting, must be aching at this point. MVP for majority of their games here so far in Stage 4. This kid he's brilliant. I mean, there are times where he needed to be polished, needed to be a little bit more team player instead of being individualistic, but I feel like this kid has just made a staple when it comes to his name here so far.
I think the thing too, kind of like we were wrapping there, is Panic over-invested when they had all 5 operators at the ready. They used 3 of them to break Statue. They did it cleanly. There's no reason to follow up with the extra 2. You're going to need those tools later. So I think there's a mistake there for Panic, but at the same rate, like we've seen in Black Ops 4, things like that with Arsenals. Like when you have operators available like that, that's where you start to build comebacks. So you can't really fault Mont too much, I think, considering the circumstances in front of them. But I will say that there was a lot of miscues going back over towards artillery, that guns hardpoint, that Mont should have been able to clean up the game there in my mind.
Mont dropping a game to Panic's first map win out of any of their 4 series, or 5 series, I should say. So that's what I take away from this series. Mont not necessarily the challenger we thought they might be as they try and push for top 4, but they do get the dub, and they do it in 3-1 fashion. Bobby plays. Does Panic have an official sponsor?
Panic.
Yeah.
With a C.
Do you think you and I could buy Afer and start a new team? I see this guy as like someone you could truly build around.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about it. And he's been around a couple of squads that just haven't really worked out. Like we said, he was on Zidium, but they were very much underperforming. So it wasn't super surprising to see him change rosters. What was most surprising was how little cohesion we saw out of this Panic roster once they formed. It was built of a lot of good individual players. And I think if he gets the right players around him, the right supporting cast, absolutely could be on a roster that was, I don't know, I'll say top 3 in North America, but top 4, no question.
All right, well, that's what we got at the
Europe,
end of this
sorry.
series. Europe,
I don't know, I'm
and
tired.
it was a few days ago. We got more Europe, though, coming tomorrow, and more Afer for you tomorrow. Let's take a look at your leaderboard. All 8 teams now with 5 matches in the books. 117, and Animus, a perfect 5-0. Kings drops to 3-2, and Exclusive moves up in the rank to join them there in our top 4. Mont's win, though, tonight keeps them in the running for the top 4, where they are battling to get into our EU playoffs. It's not going to get easier from here on out, but they do kind of control their destiny shift.
Yep, they have to win out, which means that the last match they would play is against Kings. And that would likely, if all the teams were to do what need to be done, Exclusive still has to play Animus, assume that they're going to lose that one. Kings should win their next match. So we have an opportunity for 3, 4, and 5 to all be at 4 and 3. That is the only way that tiebreakers would come into play, because that is an ABC where Kings would have lost to Mont but beat Exclusive. Exclusive would have beat Kings but beat Mont. So it would have been a triangle situation of a tiebreaker, which I'm not going to try to theory craft right now.
Yeah.
I know.
Not theory craft that tonight.
Can we get a graphic, though, to break down what happened today? Just to refresh everyone's memory, we saw a Game 5. We saw an overtime Game 5 to open up the day. If you're on YouTube.com, scroll all the way back. Watch that 117 versus King if you missed it live. Big shout out to the 3-0s as Animus was able to take care of business, and 31er got sent packing with a hot victory for Exclusive. MT clutching up when they needed it. Wasn't as pretty as they had hoped for that map count, but they do get the dub here on day 5 for Europe. As we finalize this show, as we close things out, I want to start with you, Beef Mommy. What did you learn by watching Call of Duty Mobile today with the European region?
It's never ogre till it's ogre. I mean, you still have a question mark when it comes to that top 4 spot. And it's so interesting to see that Kings get bumped down. Mont gets bumped up. They have an opportunity, but they need to play it perfectly. But yeah, I just want to say that I like the determination when it comes to these teams.
Never over. Let's go to you. I hold shift. I want to give you a caster challenge. Top 3 players on the day. Go.
Top 3 players. I'm going to go Shark. I'm going to go Afer. And I want to pick somebody from Kings, but I don't know who. Who would you pick? Who popped off?
You don't want to pick someone for 117?
Not really. Karma, I guess. I guess I'll go Karma.
Why not 117? They
know.
beat Kings.
I don't know. I guess I'll go Karma.
Bobby plays. Final question for you as we close out day number 5. Day number 6 is coming up, and we're going to see our 2 teams that are 5-0 in action once again. Who has the best chance of making it a clean 3-0 in their match 6?
Oh, that's such a difficult question. I'm going to lean the direction. I don't know. I'm Team Shark. I think I'm going to go Animus. I think Animus take down 117. I think it ends up being a map 5. A little bit more experience, and I think too much Shark. I think they find a way to overwhelm.
Big shout out to everyone who tuned in. If you're just joining us, go back to the start of the show. We had a banger of a match to open things up, and all those teams are back in action tomorrow. So grab your popcorn and lock in. We'll see you then. In the meantime, follow us on social media. ESL is on Facebook, Instagram, and of course, Twitter. Everywhere you want to be. And if you haven't already, get in on the action on our Discord. Thank you all for tuning in. This is day 5 in the books. We'll see you tomorrow for day 6.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard. in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Welcome